Welcome in everyone to another day of LPL, only our second day of the split. And already we have drama in spades. We got it everywhere. We got it absolutely everywhere. Welcome in everyone, and I hope you're enjoying the show, or will enjoy the show. I'm going to call Sam, and then we're going to get on the road. Let's get ready for our... Oh, hang on a second. Oh, gosh. Froze for it. See if Sam picks up. Hopefully he's ready. I did let him know that I'll be calling soon. Hopefully he's there. I don't see him around though, and I also don't see him in his chair. Swear to God, Sam. Welcome in. I tell you, you know, like, is it, you know, we're gonna get up at this point in the morning, gonna call now. Hopefully tech issues don't happen this time. There actually might be even more tech issues today, because I've actually got vertical streaming up and available. So if you are on phone, turn your phone up that way. Hopefully, you'll see vertical stream. Hopefully that'll be the case. So that's going to be a little bit different today. We're trying out something different, seeing if it'll work with the algorithm. And hopefully it'll give us a little bit more room for maneuver on, you know, some cool stuff to do. So right, today we have some really, really interesting games. We have, oh, hang on, I've got the wrong things in the title, don't I? Good job. Not. Yeah, we have BLG drama already, you know. First game of today is JDG versus AL, and then we have BLG versus TT. So I did not update the title correctly with that. But yeah, hello, Maruna. Oh, Maroon, sorry. I apologize if I mispronounced that, but hey, welcome to the channel, and I hope you're having a good time. So, there's lots to be talked about today. I mean, JDG versus AL, these are two top-tier teams. I think with BLG having their stumbles, there is a real chance of one of these teams stepping up to the plate and really making something happen in this split. I could imagine either of these teams snagging top 2, especially if, you know, other teams don't find their way into the meta as the meta changes later into the split, and it will change. I mean, the meta always changes at points throughout the split, right? Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me to see one of these teams at the top. Anyone's Legend have brought in Breathe, so they no longer have necessarily Flandra starting, and I'm pretty sure it is Breathe playing at least game 1 from the submitted rosters. JDG, I believe, are unchanged. That's a big change that's come through so far. Come on, Sam, where are you? I said, okay, stream's live, we'll call soon. I called him like 3 minutes later. Hey, Slay, how's it going? Hello, I've been enjoying you on the LOL podcast. I hope you're well. I'm doing okay. Yeah. It's been a little bit weird, obviously, like kind of going 0 to 100 for most of LPL plus MSI, and then 100 to 0, kind of just crashing and burning for a week, and then kind of getting back into it. Yesterday, I had LPL, then I had Dumbs' Arena Tournament, and then I had a podcast, so I ended up doing those things. Oh, this is fun. This is fun. I'll turn camera off this. This is a League Classic game. This is League Classic, and they have a League Classic show match coming in. I hope you're doing well, Slayer, as well. Oh, I've been in the call alone too long, so So the calls ended. Oh, well, I'm gonna call Sam on Facebook, see if you can find that. Well, I was wondering where you were. Hello. Did your do not disturb catch you?
It did a little bit there. Also, I was keeping my phone open because I was making coffee upstairs and ran into Dad, so that was what was on. You want to see Eric Johnson last night?
I did say, okay, stream's live, we'll call soon. Called.
I know.
Fails because you don't join. Good start.
I had my phone open looking for it. It just turned up. It's like, great.
Yeah. We're very professional here, folks. You know, this is definitely not our career or anything doing this. Anyway, Sam, we have JDG versus Anyone's Legend first matchup.
Yes.
Got a little bit of time to talk about it. But Sam, what the hell is happening in LPL? Why do we have suddenly, like, Anyone's Legend have got Breathe now? BLG are playing later. They're not playing with Bin. I mean, I think they're playing with Wenbo first game. We don't know who's going to be replacing them in the short term, and we have presumed that Bin will come back long term, but we're not entirely sure what's happening with them. What the hell's happening in LPL, Sam?
So from what I've heard, and again, this is shout out to you on Twitter with the latest of the updates. One of the things that appears to be happening out is that the breakdowns between BLG and Flandre have happened. So it's becoming less likely for it to be Flandre going to BLG, but Hoya is increasing. There's some conversations happening with NIP and stuff right now about salaries.
Yes,
I might not get Bin back, period.
Well, I thought that Bin was still like, there was meant to be a temporary break. I believe that was meant to be how it was announced. And let's be honest, he has come back from everything else before. It still would be very strange if he didn't. Which would be, I mean, it'd be
this one's... Sorry, I think that this one's been harder because some family dramas come into play with Bin's parents specifically going out of their way to, like, insult Knight's parents and stuff on socials.
I believe it. No, I believe it was no. So I believe what happened. It was just a tactless comment about Shun's parents. I believe is what I saw was the last thing I saw. But that is again, we are, you know, we're in a position where we're translating across various languages. Then there's a chance that these things have been vastly overstated. There's a chance that these things are just because they've lost 2 big tournaments in a row. Either way, the actionable stuff is, damn, Bin is not playing for BLG, one of the best top laners in the world. The most important top laner in the LPL is not playing for BLG. Crazy stuff. They're just going through some of the League Classic stuff in the background, which is really cool here as well. And Sam, we do have vertical streaming today. Just going through some admin stuff on the side. Kirby, thank you so much for the resub. Alex Mal, thanks for the follow. Stack, thanks for the follow. Dio, thanks for the stream streak. And Kirby, thanks for the stream streak as well. If you'd like to continue supporting us, please think about dropping a follow, a like, subscribe if you're watching on YouTube as well. And if you're on Twitch, if you've got a free Twitch Prime, if you've got a free bandwidth for a sub as well, makes a huge difference to us. And we also have a free sponsor that you can download as well in Opera GX as well. It's a gaming browser. It's really cool. If you want to try it out, it does make a big difference to us. We've already had 101 people sign up to it, so there's a lot of new people trying some new stuff. When we got the sponsorship, you know, I downloaded it, I tried it out, and I have continued to keep using it. So I've enjoyed that, and I hope that you well. So download it through our affiliate link, and then sign up to it. So no Flandre, yeah. So Anyone's Legend are playing Breathe today. Now let's move on to next. We talked about the BLG stuff, which is again, that's crazy. We'll talk about that when it comes to the second series as well. Anyone's Legend, Sam, have picked up Breathe. I like Flandre. I think Flandre is a great player. I think that his out of lane impact is some of the very best in the world. I think that Anyone's Legend can't afford to have a weak side bot where Hope and Kyle are not great in 2v2, and I also don't think that they can afford to have a weak side top at the same time. So I think Breathe is a bit more resource intensive, a little bit more of an out-and-out carry player through lane. I think that's actually, stylistically, maybe a good angle for Anyone's Legend. Hello?
I'm there with you. Sorry, I was social media posting.
Okay.
Yeah,
What do you think about Breathe on AL, Sam?
I wonder, personally, whether AL needed someone to play strong side. And I think they were struggling to have someone to play through. Having Breathe, who can definitely play through lane a lot more aggressively than Flandre can on average, is probably a good thing for AL, who were struggling to have like a consistent lane to go, yes, this will be our strong side of the map. I think you can do that to an extent through Shanks, but they did need someone else to do that through. It wasn't really going to be Hope, and it wasn't really going to be Flandre. So I think in some ways it might actually balance the team somewhat better than Flandre would, despite his incredible team fighting.
Yeah, so we're going into our rosters now, so you can share that full screen. JDG, though, completely unchanged. They are unchanged as the team which has been building. It built very, very well in Split 1. They've had their foibles in Split 2. They went from top 2 in Split 1 to, I'm not going to say crashing out in Split 2, but it definitely feels like that. JDG did not match the performance that they showed earlier in the year. Anyone's Legend, they're trying to match their performance from last year, Sam. They were the best team in LPL in 2025. And it feels like now they're a team which is just trying to catch up to the other top teams. I think they've been surpassed by Top Esports. They've been surpassed by JDG. Yep. BLG still, you know, the tyrants of our region. Breathe is playing now. They're finally pulling the trigger, changing the roster.
And again, part of it as well for someone like JDG as well has been, on the other side of this, right, is that people like Gala have really gone off the boil. Have been struggling to be a consistent carry. Tried out some of the mages. It hasn't looked especially deadly. The Kai'Sa being back in meta is great for Gala, obviously, but that's one game. This is Fearless now. You need to find more ways to be consistently dangerous as games get later. I can't put all of that pressure onto Honku and Junja and expect those two alone to deliver for the team at a high-end level.
Yeah. JDG AL, it's been a pretty close matchup, honestly, between them. I know that JDG has had the better of the head-to-head recently, but I think that JDG AL has been, just off the eye test, a really, really close match. Now, they're talking about some various... Oh, there's some milestone countdowns in here, so I would imagine this is going to be, like, wins or games in the LPL, kills, assists, stuff like that. They'll show up when we're in-game, but if anyone else has a little bit... of context on what those milestones are, it'd be great to see that as well. Hello, Dad. Good morning. Alex
says hello. Hang on, you got past the headphones. Hello. Okay.
You're on stream, Dad. How you doing? You want to talk about League of Legends?
Welcome to stream, brother.
Well, we had Ziggy yesterday, so we've got another family member in here.
Yeah. Actually had a random young person in...
Oh, you're too far away from the microphone. You're cutting off a little bit there.
Sorry, had a random young person in Southwall congratulate me on your careers. Some guy called Ruben. He's like
oh, cool.
The son. So you know the lady that owns the jewelry shop.
Yeah.
Yeah, her son who's like.
Gosh, that's kind of cool, actually. Hey, well, that's good to know. Thank you, Dad. That's
man. You're locally famous in a niche area.
Yeah, niche internet micro celebrities.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Have a great stream.
Yeah, Sam, have you heard of these wombos? There's a guy called there's a dude who does wombos where he just like combines useless words. And one of his was, hang on, we'll listen to the interview and I'll tell you about the wombo afterwards, Sam.
Okay.
欢迎小徐来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 JDG 的上单小徐。
那今天也要迎来北京 JDG 在第3赛段的首战了啊。小徐对于这场比赛的信心在赛前是怎样的？
我对于这场比赛还是非常有信心的吧。
那我们都讲新赛季新面貌嘛，希望今天整个队伍在全新的一个赛段能够展现出一个怎样的竞技状态或者面貌呢？
希望我们队伍能改掉之前经常犯的一些错误，然后以一个更好的面貌去面对到就是接下来的比赛了。
也期待今天 JDG 的精彩表现。各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是刘航。我们邀请到的是 AL 的下路选手 Hope， 欢迎 Hope 来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 AL 的 AD Hope。
欢迎 Hope。那今天要在第3赛段的首战面对上北京 JDG 战队了，你会认为今天2支战队碰撞的重点会在哪里？
我觉得重点是前期的小规模团以及对新版本的理解。
那在第3赛段的最开始有什么话想对队友说的？加油
！Wait, Raz wants to collaborate.
Let's do it.
Wait. Sure, we could do. Wait, is that
Let's
legit?
Do it.
He wants to collaborate with Yakuza 0 to collect his cut.
Yes!
Wait, Raz! No, Raz! You gotta join us for Yakuza 0 now! You better get your fucking pocket racer on! I'm telling you, Raz started Yakuza 0 and I locked in faster than I ever had. Like Yakuza 0 is literally one of probably my top 5 games of all time. It's such a good game. And then like I see this wonderful person in Raz delving into this universe and I'm like, but has he played Pocket Racer yet? Has he actually discovered how deep the rabbit hole goes?
I had a 2-hour mildly inebriated conversation with Wolf about Yakuza as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Big fan of it. Thank you so much for the raid, Raz. So now we can talk about Pocket Racer truly. Keep going, Sam. You're talking with Wolf because I've talked about it with Wolf as well, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just that those games are incredible. So I saw Raz was playing Yakuza. It's like, which Yakuza are you playing? At 0. I was like, right, well, I guess I'm
locked in.
The
We're locked in.
Then.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, not that the other games, that the other games are bad, but 0 is truly special. That game is so special.
I will also say that me and Wolf both agree that 7, the one where you're in Yokohama with Ichi, is also just.
Oh yeah, what, Like a Dragon, like that was, and then the precursor to Infinite Wealth, which comes later. Yeah, did it once and he sucked. This is the thing, you may start sucking at Pocket Racer. The enjoyment is in becoming slightly less sucky, and then eventually you become somewhat mediocre. It is genuinely the League of Legends of Yakuza. Thank you for the downloads of Opera GX, by the way. For those of you coming in from Raz Stream, we do have a sponsor for this month. If you're looking for a new browser, try it out. Try downloading it through our affiliate link. Sign up to it, and it gives a little bit of cash in pocket for us as well. You need to come back with some good pocket racing gear. The thing is, it's kind of like any kind of RPG. You will finish a random mission and get like completely unrelated items for mini games, and it'll turn out to be really, really useful. So you'll get like some random pocket racer stuff, or the means to get it. Right, Sam, we're getting close towards stage.
Yes, we probably want to lock in a little.
We're gonna have to lock in ourselves. JDG, well, JDG versus anyone's legend. Sam, this is like a top 3 face-off. This has been a really good matchup. Junja versus Tarzan has been incredibly important in terms of the jungle matchup. And now, Sam, Xiaoshu, who I think has been very, very good throughout this year, on the whole, just not against Bin, has to play against Breathe, who is an individualist. Breathe is a laning guy. He's gonna go up against Xiaoshu. Ignore the AI stuff on your screen, just focus on us instead. I think this matchup, particularly between these two teams, has changed a massive amount with Breathe over Flandra. It's much less about the out of lane impact for AL here. It's about, actually, for me, what happens in the top lane matchup, because Xiaoshu and Breathe both love playing through lane, Sam.
Yeah, and I will shout out Mac T as well, who is like one of those LPL casts I got to a really good set of conversations with. Lovely guy. Highly recommend following him on the socials. Speaks great English, which made my life a lot easier. But they were saying that, like, actually from the LPL side, they just really rate Xiaoshu. They reckon he's potentially second best top in the league. Not always consistently there, but can be very, very good. And you're right, Al, going up against Breathe, who I think last split obviously wasn't a team that in general was struggling, but he himself was a real bright spark. And we both actually quite rated what he was putting down in terms of play, in terms of champion pool. It felt very, very exciting. We are about to have a look at this opening video again, so perhaps this extended conversation about Breathe can wait for the video.
Enjoy the intro, folks. This one's special.
Slow climb, locking it is time. Feel the pull of the fight. All the fear turns to light. Every doubt falls away. We are built for this game. We rise, eyes locked on the prize, hands out in the night. Beat with the battle cry. We rise. Eyes locked on the prize, hands out in the night. Beat with the battle cry.
Welcome into Shenzhen for day 2 of our LPL Split 3 2026. It's a roadshow every week. We go all the way across China to all 5 of our team's arenas. and we bring you all with us. Welcome in JDG, away from home from their Beijing arena, here in Shenzhen, and the aura farming will not stop today, Sam.
No, it will not. Everyone's getting the fun intros, and hello to JDG. Just been on an international jaunt of their own and did a fairly passable job. In the end, they weren't able to convert the back end of plays, but it was good to see that this team has done at least a little bit of brewing. I'm still a little nervous about Gala's level of form. I'm still a little bit nervous about Gala's ability to pick up and really carry with those mages. But the likes of Vampire, the likes of Junja look good. Honkyu's still on great form as well.
And Sam, one thing I just noticed there were only 3 players in the walkouts. So I believe there are 2 players ill on JDG. They've got masks on, and they didn't stand with the rest of the team. I wonder if they're a little bit sick, actually. Anyone's Legend on the other side, though. All 5 of them coming out for their walkouts. Joining them on the stage. Anyone's Legend, the best LPL team of 2025 in the lane swap Atakan era. It's been a long time since then, Sam, or at least it feels like it now. Half a year has passed, really, since Anyone's Legend were viewed at that level. And they've made changes with their slump. Breathe playing his first game for Anyone's Legend.
Indeed, that will be a significant one to track. We saw him last split on a team that was struggling to really get consistent wins on the board, but he individually felt like he was still doing a great amount of work. I can understand the switch there in terms of picking up someone with a bit more laning brawn, give yourself a stronger lane to play through. Do lose out on Flondra's excellent team fighting. Again, probably the best team fighting top in the league. But honestly, with the rest of the team being so good at that, maybe what you need is just another way to give yourself a little bit more gas in the early game, a little bit more gas through draft and laning phase to really round out this roster's potential weaknesses. And also adding in the sort of meta changes that are allowing things like the Leona, things like the Rel to really come back to the fore. And I think Kyle might also be feeling like he has a little bit more to offer in this particular iteration of League of Legends.
Yes. Let's check something real quick. By the way, Blade, the volume literally doesn't change based on the camera scene. The volume is actually the same between both scenes, so that's actually not something I'm controlling in OBS. So that will be a volume thing on another end of that. So yeah, because it's just coming through Discord. Probably I don't have it through video link or anything like that for this one. Maybe I'll do that in the future though. Maybe that'll help a little bit. Okay, folks, getting in towards draft here. Just trying to check out volume, Sam, on that end. So I'm just checking in Twitch chat. So guys, let us know in Twitch chat if there are any tech issues you think are happening on your end. Obviously, we're trying out vertical streaming for the first time today. I think it looks a lot better in-game. That's what I've set it up for. It's a little bit scuffed outside of that. I think it's fine for Champion Select as well, Sam. You can check it on your phone as well, Sam, if you want to see what I've been cooking
That's
up.
literally what I've done to see what it looks like.
Yeah, I think it looks okay on this scene. I think this was okay. But in-game is where I think it shines a bit more, because I've basically just copied what, you know, LoL Esports does with their ones as well. So, in terms of draft, we have a ton of roaming supports. Now, I think that Vampire, he was really good on WE when he was playing stuff like Leona Nautilus back in 2025, when he was just perma-roaming, perma-fighting. That's actually something which is very comfortable for him. Kyle, on the other side, though, really made his name playing like this. I think that this support battle will be really fun in this meta, even though, as I said, I think that top lane is maybe the most important matchup for me to look at as someone who's learning more about these teams, and particularly because they're both soloists. They're both players who want to get the most out of laning phase. Now we get to see that well and truly, Sam, into game 1, into draft.
That we are. First set of bans coming on down. The Orianna, despite the nerfs, despite being seen a little bit more regularly, is still very much a bannable champion. Kai'Sa as well hits the ban table. Gala's on the other team. He's already pulled out a Kai'Sa last week that was utterly disgusting a couple times. So just say, you know what? We're done with that. Alongside that Jarvan and Poppy, which Junja has been going towards.
And you know that Kai'Sa ban, the reason why I think that's important, because this is important, because Kai'Sa counters mages in bot lane. You go for a Ziggs, you go for a Xerath, if you ever get hit by CC, Kai'Sa kills you. She assassinates you. She is the assassin of AD carries, and they do typically very well into the bot lane AP champions we're seeing. That signals to me that we want to see stuff like the Camille Ziggs. We want to see stuff like the Xerath maybe that we saw yesterday from Jacula. These champions we've been seeing all over the place. Other champions available right now. I see Rumble, I see Cassiopeia, I see Triso Green Sam, see other things which I can't remember the lyrics.
Skies
of. Beautiful
blue.
one. That's the one. I see all of these things. Actually, I don't, because currently my curtain's closed to try and keep the light
I'm also in the basement
here.
right now. So
Sam is also in the basement as well.
Soundproofing.
I see Hex take Sam is what I see. I see a Camille first pick.
Yes, indeed. And again, there are questions about how you manage this. For a while, it felt like Camille first pick didn't really have a lot of tech into it. It now feels like things like the Leona could be a soft counter. Also, if you're really confident, things like the Talia can also be done down here as well.
That's a fair point. We haven't seen the Taliyah outside of bot lane besides from Viper. Viper's the only person who's played it in that bot lane role. Gala, one of those players who looks like he's a little bit ill there for JDG. I didn't see the other player actually from them. Wasn't checking that. Syndra locked in. Now that is a flex pick as well. We've seen it in bot lane. We have seen it in mid lane. Doesn't tend to lose to that much individually. You can get dunked on, though, by Camille combo later. That is a worry. I get a little bit worried about, you know, Camille plus Ziggs just eventually dunking on you in the backline. It's not easy to play this champion against the full dive.
No, it is not at all. Again, you can look to outrange and just use that as a bit of safety. It's strictly flexible. There's a Shen, another one of those things that we have seen into the Camille, in part because you can immune things like the precision protocol and kind of tank up that hook shot as a result. Also, when Camille goes roaming, you press R, and Camille's full send with a Hextech ultimatum is somewhat mitigated.
Okay.
It's a very swift lock-in of the Neferi and the Ziggs, though, to follow up on that Camille.
Sam, this kind of draft is so good from anyone's legend. For anyone's legend. These players do their best when hope is just left to exist passively and provide plays which are follow-up. Kyle is best when he's on the roam and allowed to run the map. Camille does that very well. Tarzan's at his best when he can be the main character, when he can be a damage threat, and he can be the tip of the spear. Neferi is that too. You can lock in the Lee Sin, and Jundra is a very good Lee Sin. I love this jungle matchup between these two. But in terms of player for player, in terms of their champion style, I think anyone's legend are getting what they want right now, which is a little bit scary for JDG, I think.
Yeah, again, I do think that both jungle supports have got really nasty tools here. It's a bit more burst and dive from AL, probably a little bit more reactive and defensive from JDG, but only by certain metrics, right? Like, there's obviously the Shen ult helps one way, whereas, of course, the Hextech ultimatum a little bit more aggressive on the other. Does mean we're going to come through to that second phase of bans, though. Shanks is going to have that Akali removed from them because, again, adding that into the combo would feel perhaps a little unfair, and there's not a lot a Shen can do to save you from that, even with a shield.
Yeah. One thing which I'm interested in, Sam, is Lock. I'm just seeing this in chat. Lock is available, folks, and this is pre-nerf Lock. Honkyu and Shanks both love some assassin play. They're both Akali players. You see that Akali banned away. Now, the thing is, Shen is really good versus Lock because he stops the auto attack, which kills you. So that's actually a champion which works pretty well for you. It's also quite hard to auto attack a Lee Sin if he's hopping in and hopping out, kicking you away as well. But I do wonder if we're going to see it. Because yesterday, look, I saw Raz make a tweet, and welcome over the Raiders from Raz as well. I saw a tweet from Raz yesterday, and I agreed, saying, why the hell aren't we seeing this champion? His numbers are busted. We saw it in Casper Cup. This champion is surely very, very strong. I wonder if the players playing yesterday were not your typical, more typical melee assassin players. Maybe that's a slight argument you can make. Even that's a bit.
First series, yeah.
Just so you think it's a bit flimsy. The champion's so strong, and LPL typically loves melee assassins. Meant that you would think that's wrong. But yeah, exactly. It's not like the full power lock in EO Cooper's in chat. It's not, but it's still like very high power lock. And the nerf that's coming on the next patch is gonna really take him down to size, really. So that'll be when I think it will be harder to just pick him for the numbers. I do wonder if we're going to see something like that lock though, Sam. I think the champ is so strong.
He is very, very strong. Again, we saw it banned out in that second series, and that made a little bit more sense to me. The first series, it was, you know, Tangyuan and stuff who just prefer those control mages. I sort of see why perhaps it got ignored on that time around. Xiaoshu here debating the lock-in of the Gnar. They have seen the fact that the Vayne and the Olaf have been banned alongside the Jace. I wonder whether Breathe was debating picking this up himself. Of course, Breathe might also look towards something like a Renekton here, or the Ambessa, which has become very much a standard matchup into the Gnar with the Electrocute tech to give the Ambessa some more trading patterns.
You've got the Camille on the table already. You've got the Camille setting up for the Ziggs, the Neferi, and the Ambessa. Now, I do get a bit worried, Sam. We talked about this a lot yesterday. I've talked about this a lot this year, actually. But when you have, like, a single engage source, you feel quite flimsy in terms of your engage. Your engage is quite hard to land when there's only one person that can set up the whole chain of events. Right now, it is Kyle getting a stun and then everyone else following up. They need a little bit more CC. Shanks has options open. Problem is he has to blind pick. So he might have to just go for something that's fine in lane. Because you don't necessarily know whether that Syndra is going into bot lane or mid lane yet. So you have to consider the opportunity, consider the occasion that actually the Syndra goes bot lane and there's a different mid lane pick.
They do go towards that Cassiopeia as a potential additional bit of CC. The Miasma at the very least can limit your mobility options, that might be the way to deal with this, and that can help set up for that Ambessa a little bit more freely. It's an okay matchup into the Syndra. Of course, Syndra does win that one out by about 10 CS or so, but it's not like you come out of lane crying entirely on the whole. Tristana being a consideration.
I
we
like
have heard
that,
rumors about this coming back a little bit. We saw it top lane from the likes of Shiwu, but it won't be the lock-in here. Instead, they'll go towards the Jhin as a setup piece that can allow that Chen to run.
Okay, folks, we're going to go into an ad break so we don't get ads during the game, and we'll chat about the draft afterwards. If you want to support us, please drop a Prime, a sub, or download Opera GX, or donate to the Ko-fi. Lots of ways you can support us. All are appreciated. Right, Sam, let's get into talking about these drafts. Now, Gala's Jhin, it's been pretty hit and miss over time. In this kind of draft, I understand why you go for it. You want to stay long enough range away that the Camille doesn't just hit you for 6. That's the real worry I have with this kind of composition. Again, it's just everything on Anyone's Legend is about Kyle's Camille. That's a lot of responsibility on him. I think Kyle is good enough to pay that off. I'm quite worried that AL have given themselves such a one champion dependent composition though. That typically in Pro League of Legends is not something I'm a fan of.
Yeah, I'm with you as well. I think this will be one of those matches where we are going to be very reliant from the side of AL on Kyle having a Stormer. You have got some additional setup bits. You have got great target access, but I do think the Camille is somewhat obligated to have a good game. I think you can also afford to get into the river first and then just say, hey, come into a Camille, come into a Ziggs, see how that feels with all of the various zone control tools up. And that might not be a bad way to play out the map either. But I think if you are being on the aggressive side of the coin, then really it is on Kyle and eyes on him to make the moves happen.
Yeah. Also, folks, I mean, we're getting close to getting into game. I'm quite happy with the vertical cam setup I have for in-game. I feel like we've done an okay job with that.
Okay,
so,
I'm looking for it.
So you look for that and just tell me if I'm just like deluded or not. But hey, it looks like there's a little bit of delay getting in. Nah, there we go. Right, we're gonna get into game, folks. Let's get started. JDG versus AL. Let's get into game 1 of the day.
Here comes Kyle at the level 1. Honkyu's in danger. Whoa. Well, there's the flash down already. Will come out in trade for Ignite, but the level 1 is already somewhat successful there for Kyle. It's left Hope alone from the wave, but he's managed to still be able to throw out some of those bouncing bombs and pick up some minions.
Yeah, now you've invested, of course, a little bit of your time, a little bit of your XP potentially from Camille as well. But hey, you're definitely going to take a lane getting flipped into your favor. Anyone's Legend. Now, look, Shanks is a good player for laning phase. The problem that Anyone's Legend had before is that they didn't really have a top lane or bot lane that played for lane. So if Shanks gets ahead, Honky can't push up mid, and actually that gives Tarzan a bit more room to go top lane for a bit more lane dominant top lane. Maybe that flips the way that AL can play their whole style stylistically. That's the thing, right? Because they're playing around someone with a bit more of a pressure valve in top. So I see the Honky has had to back off now. Typically the Syndra are very good into the Cassiopeia. Having to blow summoners early though, lost a little bit of HP. Definitely causes you some issues. Want to see what Tarzan's doing though. He's already gone for... This is the LPL Classic now. A lot of our AD junglers, particularly ones which have like assassination potential and burst potential, will go for 3 camps, bag for a longsword, get back out onto the map so they can fight very early into the game.
That's exactly it. Good shout out on the XP, by the way. We started having this conversation yesterday. Never got to finish it because it was game 2 of that particular game, by which I mean Top Esports versus WE, which went to 49 kills by the by. Yeah. It was an utter bloodbath.
Was it 40, one of the conversations? Was it 47? Was it 47? Something like that.
I thought it was maybe. It was a lot of kills, guys. It was a lot of kills. But one of the conversations we started having, I was having with Jamada, who was kind of teaching me some specific minion tech and XP tech between supports, because basically catch-up XP for supports engages at 8 minutes, which means you can get to level 3 and then basically spend the next 5 minutes roaming the map at level 2, level 3, and looking to make as many plays as possible. Because then once level 8 hits, you just have to sit on a wave for a couple minutes, if that, and you're right back to where you'd like to be. You get to 6 so fast. So because of how catch-up XP is working, your ability to just be out on the map is on another level right now.
Yeah, and I think that's really... Look, I do feel for support players. You had to go from heavy engage, laning phase, kill lane, to enchanters now back into roaming supports in a very different meta. Supports have had to show their breadth of play quite a lot. It's definitely a role which has changed what the Apex is in terms of the role for a couple of times over the last year or two now. I mean, not that other roles haven't had that too. I think mid lane changes meta all the time, although mages have been very popular for a little while now. Top lane is just top lane. It's been a hard way to blend things. Hang on, Honku still has no flash, but dangerous here. Miasma goes down.
Does indeed manage to get some good damage onto him. The heal there keeps him up and rolling for now. The Twin Fangs, the Deathfire Touch, and the Poison. Not going to quite be enough, but he is left precipitously low. About 70-odd HP is what I saw there. Another E would do him in. I have wondered whether Shanks wants to flash E, in fact, but that level up should prevent that from being an option.
I think basically they didn't know where a flash safeguard was coming in. So if you end up flashing for an E and then the Lee Sin comes around, you lose your summoner, you probably don't get the kill, and you end up dying. So I understand why you don't go for that. And plus, it's also just fine to just force Honku off the wave. The early levels from Kyle have been really important on this Camille. And, you know, the level 1, maybe that was just a bit of an oversight in terms of the vision, which JDG had there. But now the problem is, since Honku's lost that pressure, Vampire's had to babysit this lane. And there's just not as much he can do against the Cassiopeia combo here. He might even get stunned here, too. Quite dangerous there. Gets away without getting stunned, though.
Yeah, decides not to use the Shadow Dash to get the double taunt, which did look very juicy, but the problem is you burn that and then you are stuck a very long way up the lane with very little support. So that would have been perhaps a dubious decision. Instead, he uses the opportunity to get the auto and then run away.
So let's go review what's happening on the map here as well. Dragon is available. Tarzan. Happy to start that one up. Xiaoxi going in with a Mega Gnar timing. Level 6 to level 6. We talked about this top lane matchup being a different one that's potentially very fun. Is the Mega Gnar going to come through here? Misses the stump. So no, Ultimate Knot's going to come through.
Nice idea, though, in terms of the look, but Breathe is swift enough and a good set of lacerates, plus the Drake counter steps gets him out to safety. Vampire looking for potential roam into this Raptor camp to go throw down a ward or two. All the while, you can see Hope and Tarzan pick up an early dragon. Feel very happy about that one. And Tarzan should be pretty close to level 6 here. Has been relatively efficient about making that one happen. On the other side, Junger on this Lee Sin. Not really found much opportunity to get a play to succeed. And again, you are on the Lee Sin. Do you want to make things happen as aggressively as you can early? Has now got the level 6 and will join his support in making this Raptor invade happen.
Yeah, they're going for the ward. This is the price which Anyone's Legend have paid for the dragon. They take the dragon, but they lose a Raptor camp. Tarzan's going to potentially go for a Raptor invade on the other side, but then again, Junger can probably get back in time to secure that anyway. So it is dragon for jungle farm advantage. It's not really that good for JDG, but they'll take the small win, particularly with how important both these junglers are for their teams. JDG, we've joked about them before, but it's actually quite an informative joke. It's either Junger dice gaming or jungle decides game. You can take your pick. One of those acronyms works out pretty well. Q lands onto Honku. Nasty stuff there. Doesn't quite land the CS himself. And of course, Shanks on the Cassiopeia. This is an iconic pick for him. And for a lie, well, he was the iconic LPL Cassiopeia. Vampire gets the slow from the sword that was actually there. Didn't realize he dropped that one there. But Shanks back on the Cassiopeia. More than a comfortable champion for him.
Oh, yes. Kyle also just look at that tactical sweep there. And again, the fact that they have sat mid and made sure that the 1v1 was, well, never a 1v1 has made Shanks' life so much easier. And if there's been a player for Anyone's Legend who has been genuinely consistently good, it has been Shanks. Tarzan's been decent, but again, with the fact that his map has often put him into a difficult position, hasn't been as imperious as he was last year. Whereas I do think Shanks on the whole has been pretty good. Kyle looking for that hookshot flash, though. We need to have a very different conversation. In comes the Hound's Pursuit, resets there. Vampire gets the taunt, but Tarzan drops turret aggro, gets a reset on the ult, presses W to drop the aggro, gets to hop away. Junger can't even land a Sonic Wave, and he's out.
That is one hot dog, Sam. Tarzan gets in, gets out, and this is really fun to watch from Anyone's Legend. Anyone's Legend in 2025, when they got Tarzan Kyle out on the map early into the game, was such a delight to watch. If this meta can support them with roaming supports, early, engage, bursty junglers, I think Anyone's Legend can find themselves in a very comfortable spot, Sam. Especially if you can guarantee, well, Hope doesn't have to play for 2v2. He can just play for the Ziggs, play for follow-up. And actually, with Breathe being a bit more of a solid laner, maybe less in terms of the team fighting, but the laning phase being much less of a worry for them as it was with Flandre, I think this team's onto something pretty good here, Sam.
This looks fantastic. You said it was a hot dog. Clearly, they got the right condiment with it as well, because it's mustard on the beat drop. My days. This guy is dropping some incredible stuff here to pick up the kills. I mean, like, yes, really good setup from Kyle, but that's what you wanted to see from this jungle support that was running the league last year.
Yeah, and for JDG, it feels like they've just been a little bit slow to the punch in this early game. You know, the level 1 felt quite easy from Kyle onto Honku. Honku, I don't think was reacting particularly well there. You know, we did see that JDG had a couple of like players wearing masks on stage and they weren't with the rest of the team. Maybe they've been ill this week. We can throw a caveat in there. They are looking for an aggressive play top, but they missed the taunt there from Vampire.
Again, not to put too far on it, they've also been practicing for a different patch. They were in Paris last week, so there's all those conversations and caveats that come like, hey, what is a little jaunt away from kind of your regular practice schedule and practicing for the current patch do to you? Shouldn't necessarily excuse some poor decision making. And again, I get that Junjo was around, Vampire was around. Theoretically, you are safe there, but you've also just got to be respectful. Gala's now in danger bot side, as there's another ult charge. Hope gets the kill with a bouncing bomb. The call of the pack is summoned to remove the turret aggro. That's the way we want to phrase that. And again, Tarzan with another clean turret dive, this time towards the bot side of the map.
Yeah, Junja just not able to match the impact of Tarzan. He's like 10 CS up, but Tarzan's now ganked 2 different lanes and he's killed in both of them. He's 1-0-2. He's very happy. Voltaic on that back just now. So we'll watch what happens in the replay picture-in-picture bot side. Well, okay, Hope hits a full rotation onto him. He hits more than a full rotation. To be honest, that's not even a Tarzan div. That's just Hope hitting like 2 full rotations. Fair play to Hope. That's a good play from the Ziggs.
And Hope, I think, has always been at his best on things like the Sivir, and now I feel like things like the Ziggs as well, where you can play for range, for consistency, and that's just great combo. And for a player that we've often criticized, particularly for the laning inconsistencies in general, that's a really good showing. On the other side, Gala has been struggling. I hate to say it, but this is not the player that kind of took the world by storm. The Prince of Pentas. He does need to kind of step up here, particularly in these early stages of games, and right now, kind of just getting caught out with some unfortunate combos.
Yeah, the sad thing about Gala is the things which people have said about Jaculov in the past, particularly about him, you know, making those big oversteps which lose you games or win you games. Gala's actually been doing that a lot himself. He's been making some big mid to late game errors. We haven't talked about Breathe that much. He's down 20 CS and he's about to get dove here, actually, losing another wave. They're bringing the Shen ult in as well. Breathe ults back under tower.
Nice little escape now, gets towards the wave, but I don't know whether it'll keep him alive. There's the heal to keep everyone topped up and speeding up. There's a taunt kick out from under the turret aggro, and they bring him down. Breathe, doesn't burn the flash, does get the wave. You take what you can get there, I guess.
Yeah, okay, so Dragon's gonna go down on the other side, so it's a top lane dive for Dragon this time. Honku still has no flash. The stun cancels the Camille. It won't stop the Twin Fangs, though, and Honku will die a second time. However, top lane turret's going down for JDG. The dive on top lane has worked, and Breathe, the new player in for his first game from Annual's Legend, is 1.5k down.
There is going to be a race to the turret. I think JDG should still win it. I wonder whether with the Zig Satchel they might be able to make that one happen. It was close, but it will still be JDG getting that, who I believe also had the set of clubs. Still, Towers traded 1 for 1. It's AL coming out with more in the grand scheme of things, I feel, but still, at least we're seeing JDG get something on the board finally.
What's that? More than that, look at the top lane quest, look at the XP differential between Xiaoshu and Breathe. I was saying, well, you know, Breathe is a soloist. He wants to play through laning phase. Sam, his lane is completely fried. He is down over a level and a half. He is down over 1.5 thousand gold. This is bad for him. He's even had his Gnar, the champion which he's most comfortable on, taken away from him too. JDG, they often won when they got Xiaoshu in big leads when they were at peak in split 1. Now, typically that was the stuff like Xiaoshu's Renekton. That was probably his most comfortable pick. But hey, his Gnar's no shabby champion either. So now we get to see, okay, JDG, you gotta be savvy about this game. This game is not going to plan completely. Tarzan is ahead. Hope is definitely outvaluing Gala on these long-range bot lane picks of the Jhin. And of course, Hope on the Ziggs there, which is getting the edge over him. You need to settle down and you need to problem solve your way through this. Can you do that through Xiaoshu's laning lead in top?
And again, the problem is Shanks and Hope are kind of saying, yeah, you might have a significant lead, but then we've got 800 odd lead through mid. We've got a 1400 odd lead through bot as well. That is allowing JAL to be at a significant point of power. They've also picked up the early dragon. Shanks, though, might find himself in a tricky position as the shadow dash into the sonic wave puts Shanks into a challenging position. Misses the petrifying gaze as Junja pulls off a wonderful option. And now in we go with Kyle looking to trade this one back. Gets that Hextech ultimatum onto Vampire. A great stun, though, invalidates Tarzan's first cast of the Hound's pursuit. The Darking Daggers come flying. Is there a Mega Inferno bomb to come? The Deadly Flourish, the Curtain Call, the Teleport to follow. Anyone's Legend on the retreat. Tarzan chunked out but not down. Junja left low. There is a Blast Cone that should get you out to safety. Xiaoxu is here with that big teleport shield. Gets himself the flash out of Tarzan as well. JDG make that play work and stick.
Yeah, I think Tarzan was just a little bit too flimsy with his ult there. I think you have to hold your ult until the Syndra stun is down. That's the second time where I think that Honkyu's managed to get a good cancellation out of a CC ability with his Scout of the Week, and I think anyone's Legend needs to be a bit more aware of that. Good kill for JDG. However, Tarzan gets the blue buff here. Actually, could potentially threaten to chase. Got the double buff. Xiaoxi's running out of Mega. Ziggs doesn't have ult to follow, but Tarzan's so strong, you have to just question whether he will follow through plays on that.
It didn't go towards it in the end, though. I appreciate the attempt. I was right there with you. Felt like a possibility. Breathe finally picked up that Eclipse. Does change the pattern a little bit for the Ambessa. Is often reliant on getting to that in a level 11 to be quite so dangerous, especially with some of the nerfs going towards her in general. And again, I'm also aware that Breathe largely been playing weak side for this game. Has had a fair amount of attention from Vampire and from Junja, but is still potentially at risk of being played around a little bit more. And Honkyu managed to undo a lot of the early lead against him by picking up that kill, only a couple hundred behind now.
Yeah, the thing about the top lane is that it was already down 20 CS without any intervention while Breathe picked his matchup into the Gnar. That's my worry there. Tarzan jumping out, Honky still has the stun available. Ult miss it. Well, he hits there, he flashes.
Oh, does it?
Anyway, Honky, that's a mess. Flashes and dies.
Oh, Honkyu, it's just not been particularly clean from him on these gank responses, has it? The flashes haven't been great. Dies for free there. Breathe with a very good angle on the ultimate. I thought it had missed too. No, it hadn't.
Yeah. Just a quick thing, Sam. Your phone, when it buzzes on the table, can be heard through the microphone, so just be careful with that one there.
I'll move it away a little bit. It's because I've got to do that so I can see what's happening in chat.
Yeah,
I'm
so if it
completely
buzzes, yeah.
Sorry about that.
How did someone in YouTube saying, hi, this is my first LPL watch. How did anyone's Legend get Superman as their support? Kyle, that's a very good point. You know, perhaps we can talk about Kara L as well. I hear they're a popular character. You know what, funnily enough, I'd actually never made that connection before because I wasn't as much of a comic reader. But hey, that's a good one. I'll steal that. That's good.
I have made a Kyle no joke once or twice.
Oh, Kyle, no.
I have done that.
Well,
so
you know, so clearly you're a better actor than the aforementioned person. We'll just throw that on there. Okay, go on. Where do you want to go next, Sam?
It's fine. Oh, enough champagne to drown the Baron.
Jesus. All right, Hope's getting towards the Shadow Flame. He's going to be really strong when that's completed. Almost 1,000 gold ahead. The problem with the one problem with the Gnar is that when you have a lead on Gnar, it's just very inconsistent at using that. They're going to walk up towards this dragon. I think they will be owed this one. Breathe could teleport in. Ult's coming in, but there's no Mega Gnar bar charged up just yet. They need to wait for just a little bit longer. AL choose not to contest though, choosing to put Breathe in top lane instead. Try and cut down a bit of the lead, which of course has been amassed over time.
The one is doing an okay job now. They got the Eclipse and picking up that kill to come back into the game. Again, it does sometimes happen with the Ambassadors into the Gnars. We've seen the CS discrepancies kind of come on, and it's through the mid game really where it feels like you can start to find a few more options. And as you do start to get towards an item and a half, your abilities to find your kill combos onto the Gnar increase a little bit. Still, though, it's Xiaoxu who is the sole lead for JDG. Will be looking to leverage that best they can. Not the biggest overall lead, though, for AL, it must be noted, but they are the ones with that dragon lead. Of course, JDG still pick up that third one, denied the sole point. So I think at least as the mid-game is beginning to roll around, it feels like JDG have found a bit more footing, shall we say, in the game.
Mitsuke, I didn't see the context of what you were saying there, but if someone wants to tag me with the full context, you let me know in terms of... I think they were talking about some players moving about the place too. But yeah, Sam, the way that we had phrased this lead in LPL is throwable. This is throwable from anyone's Legend. They are in a lead, they have a dragon lead, it's 1,000 gold lead. That's good, cool. Very much within even game territory though. It's not too bad from JDG. I think they've been able to stabilize away from Kyle's early picks. I think his Camille play has been very good. I'm very happy to see Kyle on this roaming support meta, as we've been saying. Stylistically, something which I'd really like to see them on. Red buff taken by Tarzan. I'm not sure anyone's Legend... Well, no, I guess they are going to contest, actually. Teleporting in the Cassiopeia, a little bit far from it. They're going to try and look to retake the pit.
Tarzan uses first smite cooldown on the red buff. Should be up just about in time. They might just look for the fight instead, looking for some kills and at least a heal or two, force JDG to retreat slightly awkwardly from near the mid turret. Reminder, they have got the Ziggs, so if they can zone off well enough, this gets a bit spicy. Inside this jungle now, as the curtains get called, Kyle left at about half, makes the ability to really full send somewhat limited. So I think JDG happy enough there. An ult or two traded, the teleport forced from Shanks, but that's kind of it.
Sam, that was a classic Anyone's Legend objective. You know, I was saying, oh, they're a little bit far away from that. Oh, they are contesting. Then I remembered, this is Anyone's Legend. They do like to approach objectives really late. And in this year, in 2026, compared to 2025, they have been punished for that approach more. When they've let an objective get low, they approach, they try and look for a fight, but the objective's already gone. They don't really get that much out of the equation. That definitely felt from Anyone's Legend like it was one of those moments where they probably should have just not called the teleport. Felt like they were looking for an angle that wasn't very easy. Kyle does have flash, could have potentially gone on to Gala there. Did have the ult as well. Didn't want to pull the trigger just yet.
Sometimes it can get a little bit tricky to full send at the Jin, of course, with the fleet footwork, the flash. Ghostblade, now got a Storm Razor as well. Yes, you've got the Hextech Ultimatum, but you have got to go very deep, I think, to secure that. A couple minutes till Dragon from be our next port of call, of course, with Gala resetting, though. Hope with that Satchel can certainly threaten a turret kill here, but I think JDG just about around in time to prevent that from being the case.
Yeah. Just yap for a minute, Sam. I've got to just add something onto the screen for the vertical.
Not a worries. I will keep on casting away. Keep an eye on our item completions. It's about a minute and a half until that Dragon, so that will be fairly key. John just got towards that Black Cleaver, as of Tarzan, so largely even there. Arm guard in for Honky, making him a little bit harder to pick off. Key, though, is the fact that Hope at these two items is very, very dangerous at this point in the game. No one really wants to tango with a full send Hope combo. Do have that arm guard, as we noted with Honky, but everyone else really will not enjoy that. Lock it from the Shen might also be a requirement to survive the upfront burst. JDG right now in the river, picking up a lot of these wards and setting up well for the Dragon AL. Want to reset and look to take back control wherever they can. A lot of these wards going down into their blue side jungle as well, making this a bit tricky. Xiaoshu looking to trade back on this bot turret as well. Shanks did just pick up that one top side, as I believe Breathe managed to get one down bottom as well. No, that was actually, sorry, apologies, that was the race for first turret earlier in the game that let that one happen.
Okay. All good. So basically, folks, if you're watching in vertical on mobile, you can just flip your phone and it goes into horizontal. So folks, if you're on mobile, you get to watch in both vertical or horizontal. Now, the thing with that is basically it allows people to, when they're scrolling through on various social media or on YouTube as well, because it's on vertical on YouTube as well, I believe, too. It just allows it a bit more discoverability, but you can watch in the normal way you will and used to, but there's a bit of a vertical scene thrown in there. Well, Sam, this JDG game, you know, I was talking about the Anyone's Legends side. Like, oh, this objective setup feels very classic AL and not such a good way. JDG on the other side, this feels like something we've seen from them a little bit. Of course, they have Tabe as their coach. And one thing which he's been pretty good at instilling into teams is waiting for that one critical team fight. There's 5 seconds on Dragon. Feels like they're waiting for it. Kyle misses that engage. I think JDG are waiting for one giant 5v5 to try and bring them back into the lead.
That's the one. They are now back in the river. Wrestle control. There's a couple good teleport wards behind there. I want to see exactly where the Gnar is at in terms of potential Mega Gnar angle. Is in that bot side lane, looking to come on in, but I think this Dragon will be gone far before really a contest can come on through. Junja is now here. It's a little early on that smite, but it's still more than clean enough for AL to get out with it. That gets them soul point.
Oh, okay.
Herald being
Wow,
sent mid, though, petrified gaze. Oh no! Goes golden, but that means there will be a Hound's Pursuit angle. He needs to flash out and does.
Hey, Honky, what was that? Walking it way too far. Gets caught by the miasma and can't flash out after that. Burns the flash and the Seekers. Lucky to get away with that one. JDG will give up the Dragon, give up some important resources for their mid laner. In Anyone's Legend, they lose a little bit of gold across the equation because they ended up losing some farm and lanes. I think they were about 2k up, now a little under 1k, so they've lost some gold across the last couple of minutes. And JDG are saying, well, you know, they're waiting for... Hang on, using the channel. We'll pause on that conversation. They want to go on to Breathe.
Breathe, now going to have to try and outplay it. Here comes the Shenel again. Bears the public execution, does land. Gives him a little bit more ability to start dashing away. The Lacerate is there, as is the Sundering Slam. And he just gets to walk out, ult for ult, basically.
And one of them is a lot shorter cooldown. You know, Vampire does not have the second level of his ultimate. Breathe does. Breathe has more cooldown. Well, I mean, they both have cooldowns, so that was a bit moot, really. But the Shen ultimate, on general, is just a longer cooldown. Xiaoshu does get individual lane lead. He'll go over 2,000 gold ahead now with the plates taken in bot lane from his opposing number. They really wanted the kill there to maybe take the full turret and force a bigger response from Anyone's Legend. Can't quite get that. JDG, I was saying that they were waiting for that one big team fight. They're yet to find a clean angle for it, though, Sam. And that does worry me a little bit, because anyone's legend, you know, it's not like they don't have their own power themselves. Hope and Shanks, if they are anywhere near a Camille engaged, they're going to slaughter the first person into the fight.
Yeah, and I also just feel as the game gets later, especially with Soul Point to their favor, I'm looking at Ambessa, Nefiri, Cassiopeia, Ziggs, all have excellent scaling. And sure, Jin, once you hit 4 items, we sort of chat about the fact that his passive comes online, he becomes a lot more of a damage threat. Yes, of course, Syndra, especially as her passive finally get through to completion, you get all those Splinters of Wrath, does become a pretty dangerous late-game champion. But I think on the whole, I prefer AL's champions individually later on than I do JDG's. It's not like JDG will be without options. Got good pick tools in pretty much everyone's kits, but I do feel like that is going to become a significant marker of difference as things like third items and level 16s become more and more prevalent in the game.
No one pay attention to me sneezing in the background there. All good. Hang on, fight on the top side. That might be more important. Teleport coming in. This looks good for JDG, Sam.
Ooh, it does as well. Remember, Baron's up and available, makes things interesting, but Breathe looks for the public execution, can't quite find it. Jun just sidesteps it. In comes the curtain call. That probably means that Breathe dies. Does get taken out well. The Scout of the Week lands onto Tarzan. Presses W, but it's pretty late. Unleashed power gets executed by the Jin. Jungle down, top down, Baron up and available.
JDG waited for the one big fight, and I think they've got it now. Tarzan dying at the end of that fight is unforgivable, Sam. Yes, losing the first person because you missed her at the wrap. Sure, I can understand that. After that, though, that is just disaster. Anyone's legend. They have Shanks, they have Hope in terms of damage, but they're still very vulnerable.
They've Hextech ultimated Vampire. I don't know how important a target he will be, down to 10%. You've still got a Ziggs on the far side. Shanks also looking to threaten with a miasma. The problem is with that big old Meganar and a threat from Honkyum is they can't really step in and contest. It's Baron for JDG and their first meaningful advantage in this game.
Yeah, they finally get a gold lead. Now, there is going to be a sole opportunity for anyone's legend in a minute and a half. So what happens here? Kyle and Breathe walk over towards Vampire, but they don't have the Zig. Well, they do have the Ziggs in range. It's just, you know, why would you want to be going on to the Shen? They don't have Nefiri in range. Cassiopeia does have teleport, but doesn't pull it. Maybe if they just pulled the same globals, they would have been fine here. Breathe doesn't have, you know, the best amount of survivability because he's down in so much gold. And then, of course, Tarzan just ends up getting blasted. Dragon up now in a minute. JDG might have their Baron buff delayed if they go for a Dragon setup. We'll see if anyone's legend chooses to just pull them around the objective and try and burn away some of that Baron buff.
Credit to Honku on that stun on Tarzan, by the way, because I think they had the control wall in the river bush. He managed to hide the stun through the wall, so I think Tarzan couldn't see it until very, very late there, but I could be wrong.
Well, definitely something to go and review back at the other side. Xiaoxi pushing in bot side. Still another 30 seconds till Dragon inner turret finally goes down. Anyone's legend. We said that, well, you know, very important what happens with this Camille. Kyle not being able to use his Hextech ultimatum very impactfully in that last fight. It's a bit of a worrying sign. I think they are much better in the skirmishes than they are in the 5v5s. I think the 5v5 is a little bit easier to play as the Shen, a little bit easier to play as the Syndra, I think, as well. Now, the Ziggs is really strong. I mean, Hope, if you get the Lance good skill shot, it's going to be kind of crazy. It's not like Jin doesn't have damage either, though. But these 3 items, no rapid fire cannon, has some lethality, has the Storm Razor infedge. That is a strong amount of auto attack damage coming out of Gala.
It is. Again, you've got the Arm Guard now in on Hope, so he's a little hard to pick off himself, but it does feel like Gala finally getting to a point where he's a genuine additional threat, especially in a game where he's largely been second best to Hope. An attempted steal with the Mega Inferno Bomb won't land. Secure there by JDG. They get themselves a second Cloud Dragon in a game where I think move speed into things like the Nefiri, into things like that Camille, would be pretty valuable here on the whole.
Dragon freely taken by JDG. Anyone's legend couldn't really burn away that much of the Baron buff. Now, the Ziggs is good wave click. You do it against the Baron for enough, though. I mean, the reason why this Baron was invented was Season 4 Ziggs. Season 5, they said, right, okay, enough of this wave clear from Ziggs, Orianna, Xerath. We'll be done with that. Minions won't die. However, you know, over time, still managed to be very good at wave clear. Good damage. Oh my god, more than just good damage. Nearly one-shot him.
They have to put the miasma down and body block well. That is enough to get Kyle out to safety there. Honku couldn't stick around for another Q, because otherwise I think he would have been full sent up by Shanks, but I appreciate the attempt on Kyle's life, and with the resets and the health bar chunks, that will be mid lane tier 1.
And with the Camille off the board, where's the threat? You really need the Camille in good position to land and engage Vampire. Maybe walking up a bit too far there. I was a little bit worried, because, of course, Tarzan has good damage by himself. I mean, the Nefiri does tend to scale a bit better on average than the Lee Sin. Lee Sin has better playmaking opportunity for the rest of his team, but Nefiri brings the actual damage, which is very, very scary. Ziggs back out onto the map, and that's what Honky.
Oh!
Shanks is just dead. They've just managed to kill the Cassiopeia.
Okay, so they get the Mega Inferno Bomb to largely clear the wave. Won't quite be enough as yet. I think they can save this turret nonetheless. I have no idea what the setup was there, but I'm assuming scatter the weak because Honky was involved. That just allowed for the full long-range assassination and deletion, and a flash from Gala to secure it. I guess we'll
Another
find out
stun landing.
shortly.
Honky getting that onto
my
the
God.
Ziggs. Oh, just about getting out with the flash. Goes golden.
Whoa!
I don't think it'll save him.
It won't. Junja burns his own flash. It won't matter. They get another JDG. These late game picks have been crisp. Breathe steps in and clears out the wave. Another stun onto Tarzan. Into a flash over the wall. Honku isn't missing.
And on the other side,
gonna find some more on top of this.
Flies in, misses the stun, gets cancelled out by the Mega Gnar. Sam, this has gone from an even game into game ending within a handful of minutes. Honku landing scatter after scatter into death. Honku, the butt of the joke in the early game, almost one-shots Shanks, gets one auto attack from Gala to finish him off. This should be the end of the game.
Pick into pick into pick, and they'll try and get the petrifying gaze to buy some time, but Shanks is dead. Honku gets another, and suddenly AL looking at their Nexus turrets in despair. Have they got any way to stop this? Of course they don't. It's a low HP Samort Camille against the full might of JDG. The Mega Inferno Bomb does bring low Honku, but it will not save the Nexus, and JDG picks into Baron, picks through the mid lane, and the game ends in the blink of an eye.
Well, that's one way to finish a game, Sam. That's one way to finish a game. Really, that pick in topside, which led through to the Baron, is the way the game truly ended. But the way that JDG kind of just bided their time and said, we just need one moment, and then we'll be good. That's something which JDG have done very well at in the LPL. And I think anyone's legend with a new top player who's clearly a little bit off the rhythm of the team in terms of how he's playing in side lane, didn't manage to get enough value in that game. Breathe. He did okay at surviving when he was in bad situations, but it's a problem that he was in bad situations in the first place. Falling so far behind meant that the Ambassador couldn't be the threat that they needed to be. And it felt like JDG, just much more calm, much more patient, found their moment and executed so well when the opportunity presented itself.
I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. I think as we then got later on, it's actually the stun combos between the Syndra and the Jhin, just fishing with those deadly flourishes, fishing with those scout of the weeks. You land it onto one person, and you got late enough that the follow-up skill shot was nearly always death.
No, Honky, real credit to him. Bad early game, great stuns in the late game. The Syndra stuns effectively ended the game. I think they probably would have been winning the game anyway after that Baron, but just the way that it ended in that form, great play from Honky. Great to see him bounce back from what was a very difficult early game. And anyone's legend, once again, brought that back down to earth. Some good play out of that jungle support. We talked about their jungle support and how excited I was to see them play like this. If if jungle support could get out on the map early.
Yeah,
that's not the end of the story though. It's great that they got the early kills onto Tarzan, but what's your game-winning factor? What actually ends the game? I think the draft did not help Sam. I think that just having the Camille in terms of engage does not help you in terms of the team fights, and clearly Anyone's Legend did not execute well enough in late game.
Yeah, I wonder whether a Rise might have been an option here for Shanks just to give you a bit more point-and-click CC. Again, obviously, they set the Cassiopeia up well, but as the game went on, it felt like she was really struggling to threaten with the Petrifying Gaze, and JDG just actually played it pretty cleanly there. Credit to Gala for the recovery, credit to Honky for the recovery, and then obviously, I think Vampire and Junjo just proved to be slightly more playmaking in the mid-game. And obviously, early game, we're seeing right now from the highlights, it was great stuff from AL, but they just kind of lost momentum.
Yeah. I mean, this is the kind of game, if you're a JDG fan, like, you breathe a sigh of relief and you go, okay, all right, so they're still the same team that executes well in mid. Like, that was a really bad flag. That was quite poor. Now, Honky made a bunch of errors in early game. Credit to him, though. Didn't allow him to rock his performance in later on. Reminds me of, like, Messi in the World Cup when he'd miss a penalty and still go on to have a fantastic game. It's actually quite hard to do that. When you make those big mess-ups in front of a big crowd, you're like, oh, maybe I'll just play more reserve now. Obviously didn't do that here, Honky. Nor am I calling Honky Messi. Messi is a world above. There are levels to this. But hey, Honky's not bad either. I also saw the CFO emote.
Clip it, guys. Stick it on socials.
I saw the CFO emote pop up at the end on the Nexus 2. Good to see that from Junja and Honky. Wasn't sure exactly which one. I think it was Junja who popped that one up. Okay, right. I'm going to put an ad break on because my Twitch is yelling at me to put on ad breaks anyway. And then we'll get ready for game 2. We have a spreadsheet we can fill in, Sam. Do you want to think about that as well?
Yeah, let's do that. I think... that up.
It'll be on the second tab.
Indeed, indeed. Is it on day 2? Yes, it is. There you go, JDG.
Okay, yeah, we have... Basically, folks, we're going to do a game-by-game spreadsheet. I actually linked this out on my Twitter. But basically, we have a... Oh, I'm going to have to change this every time, aren't I? So I'm going to have to go to this. Yeah, but basically, we have a... this thing. Which is a spreadsheet where we basically put down some notes about each of our players, and basically means that we can just look back and get a quick refresher on some of these. Now, I'm probably going to change the format for this. We'll probably figure that out as we go along. But hey, I figured, you know, the big notes I had from this game, just in terms of shorthand notes, I think the Honkyu's disrespectful early game, but great late game was very key. Oh, hey, Rygon as well, over from YouTube chat. Hey, good to see you. Xiaoxi gets player of the game, good from him.
Yeah.
You probably can't give it to Honkyu because he inted early so hard. Xiaoxu did get a ton of gold and he outlaned Breathe. I understand it. Honkyu is the reason the game ended. Xiaoxu was the best player across the average, though.
He was.
I wonder if Nymaera is doing Umusume auto training as LPL goes on. You don't get to call me out like that. Yes, I am.
Yes, but I say I know they are because I know exactly how Alex.
No, so it's auto training, Sam. So it basically means that you just, like, your Uma trains itself in the background. You just set it up and it'll just keep going. It's very good for parent runs and stuff. But yes, I have currently got a Saiyan Sky run just running in the background. Don't you worry about that. No, I got it covered. Good luck to all Uma players on your light hello, Agnes Tachyon pulls, by the way. That banner is very, very important if you're planning on pulling at all for Uma. So good luck for you Uma players out there. Mic punch, yeah, I did the mic punch. Sam's not here, so I have to punch the mic myself, you know?
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah. Sam has the, like, now he's gone on to different, like, he's in his artistic era of mic punching. He has to have, like, phone buzzers on the table. He's got to have, like, drinks clacks on the table as well.
I've evolved from this.
Yeah. Oh, God. Red card to Kyle for ganking level 1. AL must play 4 players next game. Hey, well, this is the thing about Camille. This is why I also hated Camille jungle as well, where Camille could start E level 1 and just gank a random lane, force a flash, or get a kill at level 1, walk into the jungle, full clear, go to Scuttle Crab, kill it in an insta one-shot. Camille jungle is one of the most degenerate champions in the game. I hated that champion so much. But yeah, we're gonna go put some notes onto this spreadsheet. Let me have a think about the other side of this as well. So when I'm thinking about, say, you probably do have to mention first game.
Yeah.
Not great.
Al, I'm gonna run and get myself another coffee, so I will back in a second or two.
Okay, I think that one should probably wrap it up for Breathe. But basically, he shouldn't have been in the bad spots he was in. Tarzan had a pretty good early game. But, yeah, Tarzan had a pretty good early game, but it wasn't... It wasn't anything... He had his ult cancelled too many times. I'll just leave that for AL in terms of the notes. They just late setup for objectives all the time. It really annoys me. By the way, Greybuster, thanks for the follow. Ice Cyclops, thanks for the follow. Thita, thank you for the follow as well. And Zephyr, thanks for the follow. I appreciate all of you. Thank you, everyone, for doing that. Anything else I want to lock in here? Shanks was... Yeah, I mean, like, it sucks for Kyle. I actually don't think he was bad. I just think that he had to do too much in that composition, you know? Can someone fill me in on the bin drama? Basically because of stuff which happened at MSI and the other tournament. I think things fell apart between him and his teammates. There's been a lot said on social media, including stuff like, well, comments might have been made about like Shun's parents or something like that. I don't think Shun has a very good relationship with his parents, so there was like quite an insensitive comment towards like, well, why aren't they turning up to the games to support you? That was my understanding of what I saw. Again, I'm seeing people translate it secondhand. I don't know how much of this is true, and it's completely true, but this is what I am seeing, at least. It's obviously quite distressing to see all of that. Oops, that's the wrong thing. That's the fraud wall. Oops, my bad. Bin is a toxic teammate. I think basically as the performances got worse, it was harder to excuse that. Well, excuse stuff, Okay, I've put the outbreak on. Well, folks, when Sam gets back, I'll trade out with him. Oh, hang on, we'll listen to this.
刚刚的比赛真的是太精彩了，相信各位召唤师们看的也是热血沸腾啊！现在我身边已经聚集了很多战队的粉丝们，没错，那么现在就要进行我们的互动环节了。现在就轮到我来考考大家了。那我们今天这个题啊也是非常的简单，它的规则叫做是谁的台词。给大家简单介绍一下，会在大屏幕上呢播放我们英雄的台词或者说技能的音效。在听到声音后，也请大家从大屏幕上展示的4个英雄头像中选出你认为正确的那一位，是不是非常简单？好，相信各位已经准备就绪了，那我们正式开始挑战。那么先来第一题，那我请到我身边这位小姐姐吧。好，你准备好了吗？没有吗？没有的话，可能要错失这个机会了。再给你一次机会，准备好了吗？
我怕我不记得了。
没事，我会给你提示的。来吧，我们挑战一下，请听题。
在另一条时间线里，那么做是对的。
这个是不是很简单？感觉大家都已经知道了。这个谜题在谜面上，时间什么？等一下，快思考一下。没事，不要着急，这个非常简单。时间，想到你为英雄，时间刺客。对，没关系，可能稍微有点紧张，没关系。那么这个
在另一条时间线里，
没事，我们稍休息一下。
艾克，
哇，艾克，恭喜你回答正确。好，那送上我们的精美小礼品一份。好，那我们来到下一题，第2题。那么请这位召唤师吧。来，准备好了吗？
准备好了。
OK， 请听题。
死亡如风，同伴如神。
哇塞，秒答。
肯定是 A 亚索。
哇塞，这个是直接秒答，在我们地暗射精答出来，恭喜你回答正确。那我们来最后一道题目，那请到这位召唤师吧。来，请听题。
那些痛苦会把你活埋的小呢，放过自己吧。
给你个小提示，新英雄。
默克。
恭喜你，看来也是我们的老玩家了，回答正确。那也再一次感谢我们召唤师们参与，也感谢由傲风提供的精美礼品。那现在让我们目光聚焦在舞台上，把时间交还给解说席。
Okay, cool. Close towards our second game now in the series. Just waiting for Sam to get back, and then we'll get to it. Do we have a curse where if you stop watching for whatever reason, the team you cheer, SSR? Well, I don't know what that means. The team you cheer for whatever reason throws, you come back looking befuddled and stupid. That is definitely a thing. We know that as a caster curse. We know that as a caster curse. Yeah, that's been a thing every so often. Yeah, we are aware of such a thing. Oh man. By the way, folks, for those of you who are watching right now, for the next 3 days, we're going to have 3 series days. So we're going to have earlier starts. So the first game of the day will be 2 hours earlier than it would have been today or yesterday as well. So for instance, within Europe, the first game would have happened at 11. But for the next 3 days in Europe, it will be starting at 9 a.m. Yep. I love 3 series days. Thing is though, I enjoy them from like watching the game standpoint. I don't enjoy them in terms of like the encroachment upon my brain power. When I get to the end of a week after like 3 9-game days back to back, I do somewhat cease to exist, you know. Oh god. What are my thoughts on EWC? Now I've talked about this on my socials. I am not part of EWC for moral reasons. I talk about this a fair amount on my Discord server. I talk about this a fair amount on stream. I don't put it as much on my socials because, again, I feel like it's a different crowd there, and I think things can get taken out of context. I do somewhat understand. I can understand how someone could arrive at the conclusion of participating in EWC as a talent side, because the money's got to come from somewhere, maybe there's a sense of inevitability that it actually doesn't matter if you take a stand or not. But I don't do that event because of moral reasons. And again, I'll talk more about that off of like official co-streams and stuff. Who's playing for top? Who's playing top for Bin? It'll be Wenbo, I believe, starting the series today. I think that's, yeah. But Anyone's Legend is Breathe. Breathe is playing for Anyone's Legend. You just played first game. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Anyway, I hope that answers your questions there. But yeah, for BLG, who are playing second series, I think Wenbo, their LDL top laner, will be playing for this game 1. Is Wenbo any good? I've heard good stuff about it from people who have watched like the development leagues and stuff. Although the development leagues it's quite hard to actually watch the games now is the problem. But yeah, Sam's not back yet. We're about to get into draft, and I would have quite liked to drink. So I don't know where Sam is, but he's taking a bit of an extended break there. So I might have to take a break as we get into game. That is what it is. Yeah, it looks like chat's got you covered in terms of that question. I think Hope was a bigger issue, in my opinion, but it's true. Flandre has issues with adapting to this meta. I think you have to change one of Hope or Flandre stylistically, and when you're not in a lane swap meta. Holy moly, this is new. Yeah, we have vertical streaming for the first time, Ghost. We have vertical streaming, which should be pretty cool. Yep. So vertical streaming is a thing we'll be doing. Hopefully you'll enjoy that. For those of you who do watch in, it's better for discoverability is the big thing. Bigger for discoverability. But yes, you want to put a bet on 2027 BLG Doran? Well, they'd have to completely change the style they play. It's just, yeah. I mean, even if they change away from Bin, you probably have to change away from the style that you play. All right, we're into draft for game 2. Hopefully Sam will be back shortly. I guess I'll turn his camera off for now. Right, let's get into game number 2, or at least the draft for it. So, game 1, I think that Anyone's Legend made a big mistake in just having one form of engage. It's very risky to play singular engage because you just mark the one engage champion, or you chunk him out, or you make sure that you're playing on a different part of the map, and you're pretty safe on the whole. I think JDG did that for long enough, and ended up overcoming Anyone's Legend with some great late game picks after the Camille couldn't really engage in the way she wanted to. Rise taken off the table, Nocturne taken off the table. What are our big power picks? Rumble wasn't picked or banned in the last game. That's up and available. That one's very powerful. Do we have any... Hit the mic again. Oh, I'm telling you, it's the spirit of Sam. It's telling me to punch the microphone, I tell you. Galio last ban. Now that's interesting. Galio last ban. Now Shanks is a big player of it, and Imperial Mandate does make the champion very strong. It does. Surprised to see that banned out though. Surely Galio's not that kind of priority, is it? Vi's locked in. Means that you can't go for a Vi Galio composition, but still surprised. You can go for a Trundle build. I think Victor's good. Victor's fine. If you just end up building a Zhonya's at some point, you're fine. They go for the Jarvan. Junja is a very good Jarvan player. The only time he's really lost on this is either internationally or against BLG. BLG tend to punish his Jarvan a fair amount, but he's a very good Jarvan player. It's one of his best champions for sure. Appreciate this new spreadsheet thing you're doing. Hey, well, hopefully it means that people can look back through it and just get a bit of a refresher and it's not going to be that in-depth. It's not going to replace watching the games, but if you've watched them already, hopefully it'll help you remember what happened in some of those key moments. Galio ban could mean Lock. I'm not so sure about that one, really. I'm not sure how Lock would play into Victor anyway. Victor is one of the best, like, trading mages in mid lane. If you go into melee range against a Victor, Victor is the most likely mage most of the time to beat you out on that. Lucian, Millie locked in for Hook Kyle. So there's a bit of a pressure bot lane. Kyle not given that much agency here. Tarzan the engaged threat. Oh, I hear the microphone being bopped about. So I think Sam's back. How's it going, Sam?
Yep, fine. Sorry, I got a little bit delayed chatting technical things.
Okay, well, it meant that I couldn't get a drink at the break, Sam, so I'll go do that after draft.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me know about that stuff. You gotta do that next time. Rumble locked in. It's away from the Vi, which is important. You have Jarvan and Rumble. Anyone's Legends still need to combo up something with the Vi here.
That will be the question, won't it? Got a couple options. Normally, recently, it's been things like that Cassiopeia, of course, that was used in game 1. They banned the Rise themselves. Can still look for something like the Ahri, of course. They want to go that route. Kali as well has been a consideration in the current meta.
Yeah, the problem is if you lock the Ahri, you're going Ahri into Victor, which is one of her worst matchups. I would prefer Aurora, I guess. I guess you could still go something like Annie. You've already mentioned the Akali. I'd prefer that as well into the Victor. The Ahri, for me, it would provide the extra CC you want. They might still go for it, but I don't love putting Shanks into a losing lane versus Honkyu, who's really good on Victor, Sam. He's really good on this champion.
He is. That Akali ban away from Shanks. Want to ban out last here. The Xayah, of course, removed from Gala. I wonder whether it just has to be a Kai'Sa ban here as a comfort ban against Gala, who has really been defaulting back to it. That static Shiv Rageblade build that's become all the rage over the last couple of weeks at MSI and beyond has definitely been a consideration. Instead, it'll be the Nautilus, which is another one of those champions.
Is that the Kalista build, the Shiv Rageblade thing?
Yeah, basically. Basically, it feels like globally that's just been the choice.
Did you say Xayah was building that?
No, Kai'Sa.
Kai'Sa, right, gotcha. Because I thought you were talking about the Xayah ban there. I actually hadn't seen that. I mean, Kai'Sa's already kind of built that. In fact, she was the first person to build that build, I suppose. Allows us better wave control, amongst other things. Okay, JDG is locking in bot lane now. Okay, so the Caitlyn now could be Caitlyn Bard, could be Caitlyn Lux, although the CC combos are worse into Milio because Milio eventually cleansed it. Doesn't help you for the first bit of the game, though, the Milio, because you need your ultimate to cleanse that off. Now, I wouldn't mind a Twisted Fate here from anyone's Legend. Silas also not a bad angle with the Chaos Storm, with the Cataclysm, particularly. The Equalizer's okay, but you don't have the burn items to make the most of it. The Silas, if you can make it through lane, is really powerful here.
That might be the consideration here. Shanks debating a couple different options. Had a good start to the game on the Cassiopeia. Struggled to convert that, though, into a meaningful mid-game set of plays and kind of just got outvalued by Honkyu and Gala as the game went on. AL in general just kind of felt like they ran out of options a little bit late to objectives, not particularly proactive on the map in any meaningful way. Pick for them, likely for Breathe. They want to lock in towards that top side and the Rumble.
Ooh, okay, this isn't a bad idea, actually. It's okay at, like, providing a front line. Jarvan hates playing into heavy tanks. There's only the one of them. The Ornn gives you the extended engage range versus two immobile champions in the Victor and the Rumble, and even the Caitlyn with the E doesn't love playing into Ornn. In fact, Ornn was one of the better answers into Caitlyn way back in the heyday of Ornn of, like, what, Season 6 onwards, really. Lux gets locked in. It will be worse in late game, but in laning phase, pretty damn good. And Vampire's had, you know, he's had 2 games which stick out to memory to me, and he might have only had 2 or 3 games in his career. One was very, very good, and the other one was very, very bad. So he's had one of each, really, at this point. See which one turns out today. You have also given a final spark over to Silas as well. We have ourselves, of course, the lore rivalry / whatever the hell is going on between Silas and Lux. So go into an ad break, folks, and we'll see you in game. And Sam, I'm going to run off to get myself a drink, so you're going to have to take the helm for just a bit.
That's not a problem at all, folks. JDG with the zone control, with the theoretical range, but there's a lot of ways for AL. Alex was just noting to really close that distance. Vi, Silas, the Ornn, had in a culling. Very, very dangerous indeed. I think I still prefer JDG's comp in terms of just the ease of execution. Get to the river first, feel pretty happy about it. Can play through lane well. Strong scaling. Feels like a pretty well-rounded comp here. As anyone's Legend, you need to pull that trigger and pull it effectively, or it's going to feel pretty difficult. I think they have got more limited ways to play out the game. How will Vampire land ult with his locked cam? Yeah, okay, fair enough. That is true. Allegedly, Vampire is a locked cam player. Still managed to make himself one of the best supports in the LPL, but it was definitely something that had myself and Alex raising our eyebrows, especially on support where map movement and map awareness can be pretty important. Hello, Nymaera Initialise, good to see you. Sorry I didn't catch you at Paris, but I saw you went to watch Knight and crew disappoint us entirely, throwing 6,000 gold leads. Slightly different luck here, of course, with JDG and AL. Slight shifts on there. We'll have a listen into those Gyos. It's just roaming down here. Might have to hold on as they are going to look at this one. Gala forced to burn the barrier. The abscond, the abduct, Vampire in danger. Just about gets to walk away, but that's a barrier in the heel and a lot of health bars down. Hope also lost a fair amount of his HP too, it's worth noting. And it means that Shanks isn't in lane at the level 1. Could be a tough time. He's going to lose a minion, 2 in fact, to that wave, that turret, alongside a lot of experience. He's going to get 2 of the minions in the first wave, and that's it. Going to try and jump onto Honku nonetheless and just try and trade for some HP. But every minion for Honku, only 2 of them for Shanks is kind of tough. At least got it ranged for a fair amount of the XP, but that's not exactly the most fun for this poor Silas. Shanks again steps forward. Good knock up there with the abduct. They keep trading well. Gets another Kingslayer. The Conqueror stack. Gonna back out on this one again. As the Silas, you often do want to trade your health bar as well. Junja on this invade, continuing to try and split this map. Will pick up this Gromp. I believe already stolen away that blue buff. You can see on the other side, Tarzan has made the opportunity, or taken the opportunity to invade on the other side as well. So it should be a split of maps. But again, that means that Caitlyn Lux being isolated with no support incoming from the Vi puts Hope and Kyle in a tricky position despite the early attempts on Gala and Vampire. Hope does manage to shift forward, has the ability to get some damage back with the relentless pursuit, but Gala trades well with his own headshot combo. Tarzan now mid though. Honku, you had to have an idea about this flash. For Flash, misses the abduct. Gravity field is good. Shanks does have no flash, and Honku gets to walk away. Gets away with it. If those chains had landed, that was a dead Victor. Not sure about that one, it must be said. From Honku, who I think was lucky to get away with that one. Still, doesn't die. Is able to walk out safely. Shanks down about 10 CS right now. Be able to teleport back in and pick up some of this wave. See exactly where that CS discrepancy ends up leveling out. Reset came in from Hope, but again, because Gala and Vampire have been isolated despite that level 1 look-in from Shanks, have managed to find themselves a significant advantage from the laning phase. So, 700 gold lead to JDG. Find themselves comfortable in these early stages. Shanks does pick up a fair amount of this wave. Nice step forwards there from Hope, but the route there with the light binding prevents too much follow-up. Vampire will be able to reset here as Gala are about to get back to lane, so we'll be happy enough with that one. Vampire, their first proper reset.
I see that mid lane has some shenanigans happening.
It did indeed. So, just to give you a heads up, the level 1 in particular was pretty spicy. Junja went for an invade, so managed to split the map in favor of the Caitlyn and the Lux, which isolated Hope and Kyle. However, Shanks at the level 1 basically roamed down and blew the barrier, blew the heal from Gala and Vampire, but meant he dropped a fair amount of the first wave in mid. They did have then Tarzan, who would split the map vertically on the other side, come for a level 3 gank onto Honku, and Honku was lucky to get away with his life. Shanks couldn't quite land the abscond abduct to follow up on the Vi engage, so Honku just about squeaked out with about an auto's worth of health available to him.
Well, those tight margins. JDG just playing through lane, looks like. No Shashi's fine against Breathe. Breathe staying even in this lane, it's not bad for the Ornn, right? The Ornn will have team fight impact. It's not like the Rumble doesn't, though. It is Rumble Jarvan. I think both these top laners, it's okay to exist in lane and then impact team fights later. Honky wants a dominant lane on the victories. Just about gotten that, really. Bot lane, 20 CS up. Yes, they are doing the Caitlyn thing, and they're achieving it well there. So anyone's legend need to make sure this doesn't get any worse than it does. But the problem is they've blown the shotgun shell of the Vi flash gank. The Vi flash gank is where you really have power in the early game. And if you don't get value with that, then it feels a lot worse. Hook jumping forwards. Get a little bit of a trade down there. Vampire still has the Q. Not cast it just yet. Tarzan over the wall. If he walks too far, potentially get hit that Vi Q over the wall. Oh, Vampire going down. Hope flashing forwards. Gets over the skill shot. Gala taking more damage. Another Q comes through. Gala will live this time. And AL walk away with just the 1 kill. Oh, you still there, Sam? How's things going over there?
They are fine. You saved me from a coughing fit,
Oh,
so I
perfect.
appreciate
Fantastic.
you there, mate.
Well, we have another fight in bot side, potentially. Ginger walking up.
Indeed.
Doesn't hit the combo there. Here comes Shanks on the side. Has the Cataclysm and puts them both in
Oh,
the baby gate.
not
The Chaos Storm is not
anymore.
enough. Ginger just comboing back in, choosing to continue. The
Hang
fight
on.
doesn't get the kill. Flashes away.
Does indeed. The damage is solid enough there, but will not quite be able to get more than just the 1. But Honky being down is kind of rough. The decent amount of damage back from Vampire. Hope able to squeak out alongside Tarzan on the Vi. Here's only that support luck. So in the end, AL get away with the pick and manage to make that hijack Cataclysm sing for him.
Well, and that bot lane play is arguably more important. I don't think there was good reason for Vampire to walk up that close to Fog of War. I understand you maybe just don't think the Vi will be there, but you don't need to put things at risk, right? Equalize the throwing down in top side. Breeze still has his own ultimate to cast if he wants to use it for wave clear. Bot lane dying like that is definitely not what you want to see. Lucian is going to come back into lane. Didn't get a great reset, though, so is losing a plate on bot tower and bits and pieces of that wave. Tarzan's going to hit level 6 off of his red buff. Then he can get active again. We'll have flash and ult available. Power point for the Vi now.
It's the 1. Still, it stands AL with the early save. They had fallen behind a fair amount of gold, but we saw this last game as well, where this wasn't the point of the game where they started fumbling. It was more that 15-minute mark. We hit the mid-game, and it just felt like they didn't really know what to do. They were late to objectives. They weren't able to make very many proactive moves around Kyle, and things just fell apart for them from there. We'll see whether because they've got a lot more go buttons this time around, things feel a little bit easier for them. They certainly simplified that. Again, I will say, I think I still personally prefer JDG's comp, just in terms of it's easier to execute. I think for AL, you pull that trigger and you better pull it well, or it's kind of over for them.
Yeah, anyone's legend. Evening up that early game gold lead now. Dragon up in 4 minutes. Of course, the last one taken very recently. Krub's coming up soon. JDG, you'd imagine, with the Rumble pushing lane there, rotating the Caitlyn up, will have priority over that objective. Ginger at the level 6. Tarzan at level 6. Both junglers at a real point of power.
Be the 1. Shanks pick up the wave in mid. Enough with that one. Grub's being considered. Be able to come on over and try and smite for it. It's Junji who picks that one up. The second smite will be available for Tarzan. See whether he wants to blow it here early. I think not, with JDG backing away. Vampire does have that ability for a final spark if they so choose. Won't burn it quite yet. Gala, though, looking to try and trap Breathe in the pit. They do get that light binding, but it is the Ornn. Not the simplest target. Tarzan finds the Vault Breaker. Cease and desist. Ornn comes flying. The Ornn, and the Ram Jam gets on down. And indeed, they will be spread on some cataclysmic butter. Pick up that additional kill. Breathe now needs to start backing away as the Arcane Storm is there. The Ace in the Hole is body blocked by Kyle, but that potentially is a risky choice. He ends up taking quite a lot of HP. Siphon Power, not enough to get the kill. Xiaoshu's here in mid lane, but not really going to be able to find anything like an equalizer angle.
Yeah, that was pretty good contest from anyone's legend, all things said and done. Junja EQ'd out of the Vi ultimate, great from him, and then Cataclysm through the Ornn ultimate, just out of position, too far forwards, too much damage from anyone's legend. It's a good kill combo from them. In terms of the overall grubs, I actually didn't see which way they entirely went, Sam, to be honest. We'll have to see when the role quests get completed to see who got each of them in totality. Tarzan pulling the trigger well with Breathe. Vi Ornn, nasty combo, very long-range follow-up in anyone's legend. Do love themselves some of that long-range follow-up. They tried to play it in game 1. Didn't work that well for them. I think it hurt that they had inconsistent sole form of engage in the Camille. Like, Camille support, great in the early game. If the only form of engage, though, does very much struggle, though. I'll stop the recall there. We can Shanks onto Honky. But I think with the Ornn and the Vi, Both of them are such good engage. And even Shanks, right? You can jump forwards and be his own engaged threat too. All three of them jumping forwards for aggressive angles means that anyone's Legend do have multiple ways to threaten JDG, and that will help them much more compared to game 1.
No, I agree with you on that one. I said no, it's the wrong additional affirmation. But still, see whether AL with these kills can convert this into anything more. Again, the gold isn't really ballooning any reasonable way as yet. But hey, they have picked a few setups. Tarzan in a good position here in this game. Do something here.
Yeah, weird one, there's no grub counter. So the grub counter comes up after the role quests are done. They're just not both there at the same time, which is where you can sometimes get things a little bit amiss, which is where sometimes I end up missing track of the exact score. Of course, JDG started them up in Anyone's Legend, then kind of like came over to contest after, I believe was the case.
Yeah.
For that one.
Should be 2 for 1 for AL if memory serves.
Gotcha, cool. So JDG getting close to their first items, as is Anyone's Legend, very close in the gold overall. Because Hope got that 1 kill means that he's not completely out of sight in this bot lane matchup. And of course, Lucian, once you get into mid lane, mid-game with Lucian Milio, you can very much outtrade the Caitlyn Lux if you're on, you know, decent item parity. Because if you get hit by that Lux Q, just cleanse out and kill anyway. Your culling is the real game changer between these two different champions. The Milio Campfire as well, giving you some extra auto attack range to help get that extra auto on target compared to the Caitlyn as well, who often gets the power of the Caitlyn is that when you walk up, she gets an auto attack just before you do, and when you walk away, she gets an extra auto attack because she's longer range as well. That tends to be the value of having slightly longer auto attack range. Recalling on vision there, they'll spot that as the minions aggro them. Anyone's Legend, JDG, shelling out for a little bit now, Sam.
That's exactly it. And again, I think as the game goes later, just good damage there onto Vampire, who got stopped on the reset, recalling on a ward, but really lead to all that much. It's 10% of the HP bar. It's just the interrupt on the reset. Hang on, still engaged there from Shanks. Stolen Arcane Storm. Does get some damage down onto Honky, but Honky's able to reset and return the favor somewhat.
Yeah, it's good damage there. Shanks, credit to him. You know, the Silas versus Victor matchup's not the easiest thing, and this is Shanks who ended up losing a lot of that farm early, right? To flip bot lane a little bit more in his lane's favor. He's doing quite well, actually, with that in mind. Even in gold, given the matchup in that situation, makes a difference. Barrier popped for Gala. I don't think Hope did the same. I think that was the Milio shield there. Dragon started by JDG. Do Anyone's Legend want to contest? Shanks quite low HP, but could just steal the Cataclysm and see what he can get away with. Going up for the contest now. Hope and Kyle going towards the bot side of River. Gala and Vampire potentially pinched in. Here comes Tarzan over the wall.
Does get on in. There's the cease and desist to follow. Gala's annihilated, as is Vampire bot lane. Cease and deceased indeed. Throw down the Cataclysm to buy some time, but Junja gets punched in the face repeatedly by the Vi. In comes Xiaoshu, but they're just wrecked. It's an ace. Everyone but Honkyu falls to the hands of Anyone's Legend. They'll get a plate or two mid, but it will not pay for the lives of the rest of the team.
I don't think JDG respected that Shanks could actually engage. I think they thought, oh, he's too low HP, he won't be coming down, but he drops off a vision, and even though he's half HP, he can still do the work. Anyone's Legend get themselves the dragon. I don't think they thought that Shanks was going to contest. At this HP, maybe they thought, oh, he'll back off. I think that's a bad decision if that is indeed the case. Great double engage. This is the difference between game 1 and game 2. You have multiple forms of engage. Get the Vi and the Silas into the backline. Slam dunk. Great angle by Shanks and crew.
And you see the follow-up there. Very, very strong. Vi just gets to sit there and punch at the Jarvan. And if you do get to the point where Vi stacks her passive and the Conqueror, things get tricky. Ornal hits onto Gala. I don't think he's got anything left in the tank to even consider surviving. And he's taken down for the second time this game.
Nice stuff from Anyone's Legend there again. Tarzan 3-0 and 5-1. 100% kill participation on the Vi. First pick champion, working wonders for Anyone's Legend. JDG not been able to keep him off the map. You know, Junja invaded early, tried to get ahead of Tarzan, did very well in the first game as well, actually, to make sure he had the farm advantage. Hope taking a nasty trade there. Hope turning it around, though. Cullen coming through. Victor going low, but not dead.
Does get away with it just about. AL 2,000 gold lead now in the advantage, despite, again, them getting all the early kills. It wasn't leading to a big lead in terms of gold. No one's taken a turret yet, by the by, but the problem is JDG, they've gone for a team that should be getting pressure in lane, should be snowballing through the objectives. Some critical fumbles in these skirmish and fights have really put them in a difficult position now, I think.
Yeah, being 2k behind against a team which can snap engage onto you so effectively, and with JDG playing a composition that wanted to get ahead in lane and stay ahead, this is looking pretty critical now. I don't think this is the kind of game where, like in game 1, you can kind of wait for that one fantastic team fight. I think there are too many ways that anyone's legend can collapse on you very quickly. I don't think JDG will have that same win condition as game 1, and hopefully, Sam, that means we get to have a very fun game 3 between these teams, because I think JAL are in a very comfortable spot. I'm hoping that we get a third deciding game now at this point.
That'll be it. That will be it. AL desperate to try and make sure that this converts into something more if they can ensure that this rate of play keeps going. But again, I'm reminded rather of how things were in the last game, where they got the significant leads and then couldn't really make things stick as the game got later. They were turning up to objectives late. They were unable to make significant plays as the Baron spawned and gave that up for free and gave JDG the mid-late game that allowed them to come back into the game. And I'm still aware that's very much a possibility here.
Carson over the wall, level advantage onto Junjo. Does he ult through now that EQ's down? Yeah, he does actually. Hope can jump in range. Looks Q landing. The fight starts to evolve.
That's the one. Damage comes on in. Tarzan melted, just about survived the blast shield. Ace in the hole, body blocked by the Milio is good. Junja in danger, the abscond, the abduct. Just about got over the wall with the flag and drag, so it isn't turned into anything more. But again, JDG just can't win a skirmish. 9-0 is the kill score right now.
Yeah, Tarzan's pulling the trigger really, really well. Now, in another game, I think that would have got him killed jumping in that far. Because he's so far ahead, he's kind of afforded this extra degree where you can just jump forwards into a Lux Q, into as much CC as you want, and we'll probably make it out okay most of the time. Anyone's legend yet to give up a kill in this game, Sam. They're currently deathless. They've given up a tower, so it's not, you know, perfect game standard or anything close to that. But Anyone's legend, very strong game, and I think a much better composition compared to game 1. I think game 1 just left them with so little options to engage, and despite the fact that they did play well through jungle support early into that game, didn't quite have the sticking power to engage later on. Chaos Storm on top side, dashed away from by Shanks to make sure he doesn't get stuck in that gravity field and potentially killed.
Shoved through mid a little bit here from JDG, and at least it's only 2,000 odd gold different. Look, the kill score might give JDG a different kind of thought process, but hey, they're the one with a turret, whereas AL don't have any of those yet. It's only one dragon apiece, so AL, I will say I'm a little nervous about the fact that, look, the flashy stuff on screen has been good, but I do need them to convert this into a win condition at some point, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the argument I'd have for this one is that actually just being ahead in gold against a team that's meant to be ahead in lane is already a win condition, in a way. They've already taken one dragon. It's not like JDG have managed to stack it against them. They have an Ornn that's starting to scale up as well. That'll give them some extra late game. It's not like the Silas, I think, falls off in this... What the hell happened there with that E? What? Excuse me? Oh, that's the Ornn bug. BB had that in LEC. Yeah. Macro, so funnily enough, Macro was in the League Arena tournament for Doms I was casting yesterday. By the way, go check that out. By the way, it was very fun. I got to cast Moist Critical in a League of Legends tournament. How crazy is that, by the way?
How do you do?
Not great, Sam. I'm not going to lie, not great. They had one really good game where they finished second in one of the lobbies. He was playing Zyra, so I approve of that on Arena. I think it's the best Arena champion of all time. Zyra is utterly broken with that. Gets the knock up here. Junja is over the wall. Doesn't manage to get Tarragon to him just quite. Breathe might have to flash out a bit, but he's a pretty tanky boy.
When is his Bellows Breath? I mean, they just can't have the damage yet. They get him down to about a third. The teleport's coming. There'll be a searing charge away. Xiaoxi with the equalizer. It's flashed someone away from them. Flashing in for this. And the pillar interrupts the flag and drag. Ornhorn comes on forward. He will fall, but I give credit to Breathe. That was very nearly an excellent escape, but it bought so much time. There will be a play into the mid lane to at least get that tier 1.
Dude, that's insane. I think if Breathe presses his R like half a second earlier, that's genuinely like a god tier outplay. Vampire nearly
just about survives
as well. Anyone's legend. They will lose top lane turret. They do lose the kill there. They're going to lose some plates on top side as well. But the Herald push in mid lane is still strong from Anyone's legend. So it's not like they're without an answer on the other side of the map.
No, that'll be it. They'll get a Siphon Power. The Hextech raid comes on down. Shanks being run out and run down. The Blackfire Torch burning's making things tricky, but with Tarzan and the rest of AL around a little bit, perhaps too far. Dragon is spawned. I don't know whether JDG feel the urge to really contest this.
The more I see that kind of trade, Sam, yeah, Silas, obviously, we said, pretty hard matchup into the Victor. Victor's pretty good at kind of firing back, even if you play quite aggressively. Dragon goes over to Annual's Legend, as you're saying, unlikely to contest, really. The more I look at how this game is going, and how that trade in bot lane went, the more I'm feeling it's in Honky we trust, Sam. I think it just has to be some kind of mega Chaos Storm pop-off. Anyone's Legend funnel onto a target in front of the Victor, and he somehow out DPSs them. That's got to be the way. He gets a lot of gold from this top lane play. He ends up being the one to get the tower, I think, all things said and done. Breathe very nearly makes his way out of that. The pop-up from the Q means this is actually... he could have actually somehow turned this around for a kill. That is so, so close. Junja kind of outplays himself. You don't plan that Q knock up to cancel the EQ, but hey, you take those.
Tarzan face checked too, but I don't think they got anywhere near the damage to blow up a 306 Vi. Vi, once she gets ahead, becomes a lot more tanky than you sometimes anticipate, especially with the blast shield and Sundered Sky autos and all those things. So will just be interrupted but not delayed. Baron is up and available. AL probably have the DPS to check it right now. The problem is they will be doing it into things like Equalize and Cataclysm and Arcane Storm. None of that sounds particularly fun as far as I can tell.
Okay, so JDG need to secure some vision around Baron. They're looking, realistically, they're looking at objective steals, then they're looking at just freak Victor pop-off fights. I think that's the way that they can maybe win this game. It's quite a hard ask. I think they're more likely to lose the first target in a fight. And not really have a turnaround available than any of the previous opportunities we mentioned. Anyone's Legend have given up their first kill in this game. They were, you know, deathless before that point. You were saying before, though, can Anyone's Legend take this lead, though, and actually turning it into a win condition? I think this is a better composition to do so. However, it is very worth bringing up that conversation again and saying, okay, actually, can Anyone's Legend turn this good early into mid game into a late game, which actually seals out the game? I'm just going to jump onto Tarzan. Maybe this is where it starts.
Damage so far, trying to find some more punches, and they get a good combo there onto Junja, who's left real low. The Cataclysm's down, but he's just dead to rights, and now your jungler's there, Baron's up, and you're going to have to play a 4v5 around the purple worm.
Yeah, Junja goes too deep. They weren't expecting the Ornn to have dipped off a side lane like that, I suppose, but where else is he going to be? He's not showing on the wave. Ornn always wants to dip towards that. Jungler dead. Yeah, I suppose you can just start up the Baron. They have vision on the Baron itself, though, so they don't have to face check right now. They can also check with Lux E in some of these bushes as well. It's one of the bonuses of picking that champion as support. One of the best champions at cheating vision into dangerous areas of the map with that Lucent Singularity. Anyone's Legend, sadly for them, only really get to limit it to just one kill and a bit of farm and vision control rather than the big Baron take they would have liked off of the kill onto the jungler.
Breathe beginning to get towards the point where he can start upgrading his allies' items as well, which can be a fairly big deal. I still remember learning all of the ornaments only to have the specific names removed, which is very sad.
Yeah, I like the creativity of them. I like them. Yeah.
I want Syzygy back, Alex.
Syzygy was good. I like Molten Edge was fun. Obsidian Cleaver.
Deicide.
Deicide was hang on. Shanks going for the 1v1 on the top side. Chaos Storm for Chaos Storm. Shanks has the flash and he has the kill. Takes down his opposite number.
Damage there from Shanks. Wins that 1v1 we're seeing in Honky we trust. Well, I'm not sure how much trust he's due right now.
That is a big loss there for JDG, because you know, it's exactly that point you were saying, Sam. I was saying JDG probably need to win through a Victor pop-up. Well, Victor dying, giving up gold to Shanks, losing his flash and the tower as well, that, one, delays Victor from being able to scale up into the game, and two, just takes away a lot of important tools for the next team fight. Anyone's Legend, great kill for them.
Shanks now finding himself with 9 stacks on that Dark Seal, 303, having a much better showing as this game rolls round to the last game where the Cassiopeia was donated a lot of resources. Didn't really manage to deliver on that investment. We'll look at this replay again as Shanks got jumped on and he just lands a good abscond abduct and gets over the gravity field. Just gets to run at them with that stolen Hextech ultimatum.
Yeah, that's the second bit, right? It's the fact that the grav field gets 0 value as well. That's the big game changer for Sylas versus Victor. A lot of people call Victor W kind of a useless ability. You are so trolling if you believe that, by the way. If Sylas ever ends up in the gravity field, you win the trade. If he doesn't, you probably lose the trade. Right there, Honky getting hit with the chains and then the misplacement of the grav field. It's a double whammy, gets outplayed.
Back to live we look. Hope clearing up a few of these minions in mid lane. AL now find themselves 3,000 gold, up 20 seconds on soul point for them as well. Are we going to see a contest this time from JDG? Junja is around to defend Honky. Let's see if they can bait Shanks into another one of those all-ins he just had.
Well, he's got a Seekers now. It's going to make it harder if he's out of position. Press that Xonia's. Maybe the Caitlyn puts a trap under him, but at that point, Ornn's probably in the fight. That's the problem. Teleport coming in from Rumble. JDG really want this. So what do Anyone's Legend do? Now, Anyone's Legend are a team that they've had some weird dragon setups in the past, and they have given Riven control over. The trap line is there. Ornn can double you through it, and Tarzan's into the pit.
Looks to try and find an angle, does set himself on vision. The ace in the hole is there. Honky being threatened. The Orn Horn comes on down, but the call of the Forge God isn't really answered. It does, however, buy enough space for the Dragon to go down. The Equalizer is there, and it's good damage. Junja to the backside on top of Hope, causing a lot of damage. They do get their first kill of the game. Make that 2. On the other side, though, Shanks gets involved. Breathe flashes out. The Stolen Lucent Singularity comes on down as well, but it's still, I believe, a 3-for-1 in favor of JDG. They lose the Dragon, but they might be able to hunt for this Orn as well. If they can pick him up on top of everything else, they might be able to turn that into something like the Baron, but he TPs out well.
Yeah, it's the 2-for-1. They did lose that 1 kill onto the Orn earlier in top lane, so the other 2 kills just came now. Shanks up against Xiaoxu. Well, he's up against more than just Xiaoxu. He's going to have to help out himself because the rest of the team was collapsing onto him. Anyone's Legend get the Dragon, but I tell you what, if you're an Anyone's Legend fan, these objective setups are going to be the death of you. Every time I watch this team approach a Dragon, I'm like, just pray. Just pray they manage to thread the needle this time. They don't make it easy for themselves, do they, Sam? They turn up a little bit late, despite the fact that they are quite dominantly in the lead. They don't necessarily engage very well off of that either. That's the dangerous thing for me. They actually got onto the Dragon, and then the engage afterwards just felt a little bit disconnected with the Orn ult, not quite in the right timing for my liking. We'll watch that again in the replay. So everything we just talked about in terms of them, they get themselves onto the Dragon, but just the engage afterwards is just very disconnected. The Orn ult comes through. No one's following it. Breathe ends up on top of a trap. The damage back is insane from the Rumble, from the AoE, the Jarvan, even the Luxalt helping out too. I think AL get away with one here. They should have lost this fight much harder, and if they were even in this game, or they had, you know, fallen behind as they were supposed to in this draft, that would have been a blowout fight.
Indeed, I'm right there with you. Breathe just about escapes. He's playing a good Orn game here, it must be said, on the whole. But again, sure, you got Soul Point. At least you've got that going. And again, it didn't get turned into a Baron, but you've lost both your teleports. A lot of summoners here. Hope down both of his is pretty critical. Of course, not like JDG are doing much better on that summon account either. It's Vampire alone, I think, in this game, who's got a flash. I think Shanks should be up shortly, but isn't quite yet. You just begin to see signs of life in these later stages from JDG again.
Yeah, JDG, definitely been the better late game team out of these two on average. I suppose that's to be expected with a team with a roster change coming into it, because, you know, when you have an engaged champion like the Orn, it feels like it's obvious to say, oh, just follow the Orn ultimate. You still got to coordinate that with the rest of your team, though. Decent advantage from Anyone's Legend. Orn items adding on something which you won't see in that gold lead as well. The extra HP onto the Vi for that Sundered Sky definitely helps them. Hope getting some extra stats through that Flicker Blades upgrade too. Anyone's Legend still fairly confidently in the lead, but that last team fight should be a reality check.
The enemy jungle go Anyone's Legend.
Oh, Shanks gets onto
Junja
Gala.
caught by the Scott of Dark. That's the stolen Cataclysm. Gala now in danger. The culling comes on down, and Gala is deceased. Well done to bring him down to size. Now another chains comes flying out, but Shanks won't land that particular Abduct. Honku shoving away on the other side. The thing is, this is still a fair way away from the Baron, so I don't know how much time AL would have to set up for this. Reset will come on through for Honku.
It's actually going to end up hang on, that's worse though. Vampire
what are we doing?
Stays. Vampire wants to get the vision, flashes and dies. Vampire burned up in the sunlight. His champion produces. Shanks is going to get teleported on. JDG are in desperation stations now. They need to get a pick. They're losing the Baron on the other side of the map.
Xiaoxu goes golden here. Shanks left in danger, goes golden himself, but he'll be trapped on top of a gravity field and everything else. Flashes to get in range, makes it at least a 1-for-1. The healing is good, but there's the 1,000 gold shut down. All the while we look at the Baron, and this will be picked up by AL, make no mistake about it.
Vampire died for vision on the Baron. He greeted the map. I understand why he did it. You want some kind of knowledge on what's happening around that objective, but dying and flashing, definitely not the best case scenario. And you can see how desperate JDG got after. They realized, oh, damn, we're definitely losing Baron now. We need to make a play. Opened up the gate for Shanks to make a play on bot side. Does give over 1,000 gold shutdown, though. So it's not like JDG come away with nothing.
No, it doesn't, but Flicker Blades upgraded for Hope. He's at 3 items. We've seen the upgrades begin to come in for other members as well. We've got Dragon and Soul Point, rather, Soul itself, spawning in 30 seconds. AL, you win this fight, and I think it is lights out.
It's definitely feeling like it. Now, of course, if they lose the fight, the Baron buff goes with it. Gala is on vision. Last time he was stood in this position, Shanks managed to get a fantastic angle onto him. Shanks has the full Zhonya's now, of course. There's an extra easy large rod. Teleport coming in from Xiaoxu. JDG squaring up. They will be contesting this Dragon. They don't really have a choice, really. Can't give an Ocean Soul over to Silas with a Zhonya's. And the Ornn as well. Just too powerful, those champions. Even the Vi with the G8. Nasty, nasty champions to get that regen. It works within their stasis. Junja trying to check with that standard. AL on the Dragon first this time.
They are. Can JDG find their way? And look at Shanks on the flank angle as well. Would be spotted out eventually as Honku tries to get some good damage on the home. And it is good damage. But leaves Honku a little bit split off. Breatho's got in and fumbled his pickup. He's taken low. Has to flash out. Honku on the side is zoning out 4 members. Shanks finally gets on top of Honku. But he goes golden. Equalizer turns things around. And now Shanks is real deep. Trying to run away. The double knock up. AL fumble the critical fight. Tarzan goes into his GA. But I don't think any Guardian Angel will stop him being dragged down to hell. Dragon picked up, Baron stuffed, and JDG out team fight in the clutch moment.
That is an insane team fight from JDG, but AL were asking for it, Sam. Hope gets his ultimate silenced by the Victor ultimate, so the culling doesn't fully come through. Breathe misses his knock-up on the wall, and then everything goes to hell afterwards. Anyone's Legend, we did say, what happens if they lose that fight? Well, the Baron goes with it. All of the hard effort now, Sam, has brought Anyone's Legend back to even with JDG. They don't have a gold lead anymore. They are even in gold. That is crazy. Watch this replay again, right? Because Hope pulls out the culling, and I don't think he realizes how close Honku is, because the culling gets cancelled by the start of the Chaos Storm. Breathe then misses the knockup, gets CC'd in place by the Lux Q and then the trap. So it's an awful fight from Breathe. He doesn't even get his ult off, by the way. Barely gets it just at the end of it, but dies for it. It is a hellish team fight for Breathe and for Hope, who both end up making big mistakes and throwing the rest of the team to the wolves. What can they do since their AD carry and the top laner are so out of position at that point?
And I get Breathe has just joined the roster, but it's not exactly a shining debut here, unfortunately. Had some good moments earlier, but that play will not be one to look back on fondly. Shanks tried, it was a decent flank from him, but at that point the damage had been done because Honku, after surviving the attempt on his life, then begins to zone off 3 members, and the Silas gets, what, half a rotation down, if that?
So JDG, slight gold lead now, Sam. Ain't that crazy? We were saying, well, you know, Anyone's Legend looks like it's a quite confident way for them to get into a game 3. Well, JDG is better at late game right now, Sam. Anyone's Legend, this game, if they don't seal out this late game, there are some real worries for this team. This should have been shut out. It is credit to JDG to be able to force the errors of AL. However, AL have a lot of soul searching to do. I understand it's their first series of the split, but these series are important versus your potential top 3, top 4 opponents here in Group Ascend. Anyone's Legend, this is a real reality check. If it wasn't worse before with, you know, Flandre being subbed out, apparently due to performance issues, amongst other things, we know that Anyone's Legend are not matching their 2025 performance at this point in the year. That Anyone's Legend being a hell of a team in the LPL across 2025. JDG have one-upped them in this year so far, Sam.
So far, so good. JDG, the mid-late game, has been good in both games. There are a lot more questions about what's gone wrong in the early stages, of course. Some unforced errors, to say the least of it. But AL, on the other hand, look, nice to see some more proactivity from the jungle support in particular in that first game. Shanks had a decent series on the whole. Again, the Cassiopeia laning phase was strong with some support. The Silas has managed some great moments, but the coordination later on, particularly around these objectives, has left a lot to be desired. And now the pressure begins to mount and the panic begins to set in just that touch more.
Okay, 2 minutes till Dragon, 1 minute till Baron. Big items everywhere, all Ornn items in. Gala has a rapid fire cannon though. Ow, that's going to really hurt. Gala's a pretty good Caitlyn. I have very fond memories of him playing Caitlyn in one of the games versus T1 in the play-in series for IG at Worlds last year, and he had a really good Caitlyn game there. It wasn't his fault, that series, really. Thought Gala actually had a pretty good time of things, all things said and done. Maybe you can pull out some similar stunts here to a bit more success in the series. If they win here, quick 2-0 series. Won't get that deciding third game, which I thought that AL, well, I thought they were on their way to before things started to fall apart. Anyone's Legend, these objectives have just not been where they've been favored, Sam. At JDG, have been much better at just walking at objectives and getting something good for themselves.
Yeah, right, and again, it just feels like the ease of execution on JDG's comp is just a little easier. Throw down a Cataclysm, add in a Hextech Storm and an Equalizer, and Bob's your uncle. Pull out a very British phrase.
We don't have an uncle called Bob, Sam.
At least we don't. We could, though. We have the metaphorical Bob.
Yeah, I'm your long-lost uncle. We just found out today. I like the more
Boba
from
the
Hope, by the way. I do like the more buy for Hope. You're against double AP solo lanes. It's against the Lux as well. You've got an Enchanter trying to keep you alive. And when the more passive pops, you get to have a real moment of power there for the Lucian where you can try and keep yourself alive. And then, of course, if you get the Ocean Salt, much even harder then to keep the Lucian down in terms of HP. Jumping over the wall. Oh, Vampire caught out. But does get the Q back. Not quite in range for the Caitlyn to trap
Damage
yet.
good. Junja tries to jump forward, does get some good damage down. The Caitlyn, or rather, the culling from the Lucian is strong to make things tricky. All the while, Junja still in this river. And again, that attempt onto Vampire's life doesn't convert into the pick, and everyone stays alive.
Yeah.
River control now, JDG's. Vampire looking to reset. Trap line comes on forwards. Shank with the hijacked Storm.
Oh,
Maybe let's go in. Tarzan jumps in, fumbles his call, but look at Shanks flashing, desperate to find some kills. Gala left low, is taken out. This is a bit better from AL. All the while, Xiaoshu is desperate to stay alive. It's a triple for Shanks, who can look for the Quadra and maybe the full pentakill.
Shanks stabs them all in the heart and will be going to a game 3. The Silas brings the chains, wraps them around JDG's ankles and sinks them down into the depths. They'll march to the Nexus. Game 2 is anyone's legend.
It is, and it was off the back of that mid lane as Shanks refused to lose another team fight. It wasn't pretty as the game rolled later, but anyone's legend will not go quietly into the night. They will not lose 0-2. We get a decider.
And I think they were deserved it. Based on the way that they played through early game to see out the lane dominance of this composition. It got pretty worrisome in the late game, Sam, though. I'm not going to lie. It definitely felt like they were slipping a little bit in that game. That last fight, of course, it is Shanks that picks up the pentakill. The real hero of that fight, though, is Tarzan. Tarzan gets like a 5-man flash Q, gets the ult onto Gala, which allows the fly forwards from Silas. I know that the pentakill goes to the Silas. Realistically, it's the Vi which carries that late game fight, though. Real credit to Tarzan. I think the engages on that Vi were utterly superb.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I think that was very, very impressive stuff. I got a little bit worried about Tarzan going in there. I was like, oh, is this gone a bit too deep? Has he fumbled the combo? But it works out well in the end. And again, Shanks finding that angle, burning the flash, ensuring that actually the battle lines didn't work this time around was so, so huge.
So anyone's legend, I'm still worried about them when it heads into late game. That was a moment of glory for them. That has not been very consistent for them. In that same fight, Breathe had another bad ultimate, Sam. That was another bad Ornn ultimate. I think that he had, you know, one almost outplay on a side lane. Outside of that, really struggled to impact. I don't think Breathe has been having the easiest time today. I don't think his lane has been fantastic, and I don't think his out-of-lane play has been much better. So for his first series on anyone's legend, it's definitely not a quick fix. It's definitely not something which is going to immediately solve the issues of anyone's legend. JDG on the other side, where do we start with them? Because I think in both of these games, I think they've been a bit sleepwalking in the early game. It definitely feels as though they're getting caught out in lanes by Kyle or Tarzan or Shanks even roaming in this game. Anyone's Legend have been more ambitious in early game, and I think that JDG has let them get away with one, which has ended up hurting them in a game like this because they needed to be ahead early. You have got a Caitlyn Lux, you've got a Victor versus the Silas. You need to be ahead in lane. If you're not, there are problems.
And again, reminder, they split the map to give Gala and Vampire the freest lane of their life. Hope and Kyle were trapped under turret for the first 10 minutes with no support available from Tarzan because of how the early jungle plays went. Sure, you burned a heal and a barrier off Gala and Vampire, but it wasn't necessarily enough to turn that lane around from Shanks. And as a result, the fact that in that mid-game, the AL would just pick up kill after kill, every skirmish was going their way. For the longest time, JDG just couldn't pick up a kill.
No, they couldn't. I mean, real credit to anyone's legends. I think that the mid-jungle agency worked out very, very well for them. I think that I was worried about Kyle not having agency, but hey, giving it to Shanks and giving it to Tarzan was the right call here. I think this fight really turned the game. I think that Tarzan getting that engage over the wall, Shanks getting into melee. That's most of the fights which went well for them are Tarzan and Shanks get into melee. That is a bit reductive, but largely that's how they won these games. To the point where, again, I know that Shanks had a really good game. I think my MVP vote would actually go to Tarzan. Tarzan was superb in this game.
Yeah, he was very strong.
It was the first pick Vi. He did so good at orchestrating these fights, particularly when the Ornn wasn't landing the big ults. Shanks got the slashy solo kills. He got the pentakill as well. I think Tarzan was magnificent. This was the fight which went wrong initially, right? Because Breathe pulls the ult and no one follows up on it, and then he gets caught in a grab field and kind of dies for free almost. In fact, no, he makes it out, but he basically dies free. No, he can't impact the fight very much after that point. Dragonfight's after, at least for them, with that huge fight I'm sure we'll see in the last highlight of the package. Felt like it was much better once Tarzan was the one pulling the trigger.
Yeah, and it does feel like at least there were a few more triggers to pull this time around. It wasn't just Kyle that everyone else had to follow up on. Made things a little bit easier. I got a little nervous for AL in terms of the fact that they really had only one way in. Well, rather, only one way their comp was going to play. They had to get in, and they had to get in good with that Vi and that Silas. But they made it work, and I think real credit to Tarzan, to Shanks, for the really clutch late-game moments when things started going all right, like this, right? This was a real mess. This was not the shape they were hoping for. It wasn't the flank they were hoping for, and JDG had a very real window to come back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, Hope and Breathe were terrible in this fight. You know, like, I try not to be, like, yeah, I try not to be, like, too critical when I don't think it's deserved, right? This one is. You know, this is a late game fight, which I would say almost in an unlosable position for the compositions at that point in time. And yet with them at those misplays, it almost caused it. It took a play like this from Tarzan to turn the game. I know that Vampire tries to body block, very nearly saves Scarlet's life. Well, no, not really, but like it's the only way that maybe he does survive. But Tarzan getting that engage, that saves the game. Tarzan had a mega Vi game.
Really, really was. Very, very strong stuff from the mid jungle, and two of the most veteran players on the roster deliver when they need it to. I'll be very curious to see who does get MVP, because I'm right with you. Tarzan's got to be up there. Shanks with the Pentakill in the Great Silas game has got to be up there. I imagine with the Penta it's Shanks, though I think your shout to Tarzan is more than valid.
Yeah. Okay, should we do some spreadsheet filling in stuff? I guess we'll get the MVPs shortly, but I just want to throw. In fact, we'll probably get that pop up now, and then of course we'll that after. It's Shanks who gets the MVP. He got a pentakill, got like an MVP. He got like a bunch of solo kills.
Good damage,
sure.
well, good lord.
The damage percent was absurdly high. I actually think I would give a vote over towards Tarzan though. Real credit to Tarzan. I think his engagers actually won that game. What would your vote be, Sam?
I think I would probably go Shanks. I think he just played a very, very good Silas game and had some very, very clutch team fights later on, especially when things were starting to get a bit messy. He carried really hard, great laning phase, really good level 1 play to try and save the bot lane as well. I mean, Tarzan had a great showing as well, but I think I'd probably give the edge over to Shanks personally.
Yeah, that is a unanimous vote for mid lane. I mean, look, Shanks had a good game. I would have liked to see one vote towards jungle. By the way, I find it hilarious that AI has got a vote in the player of the game thing, by the way. Now that's just
yeah,
what a world we live in. It's like that. Yeah, for those of you that don't know,
person to vote against Jackie Love yesterday.
Huh? Oh really? Wow.
It was the one vote against Jackie Love yesterday.
Yeah, there's an AI vote for player of the game, which I have made my opinions on AI known quite heavily. Is what it is. Hey, Sinan, how's it going? You missed a pentakill for Silas, although it was, I think it was a really, really good game from Tarzan. Tarzan's Vi engages were really, really important in that game. Okay, I'm going to put an ad break, Sam. I'm going to go for a quick break myself, if that's okay. Can you look after stream for 1 minute? Do you want cameras on or off? What you feeling like?
If you don't mind, off, because I'm not feeling fantastic.
Oh dear, Sam, we've got 3 days of 3 best of 3 series in the next few days.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, mate. I'm gonna have to skip the second series
today.
So I will be here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
Okay.
Because I've got a 6-hour stream this evening as well.
Okay. Okay. All right. Just look after the stream then. I'm gonna have to.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to bolster myself, Sam. God.
Yeah, I know.
Does anyone want to call Raz? Does Raz want to come and like color cast while I play by play?
Yeah.
Oh Jesus, man. Okay. All right, Sam, survive.
I will do my best. How are we doing, chat? We holding on okay? Yeah, trying not to, Mecca. My voice is not best pleased with me. And I've got vocal practice, recordings, and another 6-hour stream to do today. So I get 20 minutes off, probably for lunch. That'll be it. And I finish at midnight. Fun, fun, fun for all the family. It's a very long couple days. Thank you very much, Mecha. We'll do our very best. See what happens in the second, or rather, third game of this series. See whether JDG can right some of their early game woes, or whether AL can clutch it out again. I mean, I'm still not entirely sold here on AL's mid game. Get a little bit of a look in some of the fans doing some fun stuff. Have a listen to that. Let's go.
Okay. I'm back. Hello.
Hello.
How's the break, Sam?
It was all right. We just had some cool fan interaction.
Yeah.
It was cool. I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
Cool.
I will return shortly.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, folks. If things are like, if Sam's gonna take some games off and stuff over the next couple of days and stuff, I might have to bring in a guest. Now, normally I'm okay to solo cast for a bit, but we do literally have like 3 series days for 3 days in a row. So we might end up having like 27 games in 3 days, which is quite a lot, even by my standards. Normally, it's like 10 games a day. I can do it for like a couple of days in a row. But then when it gets to 3 games, that's when it starts to get rough. A little bit rough. Oh, is that Tabe? Damn, they're talking about like Tabe 2013 Worlds, I guess. We love guests. Yeah, I'll need to see who's actually like. Obviously, like I can't really offer payment for this because I don't make enough money to like pay rent off for this normally, right? So I can't like consistently pay casters coming in. So it's only people who are like free to volunteer, which is it sucks because I don't want to be putting people in that position really. You charge £30 an hour. Let my team know and we'll send over the invoices. I mean, yeah. I mean, if it comes to it, I'll just solo cast. This is the way that it tends to go. But yeah. Yeah, sadly, that's the state of esports right now. On the whole, I've liked JDG's drafts better than Anyone's Legend. Anyone's Legend's drafting has not impressed me that much. I think the second game was better. It gave themselves more forms of engagements. But even then, I think they were quite lucky to get out of lane. They were quite lucky to get out of lane. Typically, that Caitlyn luck should cause you some real issues early game. It's not that Jarvan doesn't cause you threat either. Not a great game from Ginger. Not a great game from Ginger. It was okay at points, but not fantastic. Not as bad as it normally is. It's definitely not as Ginger Dice. Oh God! Ooh, God, no! Would you? No. Blech. No, I'm many things, but I'm not a fan of AI. I'm very much anti-AI, so you'll never catch me casting with ChatGPT or anything similar than that. Get that out of here. Get it out of here. But yeah, I'll reach out to some of the regulars and see if there's anyone who's around to cast. Because like basically when it comes around to being like a guest, you know, one of the things which I think is a draw to this channel is the quality of the cast that we put out. So while there's a lot of people I'm friends with, and I'm aware that you know, a lot of people in this channel also cast to a certain level as well, I would prefer it to be people who are like more established casters and people who I can trust in terms of their quality. That's typically been the rule, right? Now, there might be some exceptions where I give some people chances if things line up and whatever, but on the whole, it's people who I've casted with before and people who I think are more established on the whole, because I think one of the big draws to this channel is that I think that we provide like the highest, well, the most experienced and the highest level cast of the LPL from it. And, you know, that's just because like Sam and I have cast more League of Legends than almost anyone else in the world. And we've cast a lot of LPL, and I think that we have a very high level of product. I'd back ourselves on that, you know. That's not a dig at anyone else. I just think that we're really good, basically. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much for the curfew. Thank you so much, Mecca. Thank you. Oh, oops, I dropped my wallet. Have you seen it? Yeah, I do be seeing it, Mecha. I do be seeing it. Thank you so much, Mecha. Mecha is, for those of you that don't know, who maybe tuned in before, Mecha Fanboy has actually invested a lot in us, effectively. Not invested, but has ended up gifting us a lot over time through donations. And it has actually, I think without Mecha, we probably wouldn't be able to continue doing this, because a lot of, look, he's put a lot of money into us. Whether that is a wise decision, you can put that up to Mecha. But we really appreciate it, Mecha. You know that, right? We do need to live. We do. And, you know, I'm very happy that we are able to do this. And, yeah. It's a hard thing to get into casting right now. It's a very hard thing to make this a sustainable thing. With that in mind, folks, with this in mind, if you would like to support us, even in just a little bit, honestly, just watching helps us an awful lot. If you would like to download Opera GX and then try it out, every download gives us, I think it's like $2 per download, something like that. And that adds up. It does add up. And what I'm hoping is that if we get enough of these sponsorships over time, eventually, you know, you get 3 or 4 different sponsors, and actually it becomes quite solvent, you know, at that point, hopefully. Yeah. Truly abominable intelligence. I know, right? That's one thing which the Imperium man got right. I agree with that one. God. Yeah, Esports winter is so rough. It is. One thing which I'm sort of wondering about is if we get more third-party events, does that open up the broadcasting scene again in a way which we haven't seen for a little while? Okay, folks, let's get ourselves into Draft 3. Anyone's Legend, I don't think have had the best drafts this series. I think that Game 2 was better. It was. But Game 1 particularly, it's a bit iffy. I think that some of their drafts last split were diabolical. Anivia's banned away. Ryze seems to be the power champion being considered. JDG had one last ban. Do you ban the Ryze? If you don't, do you have another answer for it? At this point, in terms of junglers, there's stuff like Pantheon, Trundle. They look quite powerful. Top laners, bit more thin on the ground. There's a Cassante, maybe. Vayne. Blondra would pick Vayne quite early into drafts, actually. He'd actually blind pick that at points, too. Jace, also a potential, especially with both these two top laners. Varus being considered. Is Varus first pick worthy anymore? Is Varus first pick worthy? Well, they might think it. Choosing not to go towards a different mage. They want to poke bot lane there, I suppose. Anyone's Legend want Hope on as strong individual champion as possible so he can just sit, exist in lane, and Kyle can roam. I don't mind that as a philosophy. I think that's fine because I think one of the most powerful parts of Anyone's Legend is Kyle roaming about. Oh yeah, reminder that it looks like JDG has 2 players ill. It's Gala and I haven't spotted who the second player is. It might be Gala and Vampire who are both the ill players actually. Maybe it's the bot lane. Perhaps that'll be discussed after if JDG do fall in this series, or there are criticisms of them. Jace is locked in. Jace, Mel. Now, Mel blind pick. Mel blind pick. Now, that can be flexed bot lane. Can be okay versus the Varus. Can be put mid lane. So, technically, is it a blind pick? Yeah, I guess you could put the Varus top lane. Varus top lane into Jace. That's a playable matchup. Hello, Sam. I hear the mic activating. You back, buddy?
I am indeed, yes. Hello.
Cool. We have a first pick Varus into a Jace Mel duo. Now, Ryze is gone, but you could still think about a Kiana with something like an Annie in mid lane. Mel, I think, might be flexed into Varus's lane, so it might be a Mel bot lane into Varus. But then I was wondering, does the Varus go top lane? But then, of course, the Jace could go jungle, so there's a lot of mobility. The Cassante's locked in to say, look, we're just not playing these games. Varus is going bot lane, Cassante going top lane. So it ends that kind of flex discussion there. And Breathe also gets one of his best individual champions. He is a very good Cassante player.
Exactly where I wanted to go with that as well. I completely agree. Breathes, Cassante has been very, very strong. Lots of playmaking, lots of team fighting, lanes well on it. And I think considering the attempt at the more carry role in the first game didn't work out, going towards something with a little bit more frontline is nice. Tarzan picking up the Kiana, though, to try and find a bit of burst between that and the Varus. You've definitely got some pretty disgusting pick and burst to work with.
Hey, Jolly, by the way, thank you so much for the raid. I hope your stream was good. And a very happy moderator anniversary to Vasu as well for 3 years modding this channel. A good friend of ours and someone who I hold very close. Yeah, 3 years. That's almost a year. Incredible. Poppy locked in by Ginger. It could go down to Vampire as well. Technically, could also go top lane into the Cassante, and the Jace could go jungle too. JDG still have a very flexible draft. I would imagine it's Jace top lane, Mel bot lane currently, and then the Poppy in the jungle against the Kiana. But just be aware it could be flexed if they have other ideas later into draft.
John should just get a hold of the Poppy. Been banned out the first couple games. Managed to pick up the Jarvan last game. Gets the Poppy this time. Both were banned in game one. Feel like they might have some answers here. Kiana into Poppy's a bit of a weird one. She has to dash to get things like her ink-powered blade.
Sam,
so
you can just say it's awful. You can say it's awful. It's not good for Kiana, Sam.
Yeah, no. It's okay. That was basically where I was going with that. Yeah.
You're being very diplomatic. It's one of Kiana's worst matchups.
It's not a great time.
Everything you do need to dash, Sam.
It's not a great... Well, you can press Q.
Yeah, but then how do you get your empowered Q? You need to dash.
Yeah,
I think the worst thing is, look, there are some points where you can actually one-shot Poppy if she's... You can sometimes, like, R to get this perma CC, so you R and then you do your full combo. Problem is, if Poppy ever gets the angle on you first, Poppy actually has enough damage in jungle to one-shot you with a Sundered Sky. You need to be really careful.
Very much do. And again, at this point with the Jace also locked in, there is a world where you throw the Poppy support, can roam for Vampire, especially with the Mel locked in as a mage. You can throw that Jace jungle. We saw that yesterday. Wasn't that effective, but we saw some cool tech with starting with the W on Raptors to kind of mitigate the fact
like, it's
that
enough to just say it could happen in the draft. Oh, sorry, Sam. I think your mic just cut out a bit there for a second.
No. I just went quiet.
Oh, cool. Okay, cool. Just saying, it's enough to say it could happen in the draft, right? And that's the big part of it. Now, bot lane could have the Mel Alistair. I think that would be fine. The Varus, yet to have a lane partner. We're assuming that's going bot. We haven't really seen that much mid lane Varus. I'd imagine this is the Mel into bot lane.
Feels most likely at the minute. We've not seen a lot of Mel mid at all. Kyle debating a Nico at one point was one of his most dangerous champions. Nico is still around in the meta, but has dropped a long, long way from the heights of power she was, say, this time last year. They might be looking towards Shanks on the Annie for a little bit more setup for something like that Kiana kill combo. Not going to have the Rise available, but Annie will do just fine as another setup piece in mid.
Yeah, and I think what it also means is that if the Mel gets flexed mid because they don't like the matchup, the Annie's fine in some Mel. You know, your E rather is instant. Your W and your E are, you know, she can't interact with them very well. The Q is the one thing you can reflect. You know, the little fire cone and the ult can't reflect them. Nico similar. You can reflect the E, but you can't reflect the ult. So Nico has some good play patterns versus the Mel, and if you reflect a Q or something, then you just lose your trades for the next 30 seconds. So I don't mind this from anyone's legend. Now, the damage is quite skewed towards the Kiana. This Kiana needs to have a good game. You know, if the Annie gets ahead as well, big factor. JDG, presumably this is going to be the Poppy jungle, Jace top, Mel bot lane. I presume they're picking mid lane here, but there is flexibility.
Exactly where they decide to put this towards. Gala debating a Sivir, and we'll lock that in.
Okay, so it's going to be the Sivir into the Varus instead, and they put the Mel mid lane. I would have thought they would have picked in a mid lane. You can choose the Mel versus the Varus. Fair play. Maybe the Nico is just a bit too much of a scare factor and saying, let's not put the Mel into a poke lane. The Sivir is better with the spell shield because you can actually sustain with the spell shield, and it's a lower cooldown early game as well. Gala is also a remarkably good Sivir player. You have decent range here. AL probably going to look to close the distance. Problem is, they are now diving into a Poppy Alistair disengage frontline, Sam. Nico could get headbutted away. You can get Poppy ulted away. Varusol isn't going to save you for forever because you can just get it, cleansed off by the Alistair. We're going to go into an ad break so you don't get ads in game, folks. Thanks for supporting us. And thank you so much for the extra Kofi donation as well. Hitman Gorilla as well. That's a fantastic name. I love it every time I see it. Let's get into our last game of Series 1 with one series yet to come. BLG playing later today, folks, so stay seated. It's going to be a great day of LPL. Well, as we wait to get onto that rift, let's see whether JDG... I think JDG with that, the Poppy Alice is so good against this team diving in, Sam. I'm quite worried for JDG's engaged later. Onto the rift we go, though. We'll hear those gyos. Oh, that's loud. Oh my god, that's loud.
Just flashing in here. Hang on now, this gets a bit spicy. Tarzan might be in a spot of bother. Gonna try and start up on these Raptors. Has to be aware that Junja can come and contest. Xiaoshu's also roamed over. He has to seed the Raptors at the level 1.
Yeah, they flash to get over vision. Tarzan's going to start on Wolves. Now, in the last time we saw JDG versus AL in the regular season's second round robin last split, every single game was determined by very intricate level 1s between our junglers. We had, Shinzao perma-invading a Malphite, but then we had, Skarner versus Maokai, where Junja flashed for a smite on Raptors to get himself an XP lead. These junglers really, really love tangling at the level 1.
Yeah, we saw Flondra on Ambessa drop 3 waves to set up Tarzan Skarner. It's that kind of vibe sometimes in the jungle. See what happens as Junja splits the map once more, looking to isolate Xiaoshu, who, honestly, again, someone I know that a lot of the LPL cast has been... With the Q! The Radiant Volume steals the small Raptors.
I think it steals almost all of them. That's a huge win for them. Tarzan is going to be behind in a draft that's already hard to play, Sam. That's huge.
That's really rough. That's really rough. Again, the Mel execute means actually your ability to steal some of those Raptors is higher than most other mid laners because you just beat out the pet hits sometimes. Really nice stuff there. Can't stick around for the red buff either because they know the Poppy will have reset.
Yeah, this is really good from JDG. I think that the early games in game 1 and 2 have been better from anyone's legend. I think that Tarzan, Shanks, Kyle have gotten a better read on things, and JDG have sometimes slept-walked their way into bad situations. I think at this time, though, it feels like JDG have a much better plan. And Sam, I think that the more I look at it, the harder this is for anyone's legend from draft, because that Poppy Alistair is going to be a pain in the butt for Nico and for the Kiana to actually make an impact. I think that anyone's legend need to probably get some lane leads. They probably need to get some good flank angles from Shanks or Breathe. If they have to interact with the disengaged frontline, Sam, I think the game is lost for them. I think JDG, because they have that composition advantage, if they also win early game, it is such a hard game from anyone's legend.
Right there with you. Again, I will say I think AL's composition is more on theme. They all work together as a unit, perhaps a little bit more evenly than JDG's. It's a little bit more split with what the Mel, the Sivir, and the Jace want to do. But you're right, I think diving through that Poppy, diving through that Alistair, getting onto the Sivir consistently is still going to be a challenge here for AL, even if thematically they are kind of all on the same page.
Well, okay, Raptor Invade's coming through as well from Junja, and he's already pretty powerful. It is longsword to double longsword, but Honky's going to come in to help. Does he get the smites in? He does have the smite. And he's coming over. He doesn't have the smite. He doesn't have the stun primed. But in terms of that being on theme, I think JDG just have a front line to heal for a long-range backline, don't they? Isn't that composition? I think JDG are pretty happy with that with an identity, at least.
My question is, I guess my guy's a teleport coming in again. Tarzan's going to be forced away, going to lose another scalp.
So
at least
crazy,
get that
by the
bot
way.
side one. So he's going to have to back away on that one. So it will be, I believe, the TP from the Chase coming in this time around.
Yeah.
And Tarzan's going to get on out there. May have to look for a reset or at least a wait on these camps to spawn again. I guess my question is, how long range are the Mel and the Civic? In your eyes?
Civic Q is very long range, actually. It's enough to...
That's true.
It's enough to threaten everyone but Varus, and even then, Varus Q compared to Sivir Q, not that dissimilar, actually. And the Mel is a little shorter range, but if anyone is CC'd up in front of her, she's still fine. She's longer range than the Annie just about. Can threaten the Nico as well. That's why you have a Protobelt as well to extend your effective range. It is actually quite good on this champion. It allows you to go for a Protobelt route. But I think, like, Chase Sivir just throwing out their poke already with a Poppy pressing W or ult in front of them to disengage, or the Alistar doing the same. I think that's actually pretty on theme myself. I understand what you're saying. Like, AL do have a, go forwards follow-up composition. I understand that. I actually think JDG, while it might not look like it on the surface, I think their composition is actually pretty coherent as well. And I think they've won the draft here, personally.
Yeah, again, the Poppy and the Alistar in particular make things quite tricky. I will say if they drop Vision on flanks and Breathe, or Kyle can start coming, Tarzan as well, coming from different angles and catching JDG off guard, that can then be problematic. Because if you do get on top of Sivir, if you do get on top of that Mel, the options become a lot more limited. Nice chunk there from Shanks, as Annie doing her decent amount of work there in terms of raiding.
Anyone's Legend. Got Vision on this bot side of the map. Varus pushing in. 10 CS lead bot lane. It's not bad. Of course, Sivir, Alistar, they just kind of want to survive lane, then get out of it. It's not really about 2v2 lane domination. It's just about, getting to level 6 for the Alistar and then just kind of being better on the map, being more useful outside of lane. Now, Kyle, he is a very talented Nico player. He is also going to suffer the same issues that the Kiana has, where you're going to have to deal with Alistar Headbutt, you're going to have to deal with the Poppy W if you Protobelt forwards, or Poppy Ultimate. It's very hard for you to land the engage in the right way. So anyone's Legend, they're going to have to outplay, personally. I think they have to get good vision control. Raptors, first ones of the game for Tarzan, actually.
Congratulations.
It's the first time he's actually gotten a full Raptor camp, I think. I can't remember if he got the Raptor steal on the other side for the next respawn.
Well, no, because Mel stole them, remember, with the Q.
Yeah, well, no, for the second respawn, because this is the third one coming through now. But I don't know where Tarzan got
they had the TPs flying in, remember, so he couldn't get them.
I meant on the other side of the rip. So I was like, okay, does Tarzan get any full Raptor camp the entire game? At least he gets at least one. He might have gotten one other from the other side of the rift on the second spawn of JDG's Raptors. But hey, it's been pretty slim pickings is the whole point there.
Right there with you. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Scuttle Crab spawn goes to Junger as well. And again, Kiana that falls behind is just nowhere near as potent. She wants to snowball really aggressively. Once she does get towards an item or so, it becomes a lot more dangerous. It'd be interesting to see what Tarzan decides to build towards. Profane Hydra still being done here or there. The Voltaic builds also very much rising in priority. Personally, I think the Voltaic is the better option. We'll see whether in this game we're saying, look, I just need the farm. And the extra AoE on a Profane Hydra can really help with that.
Okay, so no explosive plays, mainly about jungle advantage, mainly about trying to keep Tarzan down. Not a bad combo there, and you can see right there, the Sivir Q follow-up is really nasty. That'll be the big combo with JDG play towards later. Funnily enough, this composition from JDG is not dissimilar from a lot of ones which BLG play, where it would be Shun Poppy, flash wall stunning, and then suddenly shock blast Mel combo Sivir Q, someone's dead. That's that one play you can go towards as well. Hard to do on something like Xante, but anyone else on the team, instant kill. So watch to see if JDG play around that combo later on as well, as, just got a little reminder of that as, oh yeah, Alistar combo someone and all the skill shots land. AL have definitely got a draft here which can fall prey to that. Potential plan to Honky, but good reflect.
You try and pick that up, can't quite. Nice W button there. The rebuttal is strong. The debate goes the way of Mel this time around.
You think she went to a debate society in uni, Sam?
Yes, absolutely. Without fail, with honours, because her mum tried to make her find all the high achievement possible.
The thing is, what people don't understand, because I was never part of a debate class, but I've seen enough content on it now. Being part of a debate club is not the same as winning an argument. They're two very different things. Chunder is currently 1v3 in River, Sam, and he might be losing this one, but here comes Vampire.
Oh, good chunk comes on down. There's the exhausted Supreme display of talent. Isn't all that supreme or talented. And Mel gets a very nice pickup. Tarzan dashes over the wall. The Ice Blade buys a bit of time, but now actually Hopes here gets one back onto the enemy support. Dragged all out. Is Breathe onto Junger, who flashes and dies regardless. The extended play goes well for anyone's Legend.
How do anyone's Legend win that fight? When the Supreme display of talent goes completely wide, Sam. I guess it's because they bring up the extra member. I guess it's because Gala's bot lane. They play into the extra numbers fight. Hope had the teleport. Could, of course, teleported up there even if he wasn't present. JDG gets some push in towards bot lane. But, Tarzan completely whiffs the ult and they still win the fight. That shouldn't happen, Sam.
No, I know. Basically, he doesn't say, right, if I do this, at least you can't jump on me right now. Junja went to get him, got ice-bladed by the edge of Ixtal. Tarzan gets over the wall, and then Breathe goes, right, I'll have him, and drags him miles away. And Junja, with a Storm Raider Surge and only a Tunneler, it's just not that tanky.
No, not at all. I think he went just too far. Junja on the Jarvan as well went a little bit too far out of safe boundaries, and this time definitely did. Yeah, Vampire ended up coming in after, but, you know, we've talked about this a little bit. If you're going to go forwards as particularly a support, but even junglers too, you need to have some damaging member behind you, because that's your threat. If you're a CC champion like Poppy, yes, you have damage, but the whole point is that you're CCing people up for the damage behind you. He didn't have the support. He wasn't communicating with his team effectively enough there for my liking. Tarzan now gets into the top side jungle. It's an important moment for the Kiana to even up the farm score. Yeah, you're going to get a dragon going over to the side of JDG. Maybe. No, God. Even leaving it even 10 minutes past.
Wow.
We're not getting the early dragon. But Tarzan gets himself a little bit of farm, and that's very important for the Kiana to keep abreast of gold.
Very rare that we see dragons not started this early, and actually you saw Xiaoxu with the fact he had a bit of shove and a bit of time topside with this wave coming in courtesy of Breed to go kind of investigate what Kiana was doing. Wanted to see whether she stuck around for a Gromp. Didn't. Tarzan resets, has gone towards the Profane Hydra, so more of that farming option rather than the kind of skirmishing Voltaic. I personally like the power the Voltaic gives you, but if you are in a game, it's like, look, I just need to get into the game and find as much off the map as possible in terms of farming resources. Profane nearly invariably feels better.
Yeah, and Profane is a really good item once you complete it. It's the worst build path, but it's a really good completed item. Once you get this up, it is one of the strongest first item spikes in the game. Tarzan will have some real one-shot threat now, as long as, again, he isn't disengaged by a good Poppy W, Poppy ultimate, or of course the Alistair combo with his own ultimate running as well, so you can't assassinate him in turn. Breathe, good fight from him as well. Let's talk about him. This is his first series for Anyone's Legend. Look, you know the other players on Anyone's Legend in terms of this unit. Breathe on the Cassante. I think this is a pick which Anyone's Legend might end up leveraging more and more if this is the way that they're going to play as a team. Because Breathe's Cassante is much, much better than many other people's Cassantes. He's very good on weak side or strong side, and he can actually be a carry in team fights as well. He is one of the best Cassantes in the LPL.
Also note here is it's an even game, but in general, JDG have been a little lackluster in the early game and much better as the clock ticks about 20 minutes plus. AL, it's been very much the inversion of that. See whether this time around can deal with the fact they've not managed to get themselves an early lead and run from there. Gala.
Oh, teleport coming in.
Then it is
Double
the on-hit
teleport.
fam. R&D going to try and set this one up. Dragon fight occurring. Teleports flying. Everyone's here. Breathe in the front line trying to say, you won't get through. Shanks with the flash available, looking with that stun up to say, you won't get through into this river cleanly. And it turns into a little bit of Safari League of Legends where JDG go, oh wow, look at this incredible dragon, and then run away.
Yeah, because normally they'd want to set up and poke. They're not great at engaging, especially if the Cassante's there. Because, you know, you can flash forwards for a Poppy stun. Can't do that onto a Cassante, too hard to kill, but you can still poke out. The problem is they set up a little too late for it. This is something that we've criticized Anyone's Legends about. But you're right, it's a bit of Safari League of Legends. Flash forwards for the Ice Blade!
That's unfortunate. Supreme display of talent invalidates the heroic charge as well, and Junja's a dead man alone in the river.
Turns out, Sam, if you don't dash and you just dry R the Poppy, the W doesn't save you. Great play from Tarzan, gets the stun. Great use of the early power spike. Junja goes down. It does come at the cost of a summon, a spell, and an ultimate, but you take that.
You very much do. That's another pickup. AL now suddenly snowballing their way to a notable gold lead. Good from them in that case. But Kiva in chat as well, calling out the fact that it is hope on the lethality Varus. It's been very heavily nerfed. And he's not a fan of that. And I was going to ask your point on where you see Varus right now with the fact that Poke Varus kind of sucks.
Remember, this is a first pick Varus. So, if you turn the nameplates off, I'm like, okay, let's just get rid of this Poke Varus. It's not powerful enough. But if you tell me it's Anyone's Legend, I'm like, okay. I mean, it means that Hope just gets to sit on an island. Doesn't have to be the main carry. It's quite hard for Poke Varus to not have any value because you can at least hit ults and occasionally an arrow or something like that. What it's done in this game is meant that Gala and Vampire have been completely under turret, and Gala can just allow Kyle to just roam wherever he wants. I think for Anyone's Legend as a team who wants more agency for Tarzan, Shanks, and Kyle, and less for Hope, I think it actually makes a difference for them. So nameplates on, I will consider it a decent pick. I'm not going to say it's good. I prefer them on stuff like the Ziggs, maybe even a Jhin for them. But I understand why they pick it with nameplates on.
Into Corruption lands. Hope will get the ult out of Vampire there as a result as well. Relatively long cooldown this early into the game as well. It's only a first-rank ultimate, and with Herald coming on up, my suspicion is Vampire won't have that tool available to him at the start of a potential Herald contest.
That's how quickly it gets started up. Reminder that Anyone's Legend were very slow to get that dragon the first time. Both teams were. Both teams wanted to focus on farming with the jungler. One of the things that, a wise person once said, the most important resource a jungler has is time. The wise person was me. You can credit me all you want. You can put like Nymaera et al. Yeah, we'll work on that. But yeah, the farming time was really important for both these junglers. I think Ginger really wanted to shut down Tarzan's individual gold. Couldn't quite do that. Vampire's ult is still down. Gets the stun midway through the Alistair combo, so no kill combo from Honky, but Vampire not taking that much damage in return.
Kyle is here in the form of Annie, trying to threaten Gala, who just burned that spell. She'll be safe enough. Here comes Tarzan, using some audacity into a Terror shape to pick up another Ice Blade and head towards the Herald that has just spawned.
Okay, so you were just talking about how it's quite important to track Vampire's ultimate. It looks like JDG aren't contesting. They want gold on Honky. Now, JDG, they kind of won game one by just saying, all right, we're just not going to fight you in your early spikes. We'll just wait. We'll get some gold on solo lanes. They are actually teleporting the Alistair.
That's early.
Hey,
breathe Q through to the loft line. They're going to keep looking at this. That's a stun onto Junja, taken low, not quite down. But a chunk onto the Poppy's good. At least got some
hang on, they're teleporting with the Annie now.
Some more. Kyle with the Pop Blossom only onto one, but it does buy some time. Honky left a little low. Shanks looking to get over the wall. Gets the double stun. Blasted into the supreme display of talent. Herald was secure, but the health bars on JDG a little lackluster. Xiaoshu turns around with the hypercharger, making things spicy. Breather's TP'd in on top of Gala, who is in so much danger, and he gets murdered as well. It's a 3-for-1 in favor of AL, but they do lose the Herald. The problem is the Eye dies in the river.
It does, and AL somehow get a magnificent fight out of that. It felt like it was a very slow setup in terms of like, well, one teleport came in, then another one, then it just kind of all built from there. I think both teams half-hearted that at first, and then finally managed to engage. The big turning point was Tarzan getting a 3-man ultimate across both sides of the wall opposite the Herald buff. JDG did initially have a good opening for Mel to take the bot lane turret. They will eventually return to that with the Jason take that and say, we'll watch this again, right? Because I thought, well, maybe you just want to keep the Mel bot lane, but then they do contest. They teleport in with the Mel during the setup. Teleport comes in from the Annie. Kyle gets forwards. Vampire goes forwards as well, though. So both supports try to disrupt the backline, but Shanks gets a great angle, and watch this ultimate. 3-man ultimate across both sides of the wall from the Kiana. Gets a good amount of CC down, splits the fight, and though Shanks dies on the top side of the fight, both bot laners die to a combination of the Varus and the Cassante. Anyone's Legend walk out with the extra kills. Might have a fight around the dragon now. JDG are in the river first.
Again, turret to none right now for JDG, giving a little bit extra gold. Tarzan got chunked out, was in the grass blade, managed to get out.
Wow.
So a Junja just got deleted. He's not tanky if he can't find his way out. Get a Sundered Sky auto. Beautiful destruction there as the pick onto the Poppy has proven dangerous time and time again.
It's not looking great for Ginger. Now, very often we've referred to JDG as Jungle Decides Game or Ginger Dice Gaming. He rolls low and he rolls high. He is very much a lot of the pivot point of JDG. Stop the recall onto Vampire here. I don't think there's any threat there, but Anyone's Legend will get a dragon for it. Real credit to Anyone's Legend. I think that they're playing out this draft very, very well, despite what I think is quite a difficult scenario for them to work in, because Ginger is giving them the easy angle forward. So Honky might just be able to get the kill. The stun doesn't quite land.
Oh, good damage back, and Tarzan actually with a little bit of healing makes the fact that Honky had that potential ability to pull out the Golden Eclipse mitigated there. Overcomes Junja, who's respawned, perhaps going to face check this, but again, there's a stun here, and the problem with Junja, it's all well and good being able to disengage, but AL aren't burning their mobility spells in range of Junja's W, and then he's getting chunked out, he's getting brought low. Sundered Sky and Merc Threads isn't that much tankiness.
Yeah, the more I look at this game, Sam, the more I have to criticize Junja, particularly Junja, for the frontline play. He can't be the first target into the play to tank everyone that much. They need to play it a little slower, wait for poke, and then honestly play around Vampire in frontline and play around his ult timing if the engage comes through onto him. I think Junja's been going way too far forwards. His Jarvan game was quite similar too. It's a sad thing because I do think, again, JDG had a pretty good draft. I think that Anyone's Legend had a pretty tough time from on paper at least. But hey, if they managed to outplay it so far, great combo there from Honky onto Shanks. Just hits the half HP trade onto Shanks.
whether with Vampire and Jundra around, they might go a little deeper, decide against it. Won't fully pull that trigger, even with things like that ultimate available. Vampire Flash is difficult to get in range on that one. It's currently a turret advantage to JDG, but Breathe will get another couple plates top side. And again, the fact that the Jace is now not really ahead either, a bit problematic. You pick the Jace first pick to say, okay, Xiaoshu, we have been, he's been bullying Breathe out in this series on the whole. Breathe picked up a couple kills, his team fighting well. I think the Jace's time in the sun is somewhat faded for now.
I'm not gonna lie, Cassante gets into the fight. This is actually a game where a Cassante could walk away with double and triple kills. If he gets onto the right targets. This Cassante's got some meat bags to hit in the front line. If he ever gets a good angle and manages to, you know, say, ult the Poppy backwards and get melee range of a carry, he's completely fine with that, Sam. And Breathe is a damn good Cassante player. You're right, the Jace not being ahead after being picked that early in the draft is a problem. Breathe is a very confident Cassante player, and while I don't think he's had a good series, all he needs is one last good game here to get anyone's Legend a win against one of the top table opponents from the last two splits of play. Vampire's ult blown very quickly there as the Varus ult comes through. I think Hope's just fine to do that. Just trade your ult for the Alistar ult. A lot of the disengage potential from JDG goes down the drain, especially with the Poppy being so far behind.
We have seen them really aggressively burning Vampire's ult, and that's then meant that Jung has been so frontline. We came to that Herald fight reminded that Alistar's ult was still down for another 15 odd seconds. So you're kind of in this position where Jung is then obligated, I guess, to frontline if you are going to contest, but it's proven to be very difficult because I think AL have actually been very disciplined about not dashing in range. The Kiana's burning a stacked Q, is burning the R, not dashing in with an Audacity with a Terror shape. We're seeing the same things with Hope, with Kyle looking for that ranged pick to chunk out the pop, use them being forced to make a play or leave.
Teddy in chat saying, everyone keeps mentioning this Jio fella, but I've never seen him on the Rift. What? Keep hearing this thing about Lila as well. Are they on the same team? What's happening with that?
Shout out to Teddy as well for the incredible graphics they put up for the Ruddy Ross the other day. Full Disco Elysium vibes there with some Renaissance vibes.
Yeah, for those of you who don't follow NLC, Teddy is the graphics designer for Ruddy, headed up by Don Jake and a number of other cool people in the scene. And the graphics are really, really cool. Go check them out. Go support your artists within the scene. It's a hard time to be an artist. Best support the ones we've got. It really makes a difference to them. Dragon's now up in a minute. Anyone's Legend have won every objective fight so far this game. JDG, well, I mean, just bluntly, AL have won every fight this game, regardless of where it has been happening. Now, Hope is at 3-0. He does have a lot of gold. The Lethality Virus uses the gold less well than he used to because the Q scaling on the AD, amongst other things, is just not as good as it was. However, Tarzan with the gold, as long as he doesn't get slammed by the front line, will use his gold with 1.4k gold lead much better.
Yep, I completely compare. Comes the teleports now, as they will be setting up for a relatively late soul point, but not too much of an issue, I think. Like, scaling-wise is an interesting conversation this game. I think we are getting to that point where the Kiana from Tarzan is really at a very scary power Vampire. Get Chunk. Junja eats a little bit of damage from the Voltaic. Second Grass Blade down. Yeah,
JDG really like to use this way to get into River. That's Cassante getting drilled down a little bit here. Breathe needs to be careful.
Does eat a bit of the damage here, flashes away, not in range of an execute. Shanks also on the flank angle. There is a teleport for at least a couple members of AL, but not for the Cassante, it's worth noting.
Yeah, this is a good entrance from JDG. Breathe needs to keep his HP up. They're actually going to give the HP over to Kyle from the Honey Fruit and not to Breathe. Dragon's going lower. They can use the Mel passive a bit. Spell Shield and hoping the Pop ult lands onto Kiana. That should be Dragon secured.
Lovely. That will mean no way to smite fight for that one. Breathe now in a dangerous spot, but gets to footwork away and will be safe. If the Chains of Corruption do land briefly, Vampire now in danger. His ult's about to time out, has to flash away.
Okay, so good Dragon contest from JDG. Again, JDG on the whole have approached objectives better than, well, almost every LPL team. The way that JDG were beating, well, a whole lot of teams actually here in the LPL, was just by walking in objectives and being better than them. In fact, there was a really big win against Weibo last split, where they were losing the entire rest of the game, just walked to Dragons and won. Weibo being one of our worst objective teams, I suppose. Annual's Legend needs to make the most of these scenarios. I don't think they should have let JDG get to the objective that easily, and I think Breathe misplayed his frontline role far too much there as well. He didn't have the follow-up behind him. He needs to be very careful with those kind of angles in the future.
And again, I get he's new to the team. There'll be some coordination things in terms of being on the same page as a team that might take a little while to come on in, but still those mistakes will cost you as things go on. Was a potential look there from AL to at least set up some vision around Baron and try and force JDG into another scuffle before things like a third item from Gala can begin to come on through. Last cone in, Vampire with the Ghost from the spell, but won't find an engage angle.
Yeah, as Ghost for heal, Kyle used the move speed on the other side. I think that bot lane of Anyone's Legend just paying respect there to the Alistar. We are getting to the point where we're almost at 3-item Sivir. Yeah, 2k behind, but 3-item Sivir is still 3-item Sivir. Scary old champion if they get to that kind of mark. 4 items might be needed for the Lord Dominic's regards in this game. So just keep your eyes on the Sivir items. Even though they're behind, they are still a Sivir. Honku, pretty strong himself. 1k gold lead. Has a couple of Dark Seal stacks. But more importantly, he's got almost 3 items. Probably looking towards something like a Death Cap later on. I guess could go towards the Zhonya's as well. Depends how much carrying he feels like he needs to do. 1,000 gold lead. He needs to really pull his weight here. Honku did in game 1. It's one of the big reasons they won on that Syndra, despite his bad early game. Honku, star mid laner coming over from the Flying Oysters in the LCP last year. Had a mixed year. Very good split one on the most part. Then kind of ran into a brick wall of Knight beyond that. But then again, most people do in the LPL. Still a player which JDG have used to great success here, though, within the LPL.
I completely agree. Bit of a shout out to Hope here as well, who's up a lot of farm. 290 farm in 25 minutes.
Yeah,
Very
crazy.
Impressive stuff. I suspect he's been donated to some of Shanks' waves, though. Might be where that's come from.
Shang, speaking of that, does have flash on the Annie. If he gets a good angle with the double teleports from solo laners, perhaps he can get a similar flank as to the one he got at the Herald fight, where things kind of exploded in favor of Anyone's Legend. Game slowed down a bit. JDG have been pretty good on the whole of slowing the game down, getting farm, and then looting for that one big fight when they're behind the game. They beat BLG in Split 1 in regular season by kind of doing the same thing. Just wait, you're behind in gold. Cool, just wait for one big fight. You don't have to fight. Stall it out, look for one big opportunity. Play around that. Anyone's Legend fell prey to that a little bit in game 1. They would not want to do that here in the deciding game in game 3.
Dragon 2 minutes off, Baron up. Has just slowed down a little here. And again, there's a team with a Sivir on one side. That's always going to be a concern as that late game win condition. AL, though, are really in control of this Baron pit and the wards around it. Face checking into the Cassante. That's simple right now. Tarzan also at 3 items. Be a pretty deadly Batant. Not quite at the level 16. Would love to pick that up before a next objective. Touch too far, not enough camps really to pick up to force that level, I suspect.
Right, Xiaoshu pushing in that bot lane. Breathe walking over. Almost a full level down on Xiaoshu. It's not really led to a gold lead. Breathe is still level 16. It's not like he's a bad level of XP, but still something to track. Minute now on Dragon as we keep timing down towards that. As the TikTok counting down the clock for Gala's items as well. Again, he's 2k down. If he was even in gold, he'd be much, much closer, of course. Not to be in this one. Hopes Varus' I suppose his primary role in this game has to stop the Sivir from gaining gold, which has been useful. Yep. If you can blow the Alistar ult before the next fight, that will be hugely important. As we get into this kind of time, 40 seconds, watch for the poke, watch for cooldown economy. Both teams wanting to get as much out of their long-range skill shots as possible.
Worth noting, Gala only has brown bags. Is really indexed into saying, look, I'm behind. I need to get these item completions. It means the mobility is very much tied to that flash, tied to that on the hunt. If either of those aren't used well, Gala a little more vulnerable than some other Sivirs would be at this point in the game.
Varus throwing out arrows, missing that last one out of the Kyle with the Q. Anyone's Legend into River first. Now, it's not going to be Soul for them. JDG still don't want to give up the Dragon if they can help it. They can give over 1. Good damage onto Vampire there. That's the first meaningful poke of this setup.
Work Hope, another E. Hill of arrows into the root. That forces the ult. That's a good one. Dragon now started. Vampire, one of those key frontline disengage pieces, is now in a problematic position. AL actually playing the poke comp really here. Not the full dive as we wondered from draft.
Which is something they failed at around the last Dragon. If they'd done that there, well, maybe they'd have Soul at this point. The game has been delayed. JDG don't find their opportunity this time. The Alistar into the Varus. It is a tricky one. Alistar basically needs to find an engage before they're below half HP. You do not want to be blowing your ultimate as Alistar onto poke. Don't really have a choice there, though. Ends up going too low. Has to use that JDG retreat afterwards. Because the Poppy is so weak, and now it's getting to late game where people one-shot the Poppy very easily. The Alistar is the primary frontline, and that ultimate is worth its weight in gold.
Exactly, the Poppy just hasn't really worked out here. We've just not seen AL aggress into the Poppy, and Jun just not really been able to make too many aggressive moves of their own. Now from behind, it feels like any little bit of CC is the death of a Poppy.
Yeah. Now, you know, we came out of this draft thinking, look, anyone's legend, they're going to have a tough time with the Poppy Alistar to get through. But realistically, they've done very well through the Alistar and not just dashing into the Poppy. And not falling prey to the Jace either. The fact that Xiaoshu is even with the K'Sante and not just blowing open that lead has really changed this draft too. If you have like a 1,000, 2,000 gold lead on the Jace as well, this game is very different. But the kills on Breathe make a big difference, despite the fact that he is almost 40 CS down on a full level. The Jace has not taken over this game. Anyone's legend. This has been much better from them. I was a little bit worried about how they were playing out. You know, the game 1 composition. Felt like that draft really wasn't great. I even thought the draft in the last game wasn't perfect. On the whole, I think JDG have been the better drafters today. However, drafts aren't your fingers on the keyboard. They aren't the actual things that you play in game. And AL have actually been pretty good at that points in most of these games.
Right there with you. Just saw the Cyril just get picked up by Hope as well, so he's now at 4 items, about as dangerous as Varus is going to get. Hope should be fairly meaningful. That front line in particular lands it there onto Gala. That's pretty nice. Nowhere near a Bloodthirst or anything like that for that Sivir, so Poke should be meaningful unless they get a very good spell shield to get some healing back.
Yeah, we're already seeing some of that Poke land there, even just from the Kiana, and we're not really seeing Shock Blast land. We're not really seeing Sivir Q land. Spell shield blown on Tarzan there. The Edge of Night used to shrug off some of that poke. K'Sante can stand in front of a skill shot or two. He's the strongest frontliner on the pitch right now. I say on the pitch. Oh, I'm watching too much World Cup. On the Rift right now. Anyone's legend. Have enough spell shields to shrug off the few skill shots which are actually making it through. Gala has one on a much lower cooldown though.
Shanks resets. That's a death cap for the Annie, by the way. That little girl has got a very large hat.
Yeah, there's a question chat. What League of Legends build is the best outfit? Well, I mean, you can't turn down the fancy hat, can you?
it goes with every occasion. Murder, funerals,
yeah,
swimming.
Sometimes both at the same, sometimes all at the same time. You know, you just like
Indeed.
You go to like go to a funeral on the river. One thing leads to another. Add one onto the proceedings of the funeral. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, for a while. Hang on a second. Vampire's ult pulled again.
Ooh, get that one fairly easily. They're still only level 10, so it's the rank 1 of the ultimate.
Baron with the Alistar ult down. I mean, it's dangerous versus the Poppy ult, but I mean the Alistar ult is really important. Do they hold their discipline? Do they think actually Alistar ult being down is enough? I don't think they think it's enough. They don't want to pull the trigger just yet. Vampire will get away with on there. Still only level 10, does not have second rank of the ultimate.
I've just got to be a little bit careful towards the Skull Crab. Tarzan dashes beyond the potential binding. Goes into the grass blade and Honky has to get away. Supreme display of talent. Doesn't really catch who they were looking for there as Vampire with a clutch flash. I think dodges his way out of that CC chain.
I think what Vampire wanted to do there was flash combo Tarzan and missed. I think that's what happened. He wanted the aggressive play and couldn't get it. So both Vampire and Tarzan not quite hitting the mark on what they wanted, but no one dies for it at least.
No, you do get the flash off the Alistar. Could be pretty huge. Also, just eyes on Gala's infantry. That will be the 4th item completed.
There you go, immortal reminder. So 4 out of 4, TikTok. The alarm is there. Gala can now one-shot the whole team. If he can free hit, Gala will carry. That's what JDG had been waiting for. However, they need to actually get him into the pocket. They need him to do enough damage. It is in time for the dragon, though. Anyone's legend. That mistake around the 3rd dragon might hurt them. Vampire going low, though!
Oh, he doesn't have the ult. Gets choked out so low. They've blown him up. Desperate to fight over the wards, and he just doesn't have the tools to stand there. He's dead to rights, and that will be a 4 versus 5 around Soul.
Disaster! Oh, disaster. Look, I think Junja had a poor game early, but Vampire blowing his flash for a missed play in topside and his ultimate just before that, and then dying just before the fight you have your Sivir at max items for. That is not good enough from Vampire, sadly. I don't think he's had a bad series today, but that genuinely could be the thing which decides this last game. That sucks for him.
Okay, we saw the teleports from JDG to try and drag AL away from the dragon to say, look, come fight us around Baron, at least where you don't have setup. They're starting it up now. They're going to have Tarzan solo out the dragon in the picture-in-picture.
Okay, so they want the soul. They're going to give up Baron for it. Can JDG get to bot side? Well, no. What happens on top side after? Technically 4v4 in top side right now, I believe. No, Alice is in 4v5v4 in the top side.
They get some damage back. They will potentially break up. Junju does flash out. Now the damage begins to turn around as Breathe is in danger. Can't get over the wall as yet. Stacks up the Intofo strikes. Looking to come back in. Gets another pullback. Vampire now in danger. The blast lands, but not to that much damage. Solar Snare dodged away from. Honkyu now potentially in danger as the teleports come on in. It's not a teleport, it's just a flanking Kiana. The Empress of Ingstall looks to show exactly how talented she is. It's Supreme. Doesn't need to use it quite yet. Looks for the pullback. The Golden Eclipse brings down Tarzan. Pop Blossom comes on. Honkyu still alive. Turret shots are flying as well. Xiaoshu alive. Another Solar Snare and a Radiant Volley. They bring down multiple members. Gala's unleashing. He gets more. 4 items. And it's all gone wrong for anyone's legend.
Well, okay. Let's draw this back, Sam. JDG still lose 4 out of their 5 Baron buffs, and Gala uses both summoners, and AL still get the soul. I would argue anyone's legend still get away with one. I still think this is somewhat of a positive play. They have the permanent buff. JDG don't get to use the Baron. So while it is utterly insane, and I do think that Tarzan does kind of run it a little bit in this fight as he gets his ult reflected back to him and then dies, I still think the overall play is somehow still in anyone's legend's favor. Just about.
Get what Tarzan was trying to do, holding, trying to bait out the reflector doesn't come on through. At this point, he's got to auto. But Gala, you know what? Credit to you. Bring down a few members. I think if you don't, it might even be game over there because of how much shove could come on through with the members still standing from AL. Gets a few more kill involvements, picks up another BF sword as a result, but the Baron is going to be entirely mitigated. And you're right, Soul still secured by anyone's legend.
Now, the big thing is that there were shutdowns there. That's not something which I factored into the last bit, so again, JDG do get some more out of that too. So it is a lot more gold in pocket. Actually, that's almost funneled Gala through to a 5th item. So he's actually getting even stronger from this point. And he's completed his boots. As you said, he delayed that for a long time. Honkyu is very, very strong. Tarzan can't afford another fight like that, let me tell you. He threw his ult into it, thinking he could hold on to it. Just turns out, actually, still got outplayed in the mind game. Now, anyone's legend did get themselves Soul. This is now an Elder Dragon game. Does Ocean Soul actually win the game from anyone's legend? Or
not bad
can
for
JD
them.
Or can JDG still win around Elder? I mean, I still think they can. I mean, if you get a good enough one-shot onto Shanks or Hope, or Tarzan, of course, a lot of the damage does go with it. Ocean Soul, very helpful, though. If you start getting GAs and Zhonyas and these things which kind of add value onto the Ocean Soul, because, again, the Ocean Soul regen weirdly ticks while you're reviving from GA or you're in Zhonyas, then I think AL gets some really nasty late-game fights.
I'm right there with you. And again, of course, for the Kiana, that ability to throw down a grass blade, let the Ocean Soul pick up a little bit while you're doing it. Varus procs it super easily. Nico procs it super easily. Annie, a little less good for her, but, you know, it's not like she can't. You've got ways to get value from the Ocean Soul, especially as it feels like Junja and Vampire in particular very much struggled to hold a front line with AL kind of constantly throwing out CC chains at them.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I think Vampire's had a pretty good, okay series. This has been a pretty bad late game on Alistar. Now, he basically died. He lost his flash and his ult, then died bot side, went top side, died around Baron, and, you know, he's had a really tough time recovering from that. Now, he does have flash, ult, and ghost. He's in a strong point now. He kind of needs to redeem himself for this late game. If he has one good fight, though, this Alistar with ult running at full HP can be a real problem from anyone's legend.
Lane tier 1 still stands for AL. It's proving JDG, giving JDG some conniptions, I think it's fair to say. Getting wave control here is doable with the Civ. I think finally with this crystallized proc, should be able to bring it down. So that finally falls. Couple minutes on our Uber buff spawning. About a second or two faster for the Elder Dragon, but realistically it'll be simultaneous for all intents and purposes.
4 items in for Tarzan. I think we mentioned that before. Actually, you might have been stuck on that for a little while thinking about it, because you mentioned the... Oh, you mentioned the Cerildus for Hope. So the Cerildus for Tarzan's now in as well. There's a Serpent's Fang for Hope. So he gets an extra item in there too. I believe that was his last item completed. Shanks, we'll see what his next item is. He's got 8 stacks in the Dark Seal. I doubt he's going to go Magize at this point in the game. Go Magize early if you're going to go it at all, by the way, folks. Getting it late just reduces the value of the item on the whole. You want to snowball with it. Not necessarily get mid-fight value later on into the game. Breathe has Randuins. That'll help versus Gala. And I mean, like... Now, the Mortal Reminder will cut the Ocean Soul healing. The Ocean Soul's still going to be ticking, though, and Breathe is going to be a real pain in the butt. This Cassante with Ocean Soul is a real problem champion for JDG to deal with.
I'm also just looking at Gala, 444 CS, got the Bloodthirster completed. That win condition of the late game Civet is online. If Gala gets another fight, his summoners are up for these next big fights. Eyes on the Civet. If the Civet gets a clean fight, I think it will still be more than winnable for JDG.
Oh, absolutely. You know, if you get a free hit on a 4+ item Civet, you get to sit in the pocket. Civet carries those games. Varus is very much outscaled at this point. If you manage to get the Alistar ult off, you've done your value. But realistically, Varus is not the late game champion, which he used to be as a poke champion. Gala is far more useful than him. Can he make it work now? The Vampire loses the Celestial opposition. Dragon in 30 seconds. Let's watch for that poke.
It is JDG in the river first. Last time it became a bit of a problem because Vampire got picked off to begin with. AL now gonna have to face check who's going to be able to do that. They've at least got that one control ward in the back of the pit. That's important. Nico clone used to scout out. Still a very potent ability.
Now Tarzan has a spell shield walking forwards. Junja gets water bladed. Get a little bit worried there actually. Vampire popping the ghost. Not sure he's gonna find that much use out of it. We'll just switch over to his heal now as a secondary summoner.
Shields down on Junja, got very nervous there. In goes Vampire, not the best target. In they go to Tarzan, but it's a spell shield. Grass Blades there. Tempted pick goes wide.
I think what Junja tried to do was smite the spell shield off, but he mistimed it. So Tarzan did still have the spell shield. No wall stun, so the flash on the Poppy is down. Watch out for the Poppy ultimate, though. That is a game changer around Elder.
No ult for Vampire, but there's still some health bars. This will now become down to the smite fight. Vision control limited for both teams.
Tarzan's low, going on to Junja, gets a stun onto him.
Supreme Display talent isn't that much damage. They're still going to find a decent amount of pop. Not quite killed off Junja, but he's been left low. Breathe drags him all out. The smite likely to die. Junja finally falls. Tarzan picks it up. Vampire also low. Dragon, one by Mel. Mel got the Elder. Somehow, the problem is the fight afterwards looking pretty rough. They've got Gala, they've got Honkyu. All the damage dealers are there, but everyone else is dead.
What the hell just happened, Sam? Junja got left alone in the pit. That should be game over, but he takes a long time to die. And Honkyu gets the Elder somehow, some way. That stops it being utter disaster. Gala gets to put some damage down as well. The only reason this game isn't a complete, wash after that point, after the Elder gets taken, is because Shanks gets great damage down on the backside, and we'll watch that in the replay as well. Poke's great from Honkyu. Hope has to back off as he gets tagged by Melq's, and the skill shots coming through. Shanks gets a mega play on the top of your screen, though, in just a moment. Watch out for that. Junja gets killed. He is too far forwards. It's not been a good game for the jungler of JDG. Shanks saves the game, though, with a double stun onto the backline to stop it being a whitewash after the Elder somehow gets stolen. Goes down to 33 HP. It's a misplay. It's a missecure from the smite of Tarzan. That could have been game losing from Tarzan.
Oh, the Supreme Display of Talent was even spell shielded by Gala. Like, you've done everything right there in some ways. And you can see Tarbe is like, what are we doing? That is a reaction cam of all time.
Oh, man. I'm not going to lie, Sam. The jungle support of JDG have really struggled in this game. It's a better fight this time. Elder is still there, just on Gala, right? Though it's on Honkyu as well. It's still on both carries. So actually, JDG can still fight this. They still have Elder. They might fly over anyway, but you don't want to fight into the Elder on both carries, surely.
To get in. The ult from Poppy spun up, goes down to Junja. Nice. So they do at least pick up that buff to their name. Allows them to start picking up some of this standing gold as well, theoretically. We've still got outer turrets for both teams.
This game is so ridiculous. This is just not normal League of Legends. This is the stuff that you get when you have, like, week 1 of play. Teams are tired from international travel. There's, like, a roster swap for one team coming in. It does smell of teams which are not quite locked in yet, And we also saw JDG had a couple of ill players too. I think they've had 2 players wearing masks on stage. Breather's getting really, really tanky. It's 1,000 gold behind Xiaoxi, but it doesn't matter as much. But the Baron on all 5 members now of JDG, that's a problem from anyone's Legend. They need this Varus to start getting more poke down, but the Jace is landing more.
Honkyu does get chunked fairly heavily, it's worth noting. Shanks and Tarzan just off on this angle. Tarzan picks up the red buff, so he's got that going to their name. Still a few minutes left on that Elder respawn. You've got 2 minutes on the Baron to try and pick up some more of this standing gold. Now going towards this bot lane tier 2.
I actually wonder, there is still that control ward in the back of the Dragon Pit, by the way. There is a world in where Shanks goes for a random TP, but he'd be going through vision lines now. They're going to let the tower go down. They don't have the Annie TP, which makes it a bit risky. AL, they were in quite good control of this game, Sam. The dragon fights have not been their friends. The 3rd dragon fight where they gave over kind of like a free delaying dragon for JDG, and then the Elder where A missed smite from Tarzan, it really hurts them. It gives over the Baron afterwards. JDG might just win through just superior late game objective play.
Just late game Civet, we have just nearly got 500 CS win condition here. It's 43 minutes on the clock. We are going late. And again, in this modern era of League of Legends, getting to this later stage of the game, relative rarity.
We're going to get to the point where, like, every champion is heading up towards multiple items. Even the supports are probably going to get to, like, 2-3 items in this game. Okay, Anyone's Legend. They're going into late game with Ocean Soul, but they do have a Poke Varus, which is very nerfed. He has the Endless Hunger. That's a good item, don't get me wrong. That ward is still there. I think it'll finally get spotted with a Scuttle Grab being taken out here. So they'll finally see that ward in the back of the pit. It's been there for like 5 minutes, buddy. It's been there for a long, long time.
They're not clearing it! They're just leaving it!
Well, he has to reset on the right time, Sam. He has to reset, get back out onto the map. I understand that. They know it's there now. It's not like it's going to be moving anytime soon. It is a damn control ward. They'll clear it out when they move down towards that area of the map. I understand just leaving it to reset. Gala has GA now. He has Bloodthirster, he has GA, he has Flash, he has Cleanse. Gala, you better turn back the clock somewhat and pull out a vintage Gala team fight. His late game Civet. Not necessarily had the best late games on JDG this year. Needs to have one here to win this series.
Shanks has picked up the book, just converting something into, got 10 stacks on, so a bit more move speed at the very least for the Annie. Not the worst thing with a Molten Shield.
No, that's good. No, that's important.
Into some of the backlines.
And he also has the upgraded swiftness boots as well. So his ability to move across the map, quite powerful. He does have Flash coming up soon, still has Teleport. He will have Flash for the next fight. Shanks, if he gets onto the backline, might just one-shot them. That might be the win condition from Anyone's Legend. Tarzan, as we said, will struggle into the Alistair, will struggle into the Poppy. The Poppy's getting tankier as well. Don't know that was there. They haven't killed it, but they should surely kill it at this point, guys.
Why?
Come on.
Trying to contest over vision elsewhere. Vampire has that Celestial opposition broken. And again, Vampire's ability to play in the front line has been a little limited. Has burned the Ghost, switching over. So I want to say the heal for these later game scenarios alongside the exhaust. No flash, but it's got key combat subs.
So the heal is the one that he has natively. He'd have to spellbook beyond that. So the heal's just like his regular one. Teleport onto the wave from the Cassante. Goes for that teleport shield. Takes a still amount of damage from Xiaoxu. I think it's the Serpent Sang, which strips the shield somewhat there. Dragon in 30 seconds. JDG do have control over this area. There are no flank wards from Anyone's Legend, and their late game objectives have not been fantastic. Where does Shanks find an angle now? He needs to find a way off of vision and use that flash to get onto the backline.
They can just get into the pit if they want to. Be a little deep, perhaps, from the enemy, because the Zonies could probably buy a fair amount of time. JDG holding a high line in this river to prevent AL from coming in easily. They're going to try and force their way in through this bot lane.
Jace is
Vampire
still
in danger of being poked
mid lane.
out.
Jace is mid lane. If Jace doesn't teleport, you can have a momentary 4v5. Tarzan might look for this. While Jace is pushing the base, turret goes down, Shanks is recalling. Anyone's Legend can't find a way to pull the trigger.
They can't. They're happy to cede at least an inhibitor, but that's what they're giving up here. Make no mistake about it.
Now, Shanks has returned back to base, but he's also not showing on the wave. He shows now. So now they know the Annie's not there, but the Annie does have teleport. Alistair down to half HP, so recalls. Alistair is off the map, but AL don't know about that, I don't think. And it's not gonna. They're not gonna be able to rush the dragon soon enough before Alistair gets back on the map. And the Annie still not in position, still needs to find a way into the backline, needs a teleport angle.
Has got that one at the back of the pit, has got the flash. May look just walk through mid and get that shove in and be a little slow from the Annie, but still this late in the game, the wave clear will be decent enough. Bell to start it.
Okay, so where is Annie? Annie finds his way onto Vampire, blows the ult onto him. They're trying to kill the front line. Xiaoxu going forwards.
It's a split fight, 2v1. Can buy some time with the Zonyas, all the while Tarzan now here. Flash the double supreme display talent! And 2 members fall! That's huge. In comes Junja. Knock up with the keeper's verdict. Gala flashing in. It's got the GA to work with. Tarzan desperate to get to Mortar Town. But no GA, but there's a Pop Blossom. Desperate to keep Gala alive. He will revive, but Tarzan's here! And they've blown up the Siva. Breathe on the backline. Junja gets pulled back with the Adolfo strikes. Hongyu executes, but everyone else is melted.
It is not the 5v5. It is split fights in Anyone's Legend. Outplay in them. Xiaoxu and Vampire try to go for the split 2v2 onto Tarzan and Shanks, and they may have lost their team the game from it. The late game from JDG was promising to be special, but they just don't deliver in the biggest moment in the game, Sam. They're going to lose the Elder. Anyone's Legend will get themselves the Uber buff on 4 out of 5 members, question mark, 3 out of 5. Sorry, 2 died in that fight amongst the chaos. Shanks and Kyle will not have that buff, but, well, whatever. I think Shanks makes a good decision here. Take the ultimate off of the Alistar. They need that front line, and no one else is following up on it. Vampire, it's another late game scenario in this game, which doesn't quite work out his way. He's really struggled to perform, and Tarzan gets a mega combo. Instant kill onto the Jace, but realistically, it's Shanks just deciding to take the ultimate off of the Alistar, which makes the big difference here. Gala, I think, realizes, I gotta do DPS now before their cooldowns comes back up. Sadly, the follow-up is closer from anyone's legend. I don't mind the angle from Gala, but now you're down Flash, you're down GA, you're down Cleanse. Big cooldowns used. In fact, he sold his GA. He wants another item instead. He's actually bought a Mercurial Scimitar instead because he knows he probably can't wait for the cooldown to come back.
No, I agree. And again, you're late enough in the game that you just have that spare gold rolling, so it makes some sense. It's frustrating, I think, for JDG. I understand what Gala's thinking there, but again, the person you kill is Shanks, who's already dropped his full combo. If that had been Hope, if that had been Tarzan, maybe it'd be a different conversation. Can't quite convert that. And then you look at the jungle support, 0-7 and 5, 0-6 and 4. The disengage core you were drafted for hasn't really been able to disengage. They've been asked to go forwards and has been chunked out and left low every time they've tried to make a move.
Yeah, and Xiaoshu, I mean, he laned okay versus the Cassante, but then Cassante picked up a kill or two in the early fights, and it just felt like the Jace hasn't had an impact afterwards. Breather's been the better top laner between the two of them in this game on the whole. JDG have a lot to look back on. I liked this draft from them. I think they should win through lane and be able to disengage for long-range carries. That has not worked out well, though, in their favor. And even though Gala has reached the late-game promised land of full-build Civet, they are not winning the late game quickly enough. They're trying to look for an around-the-corner play as the Baron does come in. 2 minutes left of it. About 3.5 waves left to push in. Civ is wave clearing very well. Might even just be able to clear through the Baron buff. They have Elder and Baron, Sam. Surely they should be able to end the game with this. They should be able to win this, but maybe the wave clear's too much. That is insanity to me.
I mean, good lord, the Gala just sneezes and a wave dives, and the thing is, the waves aren't synced, so it's allowed Civet to just rotate between one wave to another, migrate to wherever the minions are. AL still going to force forward. Remember, Gala without the summoners has to be a little bit scared about stepping forward. That shock blast hurts, but Tarzan with the Ocean Soul, it'll tick back up well enough. He's actually got to the point where he's been able to pick up a last item sabotage on the Kiana, by the by. So if you do get one of those objectives, get one of those turrets, your ability to throw some nasty additional true damage down afterwards can be pretty disgusting.
Okay, Elder is now off, and the grand cost of it was, well, you lost the Baron, and you lost an inhibitor turret, not an inhibitor itself. Gala wave clear, man. Play it, man. Just Civet wave clear. That's why we changed Baron buff, to make sure that you can't just endlessly stall, and late game Civet can somehow still keep doing that. That is absurd.
Are we getting an hour game out?
I don't think it'll last, but it's really rare for this to not end around an Elder fight. The fact that it didn't end in the last one, they're teleporting Junja. Sam, we might be ending here, but Gala's in the pocket, maybe.
This could get dangerous. Supreme Display of Talent comes on down. Shanks now here, gets stunned into the wall, but the damage still going to Junja. The double knockup is good. Shanks goes golden. Buys some time. Rest of AL here. They've kept Junja alive. The Pop Blossom is good. Gala, Honku desperate to run away. Junja in danger, not quite down. Vampire at the front line as Xiaoshu brings down the Addy. Flash wave them to the skies. Hope stays alive on the other side. Desperate to bring down the Jace. They do so. Vampire stepping forward. Gala trying to get the autos down, ricocheting his way on through. It's a snooker ball, and the 8 balls in the pocket. Finds himself more damage. The pick on Junja goes so wrong.
Giant Breed is still alive. What are they going to do with this time they have? Gala's walking forwards. They need to secure the play. The Ocean Soul is ticking. He's doing damage. Vampire's going low.
Lord.
He's getting damage down. He's 1v3ing Sam.
He keeps finding more jumps onto Gala, but there's a good spell shield. Prevents the pullback. Still gets the Alistar. Finally falls, but I wonder whether that's enough time for Tarzan's clearing out the wave, trying to buy time. There's 30 seconds on the next spawn. 67 on Breathe.
Oh my god. I think over chasing for the Cassante. Does it cost them the game? Can they wave clear? Tarzan has GA. He has ult in 10 seconds.
20 seconds.
I don't know if they end off of this. Tarzan might be able to wave clear by just throwing an ult at the inhibitor. Like right now, they can't end. They can't end, Sam. Oh my god, we're going beyond 53 minutes. Right. I don't know where to start with that last fight, Sam. Initially, it was a good pick onto Junja. Shanks then realizes Gala's in the Raptor pit, but then Shanks gets caught out by not flashing early. If we'll watch this on the replay here. The big thing was Gala's spell shield actually gets blown by the Supreme Display of Talent, so you'd think, okay, you can just one-shot Gala, maybe through it. Can't do that, and I think that Shanks should have flash. Well, he didn't have flash. Going in without flash, perhaps that was the changer there. Xiaoshu, good angle onto the backline, kills off Shanks, and then very nearly kills off Hope on his own as well. This is the first good chase teamfight Xiaoshu has had, and it very nearly ends the game. I know he dies on the backside of it, but he does his job there, actually, closing down the backline. This is so close to that mega late game fight which JDG have been waiting for.
Yeah, this one's tough to see. You end up in a position where somehow, some way, we are going to a third Elder spawn. Checking the picture-in-picture, Gala's damage numbers was over 10,000, I believe.
That is absurd, man. All right, so Dragon up in 30 seconds. Full build for pretty much everyone. Supports, sorry, you don't get an economy in this kind of game. Tarzan still has GA.
Economy.
Tarzan still has GA. That's a big thing. Breathe is level 20. He's bought himself an elixir. So is Vampire, actually. Vampire, you need to be careful there. You need to keep your ultimate safe. Breathe is only scared of Gala. Gala is currently mid lane. He's pushing up that wave. Ale might actually have to recall someone to teleport back in. Problem is, they only have the Varus who can teleport in. This is not looking good, but they managed to get the pick.
Gala! No! He's alive. Just about alive. Gets to run away, but he has been left precipitously low.
Okay, so he has lifesteal. He can lifesteal off for the Raptors, but he's lost himself his cleanse. He will get one. His summoner spell cleanse will be back up. His Merc Scimitar is down. He didn't blow flash. That is available. Ult is down as well.
The on the hunt, I think, is probably more significant in some ways because that was one of the really big ways of the team to keep the team fights up. Still, Flash is in, but nice pick off there from Shanks. Very nearly won them the game of Gala's near miss position. Junja in a dangerous spot himself. Look at Breathe. Eyes on that wave in the mid lane as well. If it all goes wrong, Winions could just do it for you. There's some pings to the turrets. It could be a Baron for Nexus trade, Al. Xiaoshu's going, Shanks trading.
Xiaoshu's going, but Shanks is matching. Shanks doesn't have ult, so I'd actually argue it's better for anyone's legend that their mid laner is out of the play for this one. Breathe, looking for maybe a play around the side of it. JDG definitely have pole position here, Sam. They're set up well, popping up, spinning up. Who does it hit?
The verdict comes on to down. Doesn't find what they're looking for. Half HP on the Elder. Shout just killed the Xiaoshu. That's huge. That's unfortunate. The Nexus turret is still bare though. Breathe steps forward. Threatens on that one. Kiana gets the Elder. And now he's trapped in the pit. Multiple members down the front line. Is Paper. Last autos come on in. Hope gets that one. They have to TP back now. Because there's minions on JDG's Nexus turret.
Okay, so what do anyone's legend do? They've got Elder. They might go towards the Baron. Gala is alive for wave click. Can they hard force through it? I'm not sure, Sam. They might have to go for the Elder again, but the Baron again, but I'm not sure that'll work for them particularly well either. Maybe they
5v3.
They just have to find the 5v3 maybe. The Baron didn't save him last time. They're looking for the kill.
Honku left low. Remember, there's the Elder on Flash on it. Desperate to run away. The Flash keeps him safe. Junja on the front line. Golden from Shanks prevents the pickup of him. Jump onto Gala. He survives. Delta does scream, though, and brings Gala down to his GA. Nexus turret's gone. Sivir can't wave clear anymore. 56 minutes on the clock. 3 Elder Dragons. Anyone's legend clutch it out.
That is one of the most absurd late games I have ever seen here in China. Anyone's legend will get their victory against JDG. New top laner and Breathe comes in. It wasn't the easiest series for him, but that Cassante was so powerful. I don't actually know where you look towards first on anyone's legend. So many differing performances at different points in that game. I think Shanks on the Annie, crucial in so many of those picks. Tarzan, not countered by the Poppy. Breathe, fantastic Cassante to end out the series. And anyone's legend strike first in this split. They are looking for a bounce back. They've not had the easiest 2026, especially when you compare it to 2025. Sam, I am almost speechless. JDG on the other side, it looked like they had some ill players on stage today. They had a couple of players wearing masks, but they won't use that as an excuse here, Sam. I think that jungle support in that game 3 rather, really struggled to make an impact. Junja in the early game, Vampire in the late game, both struggle in differing amounts. Xiaoshu didn't get the most out of his lane either. Lots of small things going wrong added up into a quite unsurmountable task.
And again, I don't know what happened to Xiaoshu. I guess he tried to full send at the Nexus turrets, ended up taking some turret aggro and died. Also got to call out the fact that you then lose the Elder Smite as well. So you remember down, lose the Elder Smite. And it's just some of those clutch moments. I mean, even with Gala playing a good Sivir game, frankly, it just wasn't enough. And again, you drafted to disengage, and I actually don't think AL gave you that much to disengage from, weirdly. They didn't play it as an all-in comp.
Yeah, I agree. I think they just played it very slow. That was actually quite intelligent of them. And as chat's mentioning as well, big thing happened in that late game. Jace died off-screen to Annie in a 1v1 on the Nexus without ult or flash. How does that
I don't think
happen?
we saw exactly what happened. I'm assuming it
I didn't see that either. I would imagine there'll be a highlight of it, or maybe even a replay right now, because I don't think that happened on screen. But that death at the Nexus maybe cost them the game. Breather's getting a lot of love in chat for on the stream for MVP votes and player of the game. So what an incredible series. Like, the first 2 days of play have been so entertaining. Folks, if you have friends who are not watching LPL, but they watch LoL Esports, tell them to come watch this, folks. It is absolutely insane. Like, we've had, we had some incredible Baron steals yesterday. We've had pentakills already. We've had, like, insane 2-kill-a-minute games. This game has been, you'll add this in as well to one of the most entertaining late game scenarios. Very, very strong entertainment factor, at least from this series.
Man alive, Hope with a 60,000 damage game. Gala not too far behind. I think the problem is that you look at that Jason, the fact that you're a late game Jason has only done 30-odd thousand damage. It's not exactly what you want to see. Wasn't really landing a lot of those CC chains the way you'd be hoping for. Hell, he's nearly out-damaged by the Kiana.
I need a break, Sam. I need to rest my voice. Yeah. I need to sit and breathe in what has happened in this series. We'll write down some notes for it. I don't know how you sum this up. I don't think Junja had a good series today, Sam. Now, I'm not going to completely pull it down to him. I think JDG had the better drafts. I think that game 1, very good discipline from JDG to wait for that game-ending fight later on. In terms of other performers, Hongq, pretty good on the whole. I'm not going to blame this series on him. Gala,
greed for flashes, about it. Yeah.
Maybe, I mean, his early games weren't fantastic, but I don't think... Look, he's not the primary criminal here, and I think his Mal was actually very good. I think Gala, relatively solid again. Xiaoshu, good first 2 games. Third game, really struggled to get a lot done on the Jace. Had one good team fight later on, and then died at the Nexus. Junja, not great in games 2 or 3. Overdived on the Jarvan. Quite disconnected as a frontliner in game 3. And then Vampire, games 1 and 2 actually weren't bad at all. I think the Shen was more than fine. I think game 2 on the Lux, he died that one time getting vision around Baron. Sucks. I understand why that happened. Game 3, early game was fine. Late game was needed more from him, really. I think that Alistar, it's hard to blame Tavares, I understand it. But like his kind of chain deaths of losing ult, then flash, and then dying bot side, then dying at Baron really slowed down JDG's impact in the late game, and it really hurt them trying to get over the finish line. That was a very varied series, and this goes to show exactly why we're saying that, you know, the LPL is a very close top of the table clash. The top of the table is very, very close here. I mean, BLG, clearly number 1. We'll just put that out there. They're clearly number 1. But I think JDG, Anyone's Legend, Top Esports, much like in 2025, all quite close to each other. I think there's a world where WE level up again and push their way into top 4, maybe. There's a world in which Invictus Gaming, with Rookie back, the Shy back, changes to the roster. Even though they're in Group Nirvana, I could actually see them contesting with these teams if we see, you know, standard lanes, Rookie, the Shy. That sounds really good on paper. And also Mako on a roaming support meta. I really want to see what he can do as well. LPL is in a great spot. I think it's in a great spot for entertainment purposes and in terms of the level of play at the top of the table. We'll see what happens with BLG, but now Bin, like, off the table for a bit now.
That's a big question, yeah.
We don't know what's happening if he'll ever, you know, there's even rumors that if Hoya joins the team, he might just be not coming back to BLG.
Gone.
We don't know, right? We don't know. But LPL is in such an entertaining spot. Very, very cool.
And here's what happens. So Shanks just gets a full combo and blows up the Jace is the answer.
And we're gonna listen to this. We're gonna listen to this interview. We'll be back after the break.
获得了今天这场比赛的胜利，来到赛后采访环节的嘉宾是 AL 的中单选手 Shanks， 欢迎香克斯来先跟大家打一个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 AL 中单香克斯。
哇，真的是一场跌宕起伏的比赛啊，都不能说是一波3折了，这应该说是一波 N 折。所以我特别好奇，你会怎么去总结今天整个这个 BO3的表现？
就是感觉今天就打得很激情吧，很久没有打过这样的比赛了，就是感觉挺有意思的，很有趣
啊。那像第3局，因为打了真的50多分钟，打得太久了，所以我好奇的是，像这种对局越往后打，你们的心态是怎样的？是会越兴奋，还是说会越紧张一些？
因为打到特别后面嘛，因为死一个人可能就被一波的情况，我们就是沟通一直在冷静吧，慢慢打那种，就是好好打团。
而且能看得出来，虽然持续了很久，但是很集中。最后一波我们没看到的画面是你去断小徐的单带，然后把他给单杀了。那一波我们在直播画面当中都没有看到，能不能跟大家复述一下那一波当时什么样的一个情况？
就是他们一直在用兵线拉扯我们嘛，然后我们必须要回去一个，然后我们当时沟通决定我回去嘛，然后就判断了一下能打赢，然后我就去把他杀了。
怎么杀的？
就推棒，然后放技能就死了。
OK， 那除了这最后一波远古龙团之外，第二波远古龙团也很关键。当时对面是有2个人来中路抓你，你是用这个金身来拖延了一下时间，然后Tarzan的救援非常的及时啊。当时那一波你跟他等之间的沟通是怎样的？
因为之前就看到了嘛，看到牛头在我脸上，然后就是打之前其实就已经在沟通了，然后没想到他们突然那样开我吧，然后对我就说来保我来保我，然后他就马上到了，很关键。
这也是队友之间的默契。那其实除了今天的最后一局，第2局你的塞拉斯表现也很亮眼，既有单杀也有5杀的画面。给自己的塞拉斯第2把打个分，满分100分的话，你觉得会有多少分？
因为5杀了，所以就打满分吧。
满分 ，OK， 今天也是让我们展现出了香克斯塞拉斯的实力。那这个赛段来到第3赛段的登峰组，其实也会有新的队伍加入，也出现了新的竞争的格局。所以，香克斯，你觉得 AL 想在第3赛段的组内赛有更加出色的表现的话，最需要去注意的地方在哪里？
就无论就是登峰组有什么变化吧，我觉得我们首先就是感觉我们自己的游戏内容要提升吧，就是我们不太稳定嘛，然后希望我们一起加油，稳定下来吧。
还是要做好自己。那最后的一个问题，你自己对于第3赛段的目标和期望是什么？你会希望在第3赛段 AL 走到一个怎样的位置？
我还是很希望去打决赛吧，就希望我们能进决赛。
也期待 AL 在接下来的比赛有更加出色的表现。感谢香克斯接受我们的采访。以上就是赛后采访的所有内容。接下来我们把时间交还给解说席。
Well, what a hell of a series to start off today, Sam. First 2 days, you can't ask for more, can you? You can't ask for more. Now, Sam, I know you said you had like a really busy day later. Absolutely feel free to go off and do your own thing. Thank you so much for joining me for this one. And it's a pleasure being back doing LPL with you, Sam.
It's a pleasure. Yeah, I think I am going to have to bow out because my voice is not very happy with me, I think. So much love. And please do give Alex some support. You know the best way you could help support Alex right now?
Is it money, Sam?
Subscribing with a tier 1, 2, or 3 subscription to help us push towards Partner Plus here in July. We're about 35 odd subs away from that. So if anybody does want to consider upgrading their subscription or changing over from a Prime sub to a regular sub for a couple months, this would be a great time to do it. We'll love you forever, or at least for 3 months or so once we get Partner Plus locked in, which we'd love you to do, please. Thank you. Not me shilling, but absolutely me shilling. There you go. Also download Opera GX here, that's great. How's that? Boom.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just going to make I guess they're going to go through their player of the games and stuff. Player of the game was Breathe. He was a really good front line in that last game. It was, I have to say, it's probably his 1 good game in the series, but it was a really good game to have.
I completely agree. Was very, very potent. That Xante was. Chat, I shall bid you adieu. If you want to come catch me, I'll be on the Marvel Rivals official channel later today.
Oh, cool.
Casting some more Tier 2 League, which is great fun. Or not Tier 2 League. Well, yes, Tier 2 League of Marvel Rivals. Have to be careful with the phrasing on that one. Did say wiped off the rift yesterday on cast. It's like, no, that all happens dying hard. It happens. It happens. But I appreciate you all for sticking around. And make sure to tune in for the next series, which should be an interesting first look at BLG.
By the way, Sam, I don't know what you're doing next to your camera, but you can actually hear that tapping through the mic when you're doing that, by the way. Just like, I know we're getting used to the new setup.
I know.
Yeah, it's all good.
Well, I'll be changing microphones after this.
Okay, cool. All good. Okay, folks. Sam, thank you so much for coming and casting with me again. Couldn't do this without you. Big shout out to Sam. Follow Sam. He's in the title. You'll be able to see him there as well. Xante is just a super champion. It is what he's level 20, is even in gold, and gets an Ocean Soul. I think this is like peak. Shanks gets player of the series. I think that's fair. Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah. Although argument for Tarzan as well. Although his Neferi wasn't very good, I guess. I think it was between Shanks and Tarzan, one of the two. Oh, Sam's dipped out. Okay, cool. Alrighty then, folks. It's just you and me now. Haha. Why is Sam not in Berlin? Because Sam's got a wedding to go to back in the UK. So, Sam's got a wedding to go back into the UK. So I'm doing it on my own for a bit. Hey Viper, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Again, like Sam was saying it, but basically, if we get people subscribe, I know we get a lot of gift subs in the chat, which makes a big difference to us, by the way. I'm not it really does. But if you subscribe yourself, you basically add points up towards what's called Partner Plus. And if we get Sam's not getting married, it's a friend's wedding. Yeah. But basically, if 100 people subscribe, or like well, technically only be 30 people at tier 3, but basically if you subscribe, we get points towards Partner Plus, and if we get to Partner Plus, we get a larger share of subs at that point. So it basically means more money into our pockets from everyone at that point. Yeah. So but yeah, so if you guys do have even a Prime, or you want to sub across tier 1, 2, 3, it does make a big difference to us. If we get over that 100 mark, it does make a huge difference to us. Okay, well, I better put on an ad break, folks, and then we'll get ready for Series 2, which is BLG versus Thunder Talk, which is going to be really weird because Bin is not playing for the first time since, like, 22 spring for BLG. Bin has played every single game, I think, for... I think that BLG has played every single game for BLG since he swapped over. Remember, he won MSI, and then he got traded with RNG. RNG traded Bin and Breathe. So Breathe went to RNG, Bin went over to BLG. And I think Bin has been with BLG ever since and played every single game. Pretty sure. I know the votes are weird, man. I don't know how Breathe got player of the series votes. He didn't do very well, I don't think. Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, that was only Series 1, folks. We have another series. So apologies if I take a step down in energy for just a moment, just because I gotta survive through the rest of the day. And then basically the next 3 days back to back, we have 3 series days, not 2 series days. So there's a potential of having 9 game days, which is the LPL Classic. So what I might end up doing is reaching out to some people and seeing if they want to come on and cast as well. So I get to rest my voice a little bit. Let's listen to the comms in here. I want to listen to the comms in here. Are you co-streaming LEC? No, I'm not. Co-streaming LEC requires like to be partnered with a team, which I don't have. Although I'd love to. If there's any LEC team out there, or anyone that you know is like open to like applications for co-streaming, I would love to do that. I'm sorry, I don't think BLG TT can match this area. Don't worry, I'm quite sure BLG TT can't match this energy. That's how they get you. I'm just saying, that's how they get you. Like, this is BLG regionally. They can do some weird stuff. Can you take on more streaming hours? It's my career. I got him. Is LEC in an arena this weekend? I think it's in Paris week 1, right? I think it was. Evo was here, could use his context. I mean, I do know people at G2. It's just that G2 has a million co-streamers, so I'm not sure that would work in the same way. Oh, God. What a weird series. What a weird-ass series, man. It was really good. So, for those of you that didn't see earlier, my dad popped in to say hi on the stream, and Dad was saying that, like, someone he knew, like, in our hometown, which is pretty small. We live in a pretty small Nottinghamshire rural town. And someone, but someone in our town, like, their kid knew who Sam and I was. So that was very flattering. That's cool. Nice to know that we're quiche microbilities, which is quirky niche internet micro celebrities. So we're quiche microbilities. Yeah. Local legends, not quite. I'm not gonna lie. Most people I know from back home. Well, no, I do have some friends, but there's a lot of people I don't know. At home, I'm not big friends with because school was not a good place. There were a lot of very not so great kids there. I'm sure they're better as adults, but yeah. All right, I'm gonna run an ad break, folks. I'm actually gonna get myself another coffee, and then we'll settle in for the next game. Thanks for sticking with me, folks. Oh my god. Are you the most popular people from your hometown? Probably not. Nah. I don't think enough people know us. It's a pretty old town, so I don't think there are many esports players there. How can you be a microbity when you are over 6 foot tall? It's the mindset, you know. Okay, we're back, we're back. This time in a greater number. Okay, let's camera back on. Who's ready for some Wenbo time? It's so Wenbover. We're so Wen back. Okay. Right, let's get locked in because Bin is not playing for BLG and TT did promote up into Group Ascend, but like they are huge underdogs still. Look, TT are not a bad team, I would say. I think they've definitely found some great ways to play. I think Keshi is a pretty good undiscovered gem, right? I think this guy could actually be really good at some points. He is up against Wenbo, not against Bin though. There's a chance that works out for them because of that. Wenbo's playing, Bin is not starting. We don't expect Bin to be starting, and Wenbo is starting. Yeah, new player in there. Now he's had a little bit of hype coming through from LDL, but you can't match Bin really, right? Bin is a one and only player. Very hard to match a player like that. On the other side, TT. The big player I want to look at is Keshi versus Wenbo now, because this is like two players actually of a similar caliber, I think. And Junhao versus Shun, if this comes into a top jungle duo kind of fight, it could actually be really fun. That could be really fun, actually. Now, as you're seeing there, he's a big he's got a couple of AP champions, the Pool, the Gwen, the Renekton. Largely paying the bruises, though. But these are all champions which BLG play fairly well around anyway, so I don't think the draft changes an insane amount. It's not like they play opposite kinds of champions. Now, TT did make their way up towards Group Ascend. They ended up, they 3-0'd IG, I think it was. That was the team which they ended up beating. Hey, Onum, how's it going? What is that link? What did you find there? Oh yeah, I did see that. Was that the whole like, oh god, that was like LeBron James signing for BLG instead of Bin. Oh god, man. Anyway, most picked support in LPL history. Why is this a thing? Oh, they're talking about Auroras. This is for the entire year. So we're actually seeing Lulu being the most picked in LPL so far, although I don't think Lulu will last in terms of priority through this year. I think we're seeing too many roaming supports now. I think we're in a different era now for support play. Oh my god, it's just so hard to keep up the energy after that Series 1 though. I mean, it is a BLG series. BLG will always be entertaining. People always want to know what's happening with this team, understandably. They are an incredibly talented organization, set of players, an incredibly talented and a successful roster. Even though Bin is changed out, you still have Knight, you still have On, you still have Shun, still have Viper. These are very interesting, very, very top tier players, legendary players now. I think even Shun and On find themselves into that list. They are part of the modern fabric of League of Legends. If you think about jungle support duos, Shun and On are up there as one of the most successful of this era. Did you get a compliment? No, Dio, my bad. Dio, I really appreciate I appreciate your leadership qualities in that team you set up. I know that it's been hard on you. So basically, Duo is competing in a tournament and has set up a team for it. And Duo, I appreciate your leadership qualities. I think that you've been very communicative. I'm aware that players have not made it easy on you, but I think you've done your very best, and I really compliment you for persevering through that and making the most out of it. I hope it works out well for you. Hey, Harold as well. Funnily enough, Harold, I also think you have good leadership qualities as well. I think when you show belief in yourself, Harold, and you actually, put yourself in a position of authority, I think you command a lot of respect. I really appreciate that about you, Harold, actually. I know that sometimes that confidence and that ability to put yourself forward, it doesn't come easily to you, but when you are in that position, I think you should show belief in yourself, because I really think you've got good authority behind you. But Keshi to BLG is the funniest thing. It would be so funny, right? Because now you've actually got... Look, Keshi is not a bad player. I think Keshi is a good player. The thing is, now, he should have been against Bin. Now he actually has to go up against, like, Wenbo instead. This is a great opportunity for Keshi to make a big opportunity, I think. Well, let's do these interviews.
欢迎欧文来，请跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 的辅助选手欧文。
那今天也要迎来 BLG 在第3赛段的首战了。今天大家整体在赛前的心态，包括状态是怎样的？
因为最近我们的舆论风波很多嘛，但是我觉得作为职业选手还是要做好在赛场上的东西。我希望今天我们就以100%打游戏的精神来面对这场比赛。
更好的专注于比赛，专注于游戏。那开赛的第一周有3场比赛在等待着 BLG。欧文，你对于这3场比赛的目标或者期望是怎样的？
我觉得这3场比赛大家也不要有什么压力吧，就是好好享受比赛就好了。
也期待今天 BLG 的精彩表现。各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是刘航。我们邀请到的是 TT 的安选手，欢迎小安来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 TT 的 AD 安。
那今天对上 BLG， 小安会觉得队伍特别需要去注意的点在哪里？
因为 BLG 他们个人实力比较厉害，然后我们把自身做好就行。
那关于整个第3赛段，TT 的目标，包括你自己的目标和期望是什么？
争个前6吧，就是这样。
也期待今天 TT 战队的精彩表现。
Okay, well, nice list of this. Interviews. Now, the interesting thing about Arn is that I think Arn is actually a really good player at peak. Oh, I forgot to turn off the music in the background. Oops, it was double tracked there then. Oops. Yeah, Arn, back in 2024, he was actually on my shortlist for MVPs. He was that good. However, 2025, when he went on to EDG after being on IG, he struggled a lot. He definitely didn't deliver what I wanted to see from him. The thing is now, he's gone on to TT in 2026, a team that had 1XN, one of my favorite AD carries in the LPL. That guy is absolute gold dust. I have no doubt that at some point he will be a legendary AD carry, hopefully. But Arn ends up replacing 1XN that went to an LNG project that was meant to be very special. It was meant to be the team that would make it out of Group Nirvana. They were the only team to not make it out of Group Nirvana from the Knights rival stage. Arn goes to TT, and he makes it out over him. Arn's been around for a while. He's been a player with... he was one of the first players to play with Vampire. That was when Vampire was not really that good on IG, sadly. He definitely struggled in that era. But Arn, yeah, he played with him back in 2024, and he helped mentor him somewhat after Vampire's kind of disastrous start on EDG. The whole team was... So it's not necessarily just on him. It was a whole lot of players underperforming. At that too. But Arn's been around for a long time now, and he's never really found like true success, which is a shame because I think actually at peak, Arn is a very good playmaker. I think he's a very good AD carry that can lead the charge in a way that very few AD carries can. And alongside the rest of TT, I think that leadership is something that's really benefited them. Now, I think that if you look at TT, because look, most of you know BLG at this point, they're going to have to change their style, maybe. Yes, you do have another kind of carry top laner in Wenbo, but it's not Bin. Maybe you do just play towards bot side and just let Wenbo exist on an island. There's a couple of different ways you can think about subbing in a new player. The philosophy is either you fully support the new player, give them all the resources and give them the easiest carry game possible, or you just say, we're not relying on you, you just exist, do your best, and we'll play to the other side of the map. There's two opposing philosophies for that, really. On the side of TT, you know, there's a lot of players I really like. I really like Keshi. Keshi is a really fun player. He's a great Kasante player. He plays a lot of Jace. He's a good Ambessa player. He's a player I think with time could be one of like the good LPL top laners. He could very much make it up to the top end of LPL based on what I've seen right now. Junhao in the jungle, God, this guy is a good Neferi. He's a great Shinzao as well. Junhao, when he was on Ultra Prime, really impressed me back then. And on TT, he's continued to show some really good leadership and great like diving potential. His assassin play has been really good in jungle. His mechanical outplays have been very impressive. Heru is a bit more hit and miss. I've not had as good an opinion of him. He is up against Knight. That could just be a lost condition. That is the case for most LPL mids here. Bot lane of Arn and Feather. Like, Feather's been around for a few years now. I think I cast his debut season in 2023. And he's been solid, but he threatened to be good. And I think he's been solid instead of like good to great. But when he's with Arn, if Arn can lead him forward in a good level, I hope that Feather can unlock that kind of next level he's failed to get to. TT are not a bad team. They deserve their win getting through into Ascend. They are against BLG though, so while I'm talking about this, I expect them to get hammered today. The only benefit for them is that they were meant to be playing as Bin, and that should have been just a shutout Keshi getting blasted. Now it's going to be Keshi versus Wenbo. That's actually a much more interesting matchup now. Mr. Barkey over in YouTube chat saying, it's TT, you should actually just invest in the new guy and just play through him. I could understand that, especially if you're against, you know, a lower tier top laner for this point in the competition. I can understand that. Yeah, I agree. I think that, look, we're hearing a lot of things secondhand from a lot of sources, right? We're not getting a lot of stuff from the BLG drama firsthand. If there are actually insults to people's families and stuff, which is some of the stuff we're seeing flying around, if that does turn out to be true, yeah, that's pretty hard to come back from. Like, I would struggle to come back from that with a teammate if someone did that to my family, and I'm sure that many other people will have that too. But we just don't know from firsthand. So I'm hoping it's less crazy than what's been translated. And, you know, Bin has had his own crazy crash outs before, right? He has done. But I'm hoping it's less bad than what the rumors suggest. Now, from what we were hearing, if Hoyer from NIP gets signed, of course, he was on TT a lot, Hoyer, actually. Hoyer and 1XM were there both last year. If Hoyer gets signed, I think, from what we've been hearing, perhaps Bin doesn't come back. That is disaster. What happened to Gigabin BLG game today? Bin apparently had like a mega... Well, he's Bin and his relations with the other teammates has apparently crumbled a bit after EWC and the stuff which happened in the offseason. And it's gotten to a level now where I think that Bin has said some stuff which is quite hard to take back to his teammates from what we've been hearing. Now, again, we're hearing a lot of stuff secondhand. It's being translated. We don't always know what's being said there. But there's been no end to the talk about the drama from Bin and the rest of the teammates on Twitter. So you can go find it out from, like, you on LPL Twitter. So that's, like, you with, like, 3 U's, I think it is, on Twitter. Y-U-U-U. And many other people have tweeted about it too. Nami, who's also in chat as well, has talked a fair amount about it on her Twitter as well. BLG just needs something to right the ship. They just need to hit the ground running, just play the damn game. You have Knight, Shen, Viper on. Doesn't matter who you have in top lane. Those 4 players should be enough to just sweep almost anyone in the LPL, pretty much. It might be a problem when it comes to top tier opposition. When you come up against, you know, JDG, AL, top esports, maybe, you know, whoever else manages to find good form, maybe. But I don't think all of them will be hitting that right form. And yeah, today we've got Wenbo playing for game 1, and I'd imagine he'll be playing the full series. Yeah. Okay. Shouldn't be too long till we hit the Rift now. I might run another ad break now, just because it's getting close towards the draft, and I want to make sure that we have as good pre-roll as possible. Run another ad break. If you don't want ads, please subscribe. And if you do subscribe, it helps support me and the channel as well. It keeps the LPL stream alive. Thank you, folks, and we'll be back in just a minute. They'll be fine. T1 won Worlds with Doran. Yeah, but they have like... oh, God. Oh, God. Like, they have like Faker and Carrier who are like some of the best Worlds performers ever. Getting Hoyer doesn't mean Bin won't come back. Ideally, they want Bin to come back, but he's unpredictable. Yeah, I thought the last I saw was that if they sign Hoyer, it's unlikely that Bin comes back. But I'd imagine what would happen is if BLG take a big loss and it looks like they're at risk of like not winning LPL or a risk of not doing very well at Worlds, then they might just bring back Bin anyway. That's the problem. It's like Bin is such a good player. Unless you get a player that can genuinely replace him in terms of performance, maybe BLG maybe they get kind of like lose footing in negotiations if Bin is still the better choice for gameplay. But great players have sometimes fallen apart on at level 2. Do we get our we've got our players come on stage. Cool, we'll definitely go switch through onto that then. Alright, welcome our teams onto the stage here in Shenzhen. BLG, there's been no end to the drama around this team. Our LPL champions, MSI 5-game finalists, first stand champions, BLG, not performing with Bin. Wenbo, the LDL top laner, will be walking out with them. Knight, the best player in the world, will step back out onto the Rift for his first game of Summer of Split 3. Against them today, a team A lot of people wouldn't have predicted making it up into the upper echelons of LPL, making it up to Group Ascend. BLG will look to stomp the opposition. On paper, this is a one-sided matchup, but with the drama, with the roster change, perhaps it's not quite so simple. They're up against Thunder Talk. TT will also be on this roadshow in NIP's arena. Every week in LPL is in a different arena around China. Every team that has an arena will host all LPL games for 1 week of this split. It's NIP's turn in Shenzhen in week 1. We're hosting BLG versus TT. An upstart team led by Arn in the bot lane. A lot of members on this team have performed above my expectations for them. I thought they could be good, and actually, they've gone a little bit beyond that, winning a best of 5 to get into Ascend. I think Junhao, definitely a player to watch in the jungle. Top lane Keshi as well, a player I could see developing into something quite special, actually. They've got tough opposition today, though. That's underselling it. TT are very much underdogs. And we wait until our picks and bans. Welcome in, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, let's get ready for our picks and bans. Our picks and bans. Okay, so when it comes to Junhao, expect stuff like Neferi to be very high priority. Shinzao's fallen out of priority, but he's a big player of it. Maybe they go back towards that again. Arn is a good Ziggs player, and he's a good Kai'Sa player. I actually think with a lot of mage bot lanes, I think Kai'Sa comes back. Kai'Sa is a very good anti-mage pick because he just assassinates you if you stand 1v1. It's one of the reasons that she was very good against Ezreal. It's one of the reasons why she was very good just kind of diving onto an opposing AD carry. If Arn locks in a Kai'Sa when Viper tries to go towards the mage bot lane meta, I actually wonder if TT can snag a game in a lucky scenario. Viper's not been on fantastic form for BLG, but, well, he wasn't regionally. Then MSI came around, and I think Viper was really, really good at the mage bot lanes, particularly. I think that his AD carry play was a little bit more skew-if, but particularly his mages was something very, very special. We'll wait until that draft now. See if BLG stick to their guns, go for the roaming supports, the mage bot lanes, help On get out of lane, help Viper get onto something that he's uniquely good at. On the side of TT, yeah, I am looking at that. I'm looking at that Kai'Sa angle. I think that's something which they could really use into those mages if BLG sticks to their guns. Okay. The rest of my voice for just 1 second. I'm going to be going it alone for the second series. And the next few days, folks, are 3 series days. LPL has no shortage of games. There's no shortage of drama right now, and the entertainment factor has been through the roof. If you haven't watched the games from yesterday, we had a 2-kill-a-minute game. We had Baron steals. If you didn't watch the game earlier today, we had a 3 Elder game. We had a pentakill in the first game of the day. This has been some of the most entertaining League of Legends I've seen from LPL. It's only the first 2 days. I hope it keeps up. I think the roaming supports have led to a very high kill count, very fluid style of play, fights all the time. We're into draft as well, so let's see if we get a continuation of that meta. I'd imagine we will do. Okay. You like tea? I have 3 shelves of tea. I have so much tea. Legitimately, Sam and I, that's the British stereotype we actually conform to. We are very tea heavy here. Right, into draft game 1. Orianna banned by BLG. First pick is TT, so BLG don't want to give the first pick over towards Heru. Lucian banned away from Arn. Camille banned away, and the Poppy banned away. Typically, if you're banning the Poppy, you actually want the Camille yourself. Unless they want a Kiana, or a Neferi, or a Lee Sin. Junhao Lee Sin is good. He loves his kind of like mechanical assassin-esque junglers, so Neferi, Kiana, Lee Sin particularly as well. Smiles from Shun. Shun is going to have to do so much work in carrying the spirit of this game. Confucian out there, who is like the big Shun kind of fan on the global Twitter space anyway. I think that it's really cool to see people have so much love for Shun, because Shun is a player who is the heart and spirit of BLG. When things are rough, Shun gathers them back together. This is an unprecedented scenario where they've had to actually sub out Bin. First game that Bin is not playing for BLG since spring 2022. Lee Sin banned away, Jace first pick. Keshi's a big player of this. Does Wembo looking towards a Jace? take a tank losing lane. You can pick Sion into it as well, maybe. Wendover does play a bit of that. I was seeing that in chat earlier. Pick the out. Wow, Ambassador's a bit of a losing lane matchup, isn't it? Could technically be flexed into jungle as well. Junhao was one of our better Jace jungle players in the meta in Split 1. Cassiopeia let through, and it is a flex pick. Now, Viper showed this at MSI. The Jarvan comes through. Jarvan is very good into Jace. Doesn't matter where he is on the map. You go late enough into the game, the Jarvan's going to dunk on that Jace, and it's a problem. What did TT do now? Do they keep the Jace in top lane? Do they flex the Jace jungle? Pick something else? Hovering over the Gwen, something which Wenbo plays a lot of as well. Because, of course, remember, folks, a lot of TT's team played with Wenbo on BLG Junior. It's one of the big things which is kind of going between these two teams. Wenbo is very familiar with a bunch of these players on TT because BLG Junior has been where a lot of the Group Nirvana players came from before they ended up on their teams here in Ascend. Ziggs taken away, given to Arn. Arn is actually one of our better Ziggs players in the LPL. This guy's very, very good at that. Now, the Cassiopeia can go into the Ziggs lane sometimes. Quite hard into the Nautilus. Oh, go on. Give us something fun. Come on, Wenbo. Yorick is also in the active champion pool of Wenbo. However, if you lock in the Yorick, there's a chance the Jace goes jungle and you pick something better into the Yorick in top lane instead. There's a chance anyway. Into our second rounds of bans. BLG, quite BLG-esque draft. Bin would pick the same champion into the Jace. He would do very similar, right? Funnily enough, he'd play the opposite side of the matchup too, and he'd be happy with it. Yeah, very nearly solo killed Doran in their first best of 5 in MSI. Of course, ended up getting killed in the 1v2 instead. I misjudged that one. Been weird MSI for him. Misjudged a lot of his 1vx plays when people are converging on his lane. Didn't quite judge when they were coming in well enough. Jack's banned away. So they are expecting potential flex of something else into top lane. Yeah, so they're aware that the Jace could go mid. Probably not into Cassiopeia, but it could go jungle. Junhao is a Jace jungle player. In fact, he might have even played that in the best of 5 they won to get through into Group Ascend. I remember him playing it quite late into last split. He played it more in Split 1 because everyone did, but he definitely played a fair amount of it across this year. Bard banned away from On. Bit of a weird matchup into the Nautilus. We might see an Alistair pick from On, though it's not good into it's not good into Ziggs. It is good into Nautilus. You could also go Rel. Nautilus is a known matchup. With Flash, you can sometimes reach the Ziggs. Neferi banned away from Junhao. We talked about how that's one of his best champions. Is Lee Sin and his Neferi probably the two I'd say are his best. Although Shinzao's also up there. Shinzao's kind of out of meta now. Shinzao's kind of fallen out for the first time for a while out of the meta. They banned the Alistair. Yeah. One of the better champions into the Nautilus. You just kind of trade Q for Q, and yeah, you end up fine. Just body block for your AD carry / mage bot lane partner. So you don't know where the flex picks are going just yet for BLG. Presumably, you pick your support champion, and you decide between your mid and bot laner after the last kind of flex has come through, whether it's, Jace going into jungle, outside chance of Jace mid. You lock the support because you know the Nautilus is going bot. Shen will block the Nautilus passive, importantly. And it does give you the global. It means that the Yorick, the Jarvan can have an extra degree of safety. The Cassiopeia playing on side lanes as well. Extra degree of safety. When, of course, the Nautilus, the Jace, the Ziggs try to combo down on you. I mean, I have to say, Nautilus, Jace, Ziggs as a triple poke combo is very, very strong already. If Syndra gets locked in, that's another long-range stun opportunity you can work with. Akali's a bit different, though. Akali's harder to counter. Now, does the Cassiopeia go into the Akali? It'd be a fine matchup. Is there a better pick for Knight? Knight might have picked the Akali, actually, if it was let through. It's hard into the Nautilus, but very good into the Ziggs and into the Jace. Does the Jace go jungle, or does it go top now? I think it's going top lane, and I think Junhao will pick up an Assassin. He really does like his Kiana. It's pretty good into the Jarvan. Sam and I have talked about this matchup a fair amount on stream the last couple of days. But okay, we mentioned the Shinzao earlier. He actually wants a bit more frontline. Okay, better against the Cassiopeia, I suppose. Ryze last pick sends the Cassiopeia bot lane. Ryze will be the control tower in the mid lane. Pretty good versus the Akali. Hard to solo out. Give Knight the ability to flip the map. I like that. We're going to go into a quick ad break, folks. If you want to support the stream, support myself, support my brother, and our journey to cover the LPL, please think about subscribing, downloading our projects for free and signing up to that, or donating via the Ko-fi as well. If not, just watch along with us. We want you here with us. Thanks for enjoying LPL alongside us. Let's get into BLG's first game of the split against TT, a team which many people won't be familiar with. They are a team which has come up from Group Nirvana. They're a team which has been quite developmental for a while. They've been hanging about like the mid to low end of LPL for most of their history. You know, they had one wonderful roster with UCal and 1XM. That was one of my favorite rosters in terms of like our mid to bottom table LPL teams. They just about made playoffs in, I want to say 2024 spring was the year they ended up making it then. Might have been them. But UCal dyed his hair blue for this team. They had, and you know what? They won me over. TT won me over. They used to have Beitron as well. They ended up winning a best of 5 versus BLG in winter 2025. That was actually start of the downfall of BLG in 2025. TT, weirdly, have a bit of shared history with BLG. And their struggles, their fumbles, their missteps. Not necessarily because of TT, but they've been present at the scene of the crime. TT, very different team now, very different team. Haven't played against BLG in a little while from memory. Must have been a decent while ago. BLG come in as favorites, even with the roster swap. That's the level of respect we give them. Let's hear the Gyos and get on with business. Gyos is done and dusted. You'll notice how Junhao is starting on his red buff, not starting on his Raptors. So it looks like Junhao might go for full clear towards top side. If you're going to do a 3-camp clear, then recall, you typically go Raptors, red, Krugs, recall immediately. So I think he's going to go red, Krugs, Raptors, go to his top side and go for a full clear. Shun starting on blue buff. That's quite atypical as well. Q's hitting from Viper. Not bad there, actually. Blowing bit of HP off of Arn. They do use the Ghost on Viper to get him in range. Another Q lands there. Good poke. He's not going for the E-Star. Against Mages, you're pretty happy actually to do that. He gets a 2-man Q there. Viper's actually doing pretty well here, folks. And of course, Viper on the Snake Champion himself. Last time we saw a bot lane Cassiopeia in the LPL was 2019 IG Jacula versus FPX. Long time ago now. But Viper on the Snake Lady herself. It's in the name. It's in the nature. Viper, those 2-man Qs, you should not be hitting them at level 1. Arn and Feather got to do better in the 2v2. That is a freebie to give over. You can't be stood within a Q radius. Wenbo has Grasp. Yeah, well, what else do you take as Yorick? You can sometimes go Comet. Hang on, Junhao actually has gone for a 3-camp. This is a bit atypical. They think that Junhao's going towards topside in a full clear. He's absolutely not. The Ghost is down on Viper already. They flash in for the passive. On will get the taunt. Flash forwards from Junhao. Not bad, actually, from On. Dodges the W as well. And they survive the 2v3. That's really not bad from bot lane. Viper and On trading well early, losing some summoners. But that is a huge amount of time invested from Junhao. Reminder, you typically in LPL and in jungle meta in general, you go for 3 camps into a back or you go for the full clear. He goes for the 3 camp, goes for the gank, but Shun actually might be able to double scuttle or contest on top camps now because Junhao has wasted so much time bot side. He still gets himself his longsword. Shun, I guess he can't fight the Xin Zhao in general because it's longsword to no longsword, but he does have an extra level. Okay, Shun going in now. It does miss the flag drag. I didn't actually see who got the smite there. I think it was Junhao, but still, level 3 to level 4. Shun's down a longsword, but he doesn't mind. And On is immediately here. Gets out of the map. Feather's here now too. Both supports making their way over. Shun doesn't have the longsword, does have the smite. Yorick's working their way over too, so Keshi not having the easiest time in the countered matchup topside as Wenbo gets the push in. Good play from BLG. Bot lane hold their own in a 2v3. Shun responds topside. On roams to match. Good early game play from BLG. Still fighting in topside, actually. Hang on, still level 3. No red buff there. Hook out of the taunt. No, it doesn't hook him out of the taunt. Junhao, no flash. Use that bot lane and dies. Oh, the early game from BLG just eclipses TT. On and Viper are really the start of it. They end up winning the trade so heavily bot side that Junhao feels pressured to look for the big play. Flash for the Miasma. Arn still has Flash himself. There is no Ghost, but the Q movement speed is really scary. Flash is the last Q. Arn gets out to safety, but with very little HP. Good play from Viper in the early game. This Cassiopeia has been well practiced by him. He is known as perhaps the best mage bot lane player of all time from his Griffin days. And of course, at MSI showcased exactly why that is the case. Very nearly winning the whole damn event, actually, off of the back of them. It was an important part of BLG's strategy. Harry, does he have E off cooldown? Not bad there, actually. Feather's coming into mid lane. Knight in a 1v2. Harry might just kill him with a passive! So close! Feather doesn't land the hook. Knight makes it out to safety after narrowly missing a kill and also narrowly almost dying. I'm telling you, Knight, if you have to give Knight like a characteristic, iconic part of his gameplay, it is he trades like a psychopath for the first 5 minutes of the game. More often than not, Knight will be under like 300 HP somehow, but his opponent will be at the same time. No, Knight is one of those guys that will just say, okay, fine, I'm just going to keep throwing spells at you, and I'll do it better because I'm more practiced at it. Jesus, man. Doesn't half leave you low on adrenaline, does he? Junhao getting a Raptor respawn. On the other side, Dragon taken. We're seeing a little bit more of this, actually, where it comes around to second or, like, third Raptor respawn. Depends how long the Dragon's been alive. We see a Dragon traded for jungle farm. Knight will take the vision plan on top side. Doesn't see... Well, he'll see that it goes down now. The big Raptor was taken, not all of the small ones. Junhao is down 20 CS in jungle. The early gank on bot side, not leading to anything, and then delaying him on top side, where Wenbo had already got the bounce back in, disaster for him. BLG coordinated this early game and adapted on the fly very well. Like, not all of this could have been pre-planned. You have to react to what's happening on the fly. You have to react to Junhao's moves. You have to react to what's happening in your top lane wave state and how On is mobile on the map too. BLG, they're a very good early game team. Very good early game team. And, you know, they're not playing around Bin. I mean, Bin is obviously not here. BLG is still BLG, folks. Junhao on vision. There's a control ward in his own jungle now. Will be known to be on top side. Top lane, Keshi slight gold lead and quite a slight CS lead, but no, Yorick doesn't necessarily win very early. But if Yorick actually gets a decent amount of... Hang on, Realm or bot side, we'll cancel that conversation. Going down towards bot side. Oh, no, Flash was blown by Viper early. Good wave clear, though. The taunt comes in. Miasma down. Dead. Ziggs. On will get a tower shot onto him. Cataclysm forces the Flash just off a cooldown, actually, from Feather. Only just came back up. On used the same one on the same timer to kill Arn. Good dive, good play. This is why you lock in Rise for Knight. Junhao's going for it. Guys, he's level 5, guys. He's level 5. Knight's still around the corner. Junhao, you don't want that. Junhao, you still got Flash. Very nearly makes it out of there. Tower shots on target, but it won't kill On. It's not heated up anymore. Harry's coming down. Puts the ward over the wall. The E lands onto Knight. Maybe gets it, but I think he's just going to die on the Miasma. No! Haru has his R2. Just about trying to make it out. Has his R2 charged up. No! Just about goes in. Shun goes down. Hook means that TT have a bit more damage to use. Knight puts a combo in. On gets the auto attack onto the Akali, and Akali goes down. On needs one more skill shot. The bomb will land. 2 kills for the Ziggs, but BLG still come out on top. That is utterly disrespectful gameplay. Ridiculous. Ugh. On walking up has the blue buff. Will spot Viper. Viper might actually die now. On coming down. We'll have a taunt available to use. Here comes Wenbo. He has Flash. Hang on, Arn, you don't have Flash. You've just been hit by the goop. He could die here. The Dark Procession lands on Arn, who looks to cancel it back. Will instead fall prey to the reset coming in from Wenbo. Just quicker to the play. Arn goes down. BLG across this early game have been so good at responding to Thunder Talk. Perhaps the L in BLG is lightning because they're arriving before the Thunder. TT, I mean, credit for them trying to make aggressive plays, but the problem is BLG are just too locked in on how they move around the map. They have the global from mid lane. They've got pushing lanes. They have On, Shun, completely free on the map and ahead in terms of XP and gold, which means that they just have so much extra ability to force the big plays. I don't mind Shun forcing Flash for Flash there. No, Feather at level 4 with no Flash is an instant pick off target. the hell happens after this? Because Akali takes a while to come down. Ult flashed away from by Junhao. Easy kill onto him. On no cooldowns left. You do overstay a little bit. If you didn't have the lead on Jarvan, if you didn't have the first move from Knight, this does lose you a game against a better team. They are lucky to get 2 back out of this, but they do get them. They technically end up losing, what, 5 bot side? Because Arn dies twice, right? In the extended play? What, is that a 5 for 2 extended play? Yeah. God, crazy. Something like that, anyway. No, it might be 5 for 4, sorry. 5 for 4, I think, overall. At least Wembo will follow instructions and listen to calls. Yeah, I mean, I think Wembo has just been playing to the team's plan. He got the bounce back for the topside invade. He roamed down on the reset and followed up on Arn. Not been asked to do a crazy amount, but his wave positioning has been good so far, which is, in fairness, something that Bin was struggling with. Bin was over-pushing and dying early. He was dying in, like, 1v2s and 1v3s because he had over-pushed looking for a good trade. And I hope you're all enjoying LPL. It's great to be back, folks. I hope you're all enjoying the LPL action. I'm here for split 3. Now, Keshi did get some alone time in top lane. He's 15 CS up. We'll get a lot of plates here. I think Wembo got 1 or 2 bot side. I'm actually not sure if he stuck around for all of that. Ooh, Goop hits on turrets. Oh, Procession comes in. Keshi's not too happy with that, but there's a roam up. He spots him heading into the brush there, so no follow-up play. Wembo will walk back, and Teshi's castle will be seen in the distance. No surprise here. Another Goop lands. Satchel comes through. First hit of the game for TT. Junhao's taking away a Raptors. Needs to keep up this farm. He's down 1,000 gold, and a lot of that is through farm. And 30 CS. He's almost 10 camps down, folks. Almost 10 camps down. BLG, that ward in the middle of the lane is giving them a ton of information, actually, to see where people are roaming. Knight did have Realm Warp. He could have answered to an aggressive play topside if TT had overextended. Shun heading towards Raptors will spot out Feather. Knight pushing in mid lane. On's there to protect. Keshi is 5 levels up on the Shen. So that one, yes, that one does hurt. On now a very low HP, does not have level 6. Shun really wants the Raptor steal, and actually is helped up with a chase Q. Oh, God. So he put, yeah, this was a really good ward. This ward was really good. So Viper put it down. Nice. Viper, great ward from him in the middle of the lane. You know, efficient use of wards is a very, very strong thing. It is. Wenbo down a significant amount of gold now because the tower was taken. Viper also down gold because, again, the tower gold was shared between Arn and Keshi. BLG don't have a tower to their name just yet themselves. Knight has the Rod of Ages stacking up. Harry's gone for the Gunblade build. Sometimes you see Protobelt build first. In a game with so many higher HP targets, you do need the Gunblade for a little bit more sustain and extended fight potential. Wembo hitting some more poke on Keshi. Hit by that melee range Q though. Hits the Dark Procession. Need to be careful with the Yorick into the Jace. The way you lose this matchup is by getting too much splash damage from to the skies. If Jace Qs onto you in melee form and onto you directly, he probably loses the trade because then he gets traded Q for Q back, and even if he hammer blows you, he probably gets caught on the Dark Procession and dies. But if he gets it onto the minions, he can sometimes disengage and you don't get the immediate Q back. It's a bit annoying. So you get some slight incremental trades, and then over a course of a wave or two, then you're actually at half HP and you can't win the all-in. 1.5k gold lead for BLG. 2 dragons to their name. Mid lane quest is completed earlier for Knight, so he'll have the upgraded boots when he completes his Merc Treads, which he's building up now. Top lane completed for Keshi though, so Wembo is going to be behind a lot of XP. Gets his now though. Still behind almost half a level though. Rod of Ages for Viper completed a little bit after Knight. Then again, Knight got a little bit more gold. It's not a competition, guys. Keshi, some poke there onto Knight. And of course, Keshi, big Jace player. You might not know who Keshi is. He's a newer player to the LPL. Came in to LPL proper this year. To Keshi, as we like to call him. Anyone here have fond memories of Takeshi's Castle? That's what I'm really hoping you have, otherwise the reference kind of falls flat. Anyway. But yeah, he's been a pretty good mechanical player. Good Ambessa, good Jace. Some pretty solid Ambessa play too. He got diffed quite hard by Sheer in Group Nirvana. That was the one top laner I think blew him out of the water. He definitely has a while to go, but he's a young top lane. He's got a lot to learn, but he's definitely shown the workings of something better. He could be a really good top laner within LPL, I think, given time. See how he develops on in this top side. Again, level 6 Shen, not the tankiest, and yeah, Ziggs hurts, man. Half HP with 3 skill shots. Nasty. Cooldown boots for On, by the way. Gone for the extra cooldown. Rather than going for, you know, Merc Treads or something more defensive. That's the recall, actually. He has the first ultimate of the game primed and ready. He hasn't cast that Stand United just yet. Ooh, he's only had, like, half a minute to do so. You don't like Ludens on Ziggs? I think it works really well into Shen. Shen this game is... Oh, Feather took the blue buff. You cretin. Ziggs needs that, you oaf. That's a bit harsh. Love you, Feather. Love you, Feather. Yeah, Ziggs would have really liked that, buddy. Oh, God. Okay, BLG. Setting up on the Herald. You have Ziggs Nautilus combination. Wenbo going on to Keshi, all in potentially in this bot side, but it's level down for the Yorick. BLG peeling off for the Herald now, actually. Harry's not in a bad spot. Level 2 ultimate for the Akali. Could do some power, point of power. On court out, and he will die pretty quickly here. The Shen is not that tanky, but the ultimates have been thrown now, and it doesn't feel like that much value was gained from TT. Knight getting jumped on by Harry, but he's used his W. This isn't the best thing ever for the Akali. He's going to have to R out to safety. Harry uses his ultimate. Well, everyone uses their ultimate. The Realm Walk comes in. Knight is still healthy enough. It might be too far. Now, though, flash forward. The Petrifying Gaze lands. Harry's used his flash and his E. He might just go down anyway. On misses the taunt, but it doesn't matter. Knight gets a double. The mechanical calculations are just a bit better from BLG. A teleport coming in from Keshi. Does have a shock blast. Almost there, ready and waiting. Low HP bars on BLG might dissuade them from taking the Herald. But no, they'll stick around. Teleport in from the Ziggs now. Viper healthy enough to clear out mid-wave. Trades okay on Takeshi here. He takes the tower shot. Not sure about that one, but the taunt misses. And now On's in danger. Dodges out a little bit, but not enough. Dies as Ziggs lands the skill shots. A misjudgment from On, as I thought Viper was actually doing okay in the 1v2 there. If On lands that taunt, I think they kill Keshi. Not to be the case, though. BLG, they actually have to peel off of the Herald now, despite winning the fight just before it. Dragon started. TT, quick on the reset. Know that the Herald's off the board. Know that, of course, On is off the board now, too. And they get themselves an objective. Not bad, all things said and done. They lost the fight pretty handily. You expect them to lose the objective after. Not the case here. A lot of skills to try and kill the Shen. Not the most valuable thing. Still has his ultimate, gets to back off, give a shield to someone. Harry makes a big mistake in jumping in, and after he's used his W, because Ryzer gets the combo time and time again. Shen doesn't quite cleanly land the knockup. It's a lot of damage. Lucky to make it out alive there, actually. And United used to bring Shen in as well. Not actually sure he needed the flash. Maybe he did. Jump pause from Junhao. The Spirit's Refuge comes through. Junhao loses half the HP. Good trade there by Shun and On. Junhao, very important member for TT, being put behind has really stunted their early game aggression. So much of how TT win is through Junhao getting ahead and just doing mad stuff in terms of engages. Keshi, maybe jumping onto Knight. Ooh, flash away, actually. Level down onto Keshi. Doesn't get that Q damage onto him. Knight actually might out-trade now. This can get a little bit spooky. Flashes in for the shock blast and gets a solo kill onto the golden left hand. Takeshi's castle stands strong. Now, he's used the flash. Does he die for it? No. Keshi just solo killed Knight. What? Crazy stuff happening in that top lane. Flashed in for the Q in the middle of the wave. That was insane from the Jace player from TT. Herald will finally get started by BLG. I don't think Knight was expecting that at all. I mean, it's flash to flash. I mean, the sad reality is you are now still a flashless Jace versus a Yorick Jarvan, which is really not fun. There is a chance that solo kill. a lot of the time when Knight gets solo killed, he is still very happy to take whatever resources you use and kill you with it after. Double skill shots landing, but onto different targets. On gets the feather taunt onto his Spirit's Refuge, comes through. On takes a lot of damage, but he's not dead yet. He's staying alive for a fairly long time. Flash out from feather, so On goes down. TT take the free pick. They lose a fair amount of resources for it, but they don't lose anyone's life in return. Knight going to walk up. The Herald isn't going to get any value here. BLG, the gold lead starting to wick away somewhat. 2,000 gold lead for Keshi. Wembo existing in a side lane, but not really tasked with doing anything crazy just yet. This is an insane solo kill angle. Accelerated shot. Blast gets the movement speed out. Knight flashes away from the Q. Knight thinks he can maybe just get the solid outplay, but then the flash for the melee range Q into the auto attack with the hypercharger. It's one skill shot away from killing from Knight, but Keshi has the calculation. Credit to the young man. He has been so entertaining to watch. If you don't know this top laner, I genuinely think he'd be something special. Windbloom Art, by the way, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. I didn't call that out 14 minutes ago. I hope you're still enjoying yourself over on our little corner of the LPL internet. I hope everyone else in general is enjoying yourselves over here. If you want to talk and chat, you want to ask questions, I can't promise I get through every message, but I do read them, and it's nice to know you're there. If you just want to lurk as well, completely fine by me too. Just sit back, enjoy some great gameplay, folks. I know the other regions aren't just back just yet. We've had Casper Cup. It's a little bit different, right? But, yeah. LPL, it's a fun time. Thank you so much for the sub, by the way, Zankit. If anyone else has any subs in pocket, we are trying to get towards Partner Plus. If you have been gifted a sub and want to what's the thing? Continue it. Makes a difference. Basically, every individual that subs makes a difference to us. If we get 100 people doing that, then, we get extra proceeds from those subs. Makes a difference to us. Okay, Dragons in a minute. BLG are 2 up to 1. So 1 up in total, I guess. 2 to 1. Yeah, I think. I've got to have my face as one of the emotes. Knight going back towards top side. I think Heru struggling to make an impact on the Akali. Akali, I guess it's hard to get much out of that. Dubs, thank you so much for the sub as well. I appreciate you all. There's a hype train in chat as well. I hope you all value out of the hype train too. Okay, so Dragon in a minute now as we've been yapping. Rod of Ages not stacked up for BLG just yet, so they don't have the extra level in pocket. One of the reasons why Rise has been so popular over the last half a year, well, it was popular just before that too, but particularly this year, Rise has been so powerful because the top lane quest means that when mid laners go to side lane against the top lane, they're a level down. Levels are a lot of stats. If you're a Rod of Ages builder, you get the extra level back. Rise is very strong at that. Dragon up in 10 seconds. Well, hang on, Ons goes straight in. The Petrifying Gaze is magnificent. Jungha flashes for the knockup, but Viper has a Seraph that he's healing off for the easy. Might well go down, but at what cost from TT? He doesn't even die. The snake sheds its skin and comes out a new lizard. Wembo walking forwards, very nearly killing off Heru in the side lane. On forcing a flash out of Arn. I'm aware that snakes aren't lizards. Ignore me, they're reptiles. Doesn't really matter. Arn's dying here as Knight will take the flash blown by Wembo, and BLG will take 4 off the table from TT. Tower being taken down by Wembo and Knights as well. 2 grubs in pocket. They'll take the dragon off of the back of it as well. It's actually Viper's soloing it. Viper's had a very good game on the Cassiopeia. I think his laning phase was great. Oh, he used the Dark Procession to cancel the teleport. I didn't even catch that in the fight. Then very nearly solo kills him after it. So Harry tries to go for a harder trade, but at that point, it's just so doomed. Harry caught out again in the sideline. However, 2v3, good AoE Q from the Jace. This is probably going to be a 1-for-2 trade. Knight is not making out of this one alive. He's going to die, goes golden. Not sure about expending that one, actually. Buys a bit of time. They are going to move towards the Baron, but I don't think it's that much value. BLG lose 2 on the sideline. Okay, all right, they are going to go towards Baron now. Cassiopeia, one of the best Baron takers in the game. I think it's a little too little. A little too late. 2 for 1 in the side lane. TT will happily take that after the loss they just incurred. So is Ben getting benched for the rest of the year or no news on that yet? We don't know. On taunts over the wall, gets onto the Jace, knock up, Petrifying Gaze. On leads the charge. Great play from him in the team fight. Gets into melee range. The Jace is off the board. Keshi, of course, had used the flash for that solo. I think that's still off cooldown from the solo kill top lane, right? Still on cooldown, rather. Roll up, force things under turret. Oh, that's to flash away. Flash off of Ziggs isn't helpful either. When you're playing with Jarvan, you really just want to play cooldown economy. If there's no one with flashes on the enemy team, Jarvan gets so much more value. So we don't know what's happening with Bin. As far as we're aware, things are still in flux. Nothing's been completely decided yet. Wenbo's playing for now. We don't know whether BLG will sign another top laner in place of Wenbo, who's their LDL top laner. We don't know whether Bin will come back at some point. I hope he does, but who knows at this point? Who won JDG versus AL? Anyone's Legend won 2-1. It was a hell of a series. Game 3 in the series was a 3 Elder game. It went hyper late game. It was, we got a pentakill in game 2 as well. Here's a hit on shot. Oh, Keshi has flash now. He might be forced to blow it very early. Flash forwards with the Shen on top of it. And Keshi is burned down to the foundations. The castle razed. Keshi, he's done some good things in this game. He has, however, drawn a target on his back by doing said things, and BLG are hunting him down mercilessly. Yeah, it has been a good game from Keshi, but when you're playing Jace into a Jarvan, you just don't feel happy. BLG, good job of them bringing that jungler into his lane to make sure he can't have the same impact he was having in solo fights in those lanes beforehand. I'm trying to clear out the cannon. Gonna walk forwards with the 2 grubs. Can they take the full tower on this wave? I think they can, actually, just about. Good calculations by BLG. Tanking a tower shot or 2 to make sure they can shuffle themselves towards that tower. Hexscape being used. Feather hooks Shun, but not before he's knocked up. Junhao is in the thick of things. The Nautilus Assault isn't bad. They're still in a 4v2. Flash and heal use. Junhao going in for a 4-man knock aside. Where's the Ziggs damage? It's not bad there. Shun burning but not dying, and Junhao dies on the other side. Shun gets a bit of a heal. Flag drag out. Petrified gaze off the Feather, who dies, and now it's Haru next up on the chopping block. He has an execution with his R2. Almost gets Shun. Will finish off that kill, but not before. Well, not without the cost of his own life. Knight goes forwards for one last combo. Ziggs goes down as well. TT. They are trying to look for the... Hang on, wait. I guess Keshi's got a solo kill on the side lane as well. Comes out with a vengeance. Wenbo dying to Keshi. BLG have taken some very aggressive fights. TT have stood up. They have squared up. And sadly for them, they've just been hand-stiffed. They've not arrived at the fights quickly enough. They've not been coordinated enough. And they haven't quite mechanically outplayed enough too. Wenbo got hit by that shock blast. Decent damage, but, you know... This Chase has too much gold. Couple of shock blasts on target. Hypercharger afterwards. Keshi, credit to him, has played individually in the 1v1 very well after getting his lead. Feather takes the knockup. And the problem is you're using too many cooldowns too quickly before anyone's in range. If the fight is not around the Jace, what do you do? Akali's teleported into the side lane of picture-in-picture. Keshi is very low HP. Dark Possession's gone down. The damage is pretty good, and Knight gets the kill. Keshi once again killed in the side lane. Feather hooks into a wall. That's not where you want to be. He's put himself on a dartboard. Tether will be pinned alongside it. A kill onto Ziggs as well. As Arn will join his bot lane teammate in the grey screen mod. BLG might just end off for this. It's only Junhao alive. What the death time is like? Okay, they couldn't go through the entirety, I think, of the base at that point. They're going to back off for the Baron, but I think that's going to be the victory lap now. They'll get the Baron. They'll probably get Hextech Soul as well. Maybe not, actually, if they go Baron right now. There's a chance the resets are poor. I think with the Hextech Rift, they should be able to get the Hex Gates out, get towards that dragon. Baron will go down now. BLG have just been quicker to the play and bringing more members alongside it. For some reason, it's On who's alone in the side lane, and he just stands there menacingly as a level 10 Shen versus a level 17 Jace. The Goop lands. One last skill shot lands from Knight. Combination of solo laners takes down Keshi. As I said, he's been really good at the 1v1. Sadly, Jace gets a lot worse when it comes to, 1v2s later on. Viper gets a great combo onto the Ziggs. You can't escape after the Q is landed. Oh yeah, Knight is about 6,000 gold ahead. That's a thing. So this is the thing. Knight will sometimes get solo killed in a side lane. It'll still be like a bajillion damage ahead. Goes golden as Junhao goes in for the burst. Akali is on a flank, goes on to Viper. It's not bad, but the petrifying gaze turns him to stone, and he'll sink into the river. Wembo's into the backline, gets one down already, and I think he might win the trade versus Jace now at this point. Perhaps not, but, well, he's not alone. That's a pretty good way to unbalance the scales. Keshi gets caught with a Dark Procession, and BLG will be proceeding towards the Nexus after this one. They have Hexol, they have Baron, and they have no members on the enemy team to stop them going towards a base defense. BLG have been swinging haymakers. They've made a misstep here or there, but they come back from MSI. They come back from their break away at international competition. It's not really a break, is it? That's not really the correct term for it, but their time away overseas. And they are still really good individual players. They are still largely in coordination with each other. Viper alone in the push right now. I think, to be honest, I think they might have been able to take Nexus turrets there. They choose to back off instead. They'll walk up with another wave. Not gonna lie, folks, if they probably just kill there. They have a flash on Shen, then they just kill the first person that tries to wave clear. They still got a minute of the Baron buff. Alright. Yeah. 2 grubs. Flash on Shen to kill the first person in. They have a minute left to Baron, whatever they'll do on this push anyway. Level 16 Shen with ult up in 5 seconds. Has flash, gets over the wall, threatening another angle. Can TT really afford to stand under turret while Jarvan is hitting them on the flank? Remember, there's the Hex Soul as well now. You get hit by a random skill shot and you die. You die very nastily. 2 inhibs down, looking for the third one. BLG not taking any chances with this one, I suppose. Wenbo pushing in with the Maiden. There was that second inhibitor going down now, actually. Junhao jumping in. Spirit's Refuge was used by On. The Nautilus ult used. That's an important tool to use. You really need that to pin people in place. Aren't slowed by the Hex Soul. Jump in by Shun. It doesn't matter if he goes down. He's got the GA. Wenbo bonks the first person into the play as Jarvan gets the kill credit on. Comboed onto by the Jarvan, and he'll go down 2. Dark Procession pins in 2 and 3, and the solo laners are in jail on the Fountain. First Nexus turret falls, second soon to follow, and BLG, even without Bin, still show similar levels of stompiness. A realm up onto the Nexus will cause the death of a random member. Sure, why not? Nexus will go down. All the same, that BLG 1-0 in the series, easy as you like. That's one way to play a game. That's one way to play a game of League of Legends, folks. Very solid game from BLG. I think they were very well coordinated. I think that the way that the 2v2 lane played early to allow On out of the map and allow Shun to get ahead early was the real breaking point in that game. No, they won an early 2v3. I think Viper played very well. In terms of player of the game, look, Knight got an incredible amount of gold. I actually think that Viper played really well. I know he might not get player of the game just because Knight was so damn good on Rise, and it is Knight. He puts out a crazy amount of damage. He did get solo killed. I guess that's a point against him in that side lane. Shun was really good too, but the reason Shun got ahead so far is because of bot lane setting him up for success in the first clear. It was an overall good game from BLG. I think that they played very coordinated on the map. The real winner of that game was BLG's vision for the game. They played very well as a coordinated unit. I think TT, as soon as On and Shun and Knight just started roaming around the map, dead. Just couldn't keep up with their way that they were making plays there. Yeah, all good, Sinine. Yeah, but basically that game came off the rails very quickly after bot lane tried to go for an early 3 camp into gank, and it failed. And then suddenly, Junhao was down 20 CS after dying on top side as well. It was disaster for Junhao in the early game. I think for TT to win against BLG, you need to have Junhao ahead. You need to have him being able to be a point of power, much like your monkey on WE. Get yourself ahead, have yourself an assassin pick, and just explode the first person in. Sadly, he tried to swing for the fences, struck out. And it was a pretty lights out game from there. Okay, folks, I'm actually going to leave you quickly with a break now because I got to go dash to the toilet. I'm going to leave you with an ad break. Actually, let me have a look. No, we're going to have player of the game and stuff. So I'm going to leave you with this for now. I'll come back and I'll do an ad break, and then we'll recap after that. See you in a minute, folks. Howdy, howdy, howdy. So who got player of the game, folks? Or are we just getting that now? Oh, On gets player of the game. Yeah. He was good at getting out onto the map. Yep. That's fair. I think it was like... I guess I would value Viper a little more, because I think Viper in the 2v2 kind of won them the early fight. But On was pretty good too. Oh, apparently Keshi is Wembo's senior by 2 batches. What, in terms of BLG Junior? Oh, so BLG Junior was Keshi, Liangshen, and then Wenbo. Oh yeah, I remember Liangshen as well, actually, thinking about it. Yeah. But they were both BLG Junior players. A lot of BLG Junior players are in this team, right, Frag? Is Junhao... Wasn't Junhao BLG Junior? Pretty sure he was as well. Oh, 4 and 4. Wow, very split vote. What do you mean there are 2 votes for top lane? I guess that... Alright. Oh, God. AI voted for mid lane, but... You know, I've made my opinions known on AI. I've done that, you know. Alright, folks. By the way, I'll just do my shelling now as well. If you want to support the channel, one of the best ways to do that is to try out the gaming browser Opera GX. It does make a big difference to us if you download through our affiliate link, then sign up for it. Player of the game goes to Carl Linnaeus, who separated snakes and lizards. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I was on something else in that fight. Viper sheds his skin and becomes a new lizard. Wait, it's not actually a lizard. Oh god. That's what happens when you let me play by play, folks. Do you hate AI overall or just for certain applications? Because there's medicine. Well, that's that generative. Look, to be honest, I think that the societal impact, both environmentally, economically, and educationally, of AI is astounding. It is so bad for any creative field. You know, if you want there to be an artisan class, if you want there to be creatives in music, in arts, in writing, in so many different things, AI will kill that. It will. Because, you know, if you want to be someone that makes music, album covers for artists, if you want to be someone that makes like gig posters, or someone that designs like adverts or comic strips, your jobs, those entry-level jobs are going, and people who are already established are probably going to be fine. If you're going to make your way into those industries, it's just not going to happen now. I also think like the stuff like the mental health issues, like the AI psychosis and the impact on general problem solving and the ability to mentally develop as children as well. Children should be nowhere near AI. I don't think adults should be too, but children should absolutely not be, and it should not be anywhere near education. The gap between Wikipedia is not an actual source to, oh, let's just use ChatGPT for things within like a single generation is just, it blows my mind. Outside of that too, I think it has some really concerning like uses elsewhere too. I understand. I have a lot of issues with it, folks. Outside of just the environmental issues too, like it's just completely unnecessary. It's unnecessary technology which has large like environmental, economic, and everything. Because also, you know, PC RAM is up because of this. You know, GPUs, CPU, everything is going up. All your component parts are going up, and that's going to make it harder for you to have good hardware in the future as well, to be able to have your own computing power and enjoy the technology which we do have. There are literally limitless ways I think that AI is bad for our society. Yeah. Okay, folks, I'm gonna go put on an ad break. So I should have done that while I was ranting. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I have a lot of issues. Now, I think there are ways you can use it, right? So, for instance, it's been really useful in being able to read the Herculaneum library scrolls, which are effectively, for those of you that don't know, Herculaneum is it's basically the better Pompeii. Pompeii was buried under ash from Mount Vesuvius. Herculaneum was buried under a hot mudslide from Vesuvius, and the things are better preserved in Herculaneum because of it. So there's actually Roman-era wood and paper, although it's completely petrified at this point. But if you, not to mention the Dark Age of Humanity and the Butlerian, yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm aware of both of those settings. I think they had it right. But yeah, being able to like use it for like the Herculaneum scrolls is effectively like Roman era writing in a library, which you can't unravel the paper, but if you scan it and use like machine learning, you can, which is the correct use of this, but machine learning to you can like decode some of that. Same kind of thing with a lot of medical uses as well. But generative stuff is just Oh. All right, let's listen to this. What do I do in the crowd here? BLG fans.
来表现，相信
Hey,
各
Lucian,
位已
thanks
经
for
是
following.
非常的状
But
态
yes, I'm aware I'm very
火热
opinionated
了
on
那
it, but
大家
yeah.
可能平时在峡谷里是操作拉满，现在呢轮到我来
I
考考你
did
们
see
了。
that,
如果我说
Lucian.
呢，我
I
要把
did,
这个
yeah.
英雄名字和选手名字编成
There's
一
been
段
so many
魔术
examples
文
of that,
那
like,
你
oh
能过得了
god.
我这关吗？没错，那么接下来要
Did
玩
you
的
see
游
that
戏叫做
simulation where like an
峡谷
AI
节
was like
奏
given a objective and it basically decided, oh, I can break the rules. And then it was like, well, no, you can't. And then it's like, well, what if I like cut off communication to the operator? Then I can break the rules because they never. What is that? Why is it deep frying the audio?
大家可以预热一下。喂喂
Why are they deep frying the audio?
猜测，哎，那些小试扭动一下，是不是非常简单
Why is it so bass boosted?
开始一下我们第一轮正式的挑战。怎么说
Why is someone rolling up with like the hydraulic car at the red light and like blasting the bass? I'm turning it on. Listen to this. This is so bass boosted. Why is it so bass boosted?
抓紧一点哦，小心！听着我的。
Why is it so bass boosted?
耐心，好配合，再来最后一轮。 我怎么一次听到了2个讯号？没关
What
系，
the
还是
hell?
配合非常默契的。那也是恭喜你们获得我们李宁 BLG 队。
I'm sorry, that's really sad me. That's so
那
funny.
么第一轮呢，感觉大家也是
Oh
非
god.
常激情啊。那么第二轮难度会
Is
有所
Dune an
提升
old
我们当然是
fiction?
有信心挑战的。
Yeah, Dune is Dune was a book from like the when was Dune written? Was it the 50s? Dune? Was Dune the 50s?
下一轮，3、2、1 ，music。
It's pretty damn old. Comparative. It's one of it. A lot of other sci-fi really just rehash Dune in some way.
哎，还可以哦。 感觉还行。
There was a TV show in the 90s. There was a David Lynch movie of Dune in the 80s, right? Wasn't there?
恭喜你们获得我们李宁的
1965 was Dune. Okay, cool.
那也是
Right.
再次感谢各位的参与，我们可以展示一下我们刚刚拿到的队服，展示一下，哇塞，非常的帅气。好的，那感谢各位账号人们的参与，也感谢有李宁赞助的队服。那接下来时间让我们
Didn't Dune inspire Star Wars? George Lucas says no. I'm pretty sure that Herbert, the author of Dune, said it was. But really, Star Wars is a mix of spaghetti westerns and samurai, which are very similarly related, Flash Gordon, and then Dune. It's kind of a lot of those put into it all together. Those are the ones which were really, really inspired Star Wars. There are a lot of similarities. There's a lot which kind of takes inspiration from. It has a fair amount of different inspirational pools, but those are the ones which are the largest ones, really. How did Wenbo look? He followed the team's plan, and that was enough for that game. Keshi was better than him in 1v1, but Wenbo was good at moving around the map and pushing his waves at the right time, which is fine. As long as he follows the plan and he's stable and he exists for the plan, that was fine. I think Viper looked good. I think On looked good. I think Knight and Shun looked good. You know, and Shun overdived a bit. He was a little bit inaccurate with his flag drags. Didn't matter. His early game was really good. Oh gosh. But yeah, Dune is old. Compliment for Mr. Baneblade. You are so much better than Mr. Shadow Sword. You're so much better than... Wait, what's another super heavy? That's the only one I can remember. Congratulations for being the best super heavy vehicle that the Imperium has ever had. Well, okay, you can have it tied with with Mr. Super. You can be tied with Mr. Warhound Titan, because Warhound Titans are really, really cool. I really like Warhound Titans, but Baneblade, like, put it this way, I really don't like Space Marines in 40k, but the Imperial Guard are so cool with their vehicles. It gives me like pause to be like, maybe I could be an Imperium player. I think Imperial Guard are probably like the one Imperium aligned faction I could be like, okay, I could vibe with that. Valkyries are really cool. Baneblades are really cool. Warhounds are exceptionally cool. Basilisks are also just rad. Because back when I started playing, it was back in like original Apocalypse as well. So yeah, like I'm a big Eldar player. I'm a big Tyranid player. So I own a Revenant Titan. I've got like 2 Nightwings. I've got I wanted a Scorpion, but I couldn't afford one at the time. Back in yeah, I started collecting Warhammer around 2004, 2005. So it's, well, for me it's been about 20 years now, you know. Shows I don't have them here. I can show you my Nightwing, but I don't have a good picture of my Revenant Titan is not well painted because I painted it as a kid. Put it that way. But my my Nightwing's pretty well painted. Let me go find it. Ondia style Nightwing. Anyway, back on stage. I'll show you it and then we'll get his draft, I presume. Alright, here's my Nightwing. Oops, it's gonna show. Oh, it's not very helpful. Let me turn the brightness a little bit. Oh, the light's shining straight onto it. There you go. That's my Nightwing. Yep. Hey, Angie, how's it going? What else have I got? Oh, but mainly, by the way, this is one thing I'll say. If you're going to talk about Warhammer to me is Warhammer Fantasy. If you say 40k, you mean 40k, right? So I collected a lot of Wood Elves. This is actually a Dark Elf Dragon, but I painted it as a Forest Dragon. Yeah, I have a lot of Wood Elves. Wood Elves were my main faction, and then I collected Eldar later. And Tyranids as well. I have some Tyranids in there too, although less of them. I don't have any like Apocalypse things for Tyranids. I have a lot of Tyranid Warriors, weirdly. Got a Swarm Lord, got a Trigon. I have a Tyrannifex, which is like just shy of being a super heavy. But yeah, I have for Eldar I've got more. I've got a Revenant, I've got a couple of Nightwings, got a Crimson Hunter. I've got a Wraith Lord, I've got a Wraith Knight. I have... No, that would give it away. That would give it away. Okay, there's an East... No, I'm going to stop talking about this. Something that would give away if I said I had something there. It's all good. It's all good. All right, let's get into draft. Let's get into draft. Right, so game 2. BLG, really good at moving around the map in game 1. Syndra, Oriana banned away from Knights. Lucian, Poppy, Varus banned away. So, BLG, not going to have as powerful... Well, the Syndra is a flex between mid and bot, so that could have been used by Viper. Ziggs is off the table. Cassiopeia is off the table in terms of bot lane flexes. Does Viper go for another mage again? Looks very comfortable on them, right? Is Lock available? Lock is available. Yeah, Lock is available. I haven't seen a game of it, though. Maybe teams aren't practice on it. Maybe they don't think it's actually that good. Looked really good in gas pickup. I'm surprised that, like... So I think a couple of the series, maybe the players weren't... I wouldn't say they were AP Assassin players. The ones that we're seeing now, though, they very much are. So the Vi's going to get locked in. Lock was banned twice yesterday in one of the series. Yeah, it was. I actually wonder whether Vi Lock is a good combo. Because you can just pin someone in place for Lock to get like 2 or 3 Qs in, and then they just die, you know? Annie locked in. So Annie, Lee Sin, very strong duo. What does Knight want into the Annie? You need something that can either outrange the Annie or be lane dominant enough against it that it doesn't matter. LeBlanc is a knife fight. If you get stunned while Lee Sin is in range, you're losing flash or you're dying almost 100% of the time. Vi Lee Sin is a very close matchup at points too. That mid lane jungle 2v2 is going to be really fun to watch. Junahao is a great Lee Sin player. Harry just has... We get Lock! We get Night Lock. There you go. We get Lock in. We were asking for it. This is before some of the nerfs come through. It's had one patch of nerfs, but not the second patch coming through. We get Night Lock. Fantastic. Now, I haven't seen this champion in pro play just yet. I saw a little bit in Casper, but I didn't really VOD review those games just yet. But it's Knight on an AP Assassin, folks. There we go. There we go. Ambessa locked in as well. Ambessa's going to be happy to go alongside a Lee Sin kick and then, you know, pick someone up with the ult at the end of the kick animation. The Annie will set up for both of them as well. I want to see how much damage Knight can do. Because basically, you hit Qs and you just, like, one-shot someone. And the other thing is, you know, if you kill people with your ult, then it stacks up the execute even more. So if you just get ult reset, ult kill, by the late game, you are just assassinating people from such high HP. Okay, so BLG need a physical damage bot lane. Surprised they banned the Ezreal themselves, actually. I suppose Ezreal's pretty good against getting away from Vi Lock, I presume. Arn would like something that can survive the dive somehow. It's quite hard. I think TT want to ban away champions which are good against Xayah and then lock a Xayah bot lane if possible. You're against, you know, triple melee top side. I mean, technically, Rumble's half-half, right? But against Vi Lock, I wonder if you need to go something like a Xayah. I don't know what else survives, really. I think you ban away stuff that can punish Xayah and you go for like a Xayah Rakan. I don't see how else he survives an AD carry. I know there are too many champions that are OP versus it, but they ban it out. Now, BLG are like, it doesn't actually matter. If Xayah gets to mid-late game, that's already a problem. So they ban it out anyway. Can you Kai'Sa? Can you Sivir? I don't think you can blind. Do you pick support now, then blind, then go for your AD carry later? Now, Bard's a good choice, because Bard can just ult you when someone all-ins you. That's a good call as well. That gives you safety as well. Bard is so OP, man. This champion is so dumb. Why has the champion been allowed to be so strong for so long? Because he can basically just do the best of Tahm Kench, where he just saves you from the dive. You know? This is a really good Bard pick. It saves you from the all-in pretty well. Ooh, Nymaera Lulu might not be bad. Because Lulu giving Locke the extra move speed to play around would be pretty banger. I go for the Jhin. Jhin Rakan could be okay here. Well, Rakan's kind of bad versus Annie Lee Sin. You want some extra CC. You can Alistar maybe. Go for the mid-game combos. Pretty good versus the Annie. Yeah, because Annie can't really one-shot the Alistar very easily. You land one skill and then Alistar pops ult and then your burst is kind of meh. Now, if you go Sivir Bard, is that enough to survive the engage? You can Bard ult the Vi ult. Then Sivir can spell shield the first thing out of that. It's about as best you've got, I think. I think it's about as best you've got. It does require the Bard player to be on the same page as you. Gotta be a good Bard player, but yeah. Okay, Nightlock. Absolute cinema. The AP Assassin player playing the AP Assassins. Fantastic. I think that Knight is the best player in the world. I think he's on a very strong champion. I want to see what he can do on this champion. Is it worth picking? Is it worth picking like this? We're going to go into an ad break so we talk about the draft and we don't get ads in-game. Thank you for supporting me. If you want to support me more, download Opera GX or just keep watching. Makes a big difference. Like, comment, subscribe. Makes a difference when we're kind of in the algorithm. And if you're watching on vertical as well, let me know what you think. The vertical is a thing which I'm trying out for the first time today. And I hope it's working out for you. Do you think BLG is going to struggle without Bin? It's going to be different, right? Because you can't really play through top lane win condition in the same way. Because Bin is a unique top lane win condition. You don't get that through other top laners. Even other very good top laners, right? There are only a handful of top laners which can work with that. Shirtless Turtle. Well, first off, great name. Thank you for the sub as well. Does make a difference again. We're working towards Partner Plus. And if we get, I think it's 100 individual people subscribing at tier 1, we'll get Partner Plus and we'll get more revenue share from the subs. And if you subscribe at tier 2 or tier 3, we get a little bit more from that as well. Makes a difference. Okay. Yeah, I really want to see what Knight does with the Locke, because his level 1 is really good with just Q spam. You don't even need to proc your Q with the autos for level 1. From playing a brief amount of Locke, I think the best combo is finding a way to get close to someone either through a flank or through a bush bait, starting with your W and just running at them with the move speed, stacking your Q, and if they ever flash away, then you E to confirm the auto attack. Your ult is really scary. If you put that down, it becomes a big issue. John Howe flashing at the BLG. The girl will hit the gyros. Oh, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't think Prime counts towards Partner Plus, which is a shame. It is what it is. Look, I'll take your Primes anyway. Okay, Viper on. Losing level 1, actually. Feather got that stun onto 2 people around the red buff very early on. Annie getting the push in towards Locke, level 1, 2, at least forcing him back off the wave. Knight taking a bit of a hard trade there. Oh, Harry gets the stun and the level 2 there. The Molten Shield helping with the move speed. Trading forwards as well. Knight hits level 2 now. Of course, the thing about Locke is that his W means he can take some very harsh trades and heal back quite effectively. basically his W, it deals damage to him over time, but at the end of the duration, any champion damage, including your own damage over time, a percentage of that gets healed back, and you also get a heal back on it just regularly too. I wonder if there's another combo too where actually you E forwards, get into melee range really quickly, and then you try and proc your Q afterwards. I guess it'll depend on whether Annie's stun is up or not. See, that's the E forwards. The E is the... So what your E is kind of like Echo E, where you dash, then auto attack. Is technically AoE though, and the big thing is that, like, your damage comes from your Q. So if you land nails on people, and you auto attack them, it gets procced. So if you hit 3 Qs, and then you get the E auto attack, someone explodes. Oh, thank you, Tornasco, I appreciate it. I think it's technically, yeah, I think it's technically the opposite of Echo E, where it's like a blink and then a dash, whereas at the Echo E is dash then a blink for the auto attack, but it's still pretty similar. Combo against the wall, stood against it. This could actually be quite dangerous for him, actually. He might just die straight up. Feather thought he was safe next to the wall, but Alistair loves having you there. Great combo by On with Shun just in the corner. Feather thought he was safe. Absolutely not. Junhao's going to get... Oh, hang on. How much damage have they got here? They're going to jump towards... Lock. Does Knight jump forwards? I don't think he does into the Annie stun. That might be a bit too bold even for him. Harry's running Ignite. I think he has to. Because I think that playing against Lock here... Well, he's against a lot of squishies in general, right? But I think against Lock is going to go for really heavy trades if you give him the option to. So the Ignite dissuades the Lock from playing aggressively. I don't necessarily think this is Annie running Ignites for, like, aggressive kill value. It sort of is. I think part of the reason is it just stops Lock from all-inning you, you know? I also love that Knight's gone for the Dark Seal. You know, he's an AP Assassin player. Get yourself your AP scalings, that snowball potential. Also really important in this game that there's no one really that tanky. Locke suffers against high tank compositions. He has no % HP damage. He's not particularly good at doing anything outside of, you know, his flat values. The scalings aren't bad. It's just that, you know, he doesn't have tank killing potential. Same problem that Ari has, really. Oh, Wembo's walking up to seize Feather now, who's on the roam. I mean, On is on the roam and he has Flash. They could actually kill Keshi here. In fact, I think they do just kill him, even with the stat wave. I'm pretty sure that On just kills with the combo, actually. The wave's doing a lot of damage to Wembo, though. Keshi will have to flash On. Force the flash out of Keshi. Has the flash himself. Here comes the Vi flashing away. I actually think they could have used that. Shun flashing away as the bar Q connects. He would have been stunned, actually, if that had connected onto the minion behind him. Potential of an On combo coming through. No one else roaming up to the play. Next Vi Q, I actually wonder if they go for a big play. What's happening with On there? Fourth shot loaded up. Q coming through from Sivir. No mana. I want to see what's happening topside. Yeah, there's a fight up here. On has used the flash. Going down, though. He's going to die, but not before Keshi does himself. Junhao will get that last auto attack to confirm the kill. Gets the Q on target. Another one's down as well. Lee Sin doing Lee Sin things. Q from Shun. Off cooldown. He's hopped away from. But Knight comes into it. The Lock is in the fight. And the Lock gets the kill. The W is running, teleport coming through for the Ambessa, but oh dear, the Lock has a kill. That's a problem. Dark Seal stacks, plus a bit of extra damage. The Knight off for the gold he would have earned from that too. Good play from Knight. Was suffering a little bit in lane versus the Annie. Annie, a notoriously lane-dominant champion. Will lose half a wave mid for this, but Knight is not unhappy with that. First kill, 2 Dark Seal stacks on the board on the AP Assassin. But Junhao's Lee Sin, man. You know, we're talking about Knight on the AP Assassins, but Junhao is a hell of a player. So the Q lands onto the Alistair, so On thinks he should go in. I think that's maybe a bit mistaken. Flash forward, Keshi goes down, but Junhao fully stacks the Conqueror, lands a Q on target, gets so much damage and assassinates second player into the fight there too. Shun gets alley-ooped. Doesn't matter though. Knight blinks over the Lee Sin Q, gets the kill. W was running anyway. Viper. Oh, hang on. Junhao's here. Lands the Q. Viper does have flash, does have barrier. The magical journey over is going to be somewhat removed as the Dragon gets the assist, bopping back Viper into the team. Heru has level 6. There's no ultimate on. Viper, nice try, but can't get away from the hyper mobility of Lee Sin with all options available. Well, Junhao's in the game, folks. Junhao is 3-1. We said that if TT are going to win, Junhao needs to be on the board. Folks, Junhao is on the board. 3-1. Dragon will go down. Viper thought he was safe in bot river. Absolutely not. TT, well, they didn't have any vision in bot river. They couldn't know that. They couldn't confirm, rather, that he was safe to be there. A full wave crashing into turret. At least Viper is there to catch up on that one. Slight gold lead for TT. 1,000 gold lead at 7 minutes in. That's good. That's really good for him. Harry picks up a kill there too. He picked up the kill onto On, so evens up with Knight, his opposing number here. Those Exorcist nails coming through. I can't remember the name of all the abilities, by the way. That's a Sam thing. I don't always do that. Hey, TFC, good to see you in chat as well. Welcome in to all the regulars. Hope you're enjoying our return to LPL. Knight has himself our first game of lock for regular region play. We've seen some in Casper Cup. We haven't seen in any regions just yet, though. Knight puts on the W, takes an electrocute for his trouble, but that W not bad there. Haru does have Ignite, has Flash. He has an ultimate to drop down too, actually. So watch out for that kill threat. Kind of scary, actually. I wonder what boots Knight's going to go. I mean, it's an AP Assassin. You'd like to think it's going to be Sork Pen boots, but with the CC from the Annie, do you risk it? You go for Merc Treads instead? Maybe? Viper gets the fourth shot on arm. One of the things about Sivir into Jhin is that you can't spell shield the fourth shot. Can do with all this other stuff, but not that one. Rough. The damage coming through from that one later into the game. Feather barely missing that Q. Another fourth shot. Barrier used this time, actually. Shun down a bot lane. Has no flash, but does have ult. Not spotted just yet. Is spotted on the ward. Ult fired out by Vi. Sorry, by the Sivir to avoid the Vi, rather. My mistake. Rob's on top side going over to Junhao. Shun really does not want to tango with the Lee Sin after the fights have gone Junhao's way. Ooh, good stun. Does he kill steal with the auto? No, because it resets. Almost a Gromp steal from Feather. That would have been insult to injury. The Annie Tibbers actually was walking its way from mid lane down towards bot lane, using it as a roaming ward. Two Qs on target. Molten Shield does reflect some of that damage. I want to see how effective a 3Q trade is against an Annie full burst. If you trade like full burst Annie for like 3 Qs into an E-auto, does that beat an Annie full electrocute trade? I wonder. Junhao going back into farming. Has the Eclipse build. Good burst from that. Block going back. Has oh, is he going Protobelt first? I guess it's good for gap close. I would have thought it'd be Lichbane though. Lichbane is a hell of an item on lock. I guess against this comp you might want the extra HP. So you don't want to get one shot. Feels a bit meh. But hey, if he gets the Magi's, all will be forgiven as normal. Junhao, wherever Junhao is on the map, BLG probably can't be / can't fight. XP is quite close. Q over the wall would steal this. Ooh, nice from Junhao. Gets the Q on target. Just hops over onto the wall to get the smite instead. Doesn't follow the Q. Potential dive here. They could potentially bard ult the turret, choosing not to. They did roam up the Annie as well. In fact, do they know the Annie's there? They do now. They do now. Locke's pushing out mid lane. Does have teleport. They might have to teleport here, actually. On doesn't have ult. Not stunned. Exhaust put down, but it's timed out. Do they go for the play now? Vice coming up the lane. Teleport coming in from the Lock. The knockup does come through, and a second tower shot does not connect. Do they have the CC now? Knight jumping forwards. Ult coming through from the Ambassador. Keshi, not sure that's really wants to be. The Vi's gone golden. Perhaps that will be an issue. The Lock ultimate goes down. 3 are put into it. They're putting damage down into the Assassin, and the W's not enough. Vi does not pull the trigger. They don't get into the fight, and Lock goes down. On has got his head in his hands. Something must have gone wrong from him as well, or just reacting to the play. Shun had flash, had ult. I think Shun's got to do something to get out of that bard ult, though. Flash out and join the play. If Knight's going in, you gotta join that. Shun, I think that might be on him. I mean, I like the equalizer. I like the locker. That would look pretty good. I would love the fact that Shun chose to call off the play. Clearly, look, it was clearly a miscommunication. Either Knight and Shun go in, or neither of them go in. And I think with Knight going in, I think that Shun had the tools to join him. Couldn't get him range. Knock up under tower. Not bad here. Junhao has to flash. Ward hops away. Knight gets a fair amount of damage on target. I just wonder what... He even gets bard queued, man. I think Shun... You can't afford to not use your flash there. I think Shun has to flash the bard queue or the bard ult. One of the two. It's an important fight. These early game fights are really important for your AP Assassins. You know, Knight's lost his Dark Seal stacks now. I do just wonder whether Shun, with ult and flash, should have been able to get out of some of that CC, because the more of these fights you lose, the worse your composition feels. Going into Feather now, looking for another fight, but only a bit of a sting there, not a huge one. Shun Vi, in a champion who's pulled out an awful lot of times in his career. They're on vision here, not pulling the ult here. Good magical journey away, good reactions from Feather. I'm quite worried for BLG here, folks, actually. I think that, you know, Junhao is a great Lee Sin player. Doesn't get all 3 Qs in target there, but BLG's composition, I mean, it's pretty good with the Vi Rumble, with the Jin Rumble. Both good combos, but Junhao Lee Sin is damn good, and he can assassinate anyone. If Knight flies into the fight, there's a good chance he gets one shot. You need to coordinate this well. If you don't have the extra gold, I think you can get really punished here. Jin flying over, Q on target, probably looking for the smite. Still goes down to the Lee Sin. Bartle's really good. It means that the follow-up's not there. There's 2 people alone in the front line because the Bartle is magnificent in the back. 2 go down, Dragon down as well. I'm not gonna lie, folks, this is starting to smell a little bit like a TT victory. Junhao gets another Dragon steal. He gets another kill in there. The Bartle is magnificent onto the backline. This time it feels like it's Knight and Viper, which maybe had to use the summoners or just call off the play in general. Another miscommunication. BLG disengaged by the Bard and leaving the players going in alone. Great play by Feather. This Bard play has been magnificent from him so far. You know, you can see how TT play very respectfully. They go backwards, use the magical journey to get into position. On goes in, but he has his ultimate. I wonder whether... Well, 1, you shouldn't have your carries stood together there. You shouldn't. That's one thing. But 2, I think you just call off the play once the Bartle... maybe it's too hard to react to there. Maybe. Okay, whatever. Very good play from Feather. Obviously breaks up the engage. The BLG, that's 2 times now in important fights where the Bard has managed to disengage them and stop them from engaging together. Now we calm down just a little bit. TT, 2 Dragon advantage, 3k. BLG are actually going to have to dig deep here. Is it a problem of Wenbo? No, I don't think it is, actually. I don't think it's a change as much there, BLG. I just think that Shun, Knight, Viper on in various plays now. Hang on a second, jumping forwards. How much damage does Knight got, actually? Good damage there. Wow, okay, fair play. It's a W on there, too. We'll heal back a decent amount. Bard coming up towards top side. Cooldowns and lock are not that high. Top river fight might get quite interesting here. They Bard. Oh, he uses the Q. He uses Q. Oh, Shun ults through the stun. How much extra work has he got here? Flashes out, can Q away. Shun, does he land the Q? Yes, he does. Knight puts the ult in. Knight's looking for an assassination. How much damage has he got here? Q flash from Feather. This Bard is doing work, and Knight can't get the kill onto Heru. There's no extra follow-up, and Arn kills him as he flashes away. Feather and Junhao are putting on a show. This is ridiculous from them. Viper gets hit by a Bard Q, gets hit by the Lee Sin Q. Good damage back onto Arn. Will flash forwards. Can he get the fourth shot? No, he can't. He flashes, he barriers, and he's left in the dirt. TT are styling on BLG. I mean, BLG, you can't, you know, point too many fingers at them. You can a little bit, right? They're getting caught out, but TT, it's great play from them. Teleport coming in. Rumble's going to go topside. Heru does not have flash. Of course, he's got no teleport either, so he doesn't have that. Blue Trinket will be used. Heru's just about hit by the equalizer there. Teleport coming in from Lock. Do they gift the kill over to him? There's a blast cone! Close run stuff. Will E in. Heru will have a blast cone. Will die anyway. 600 gold shut down tonight, and some of those Dark Seal stacks recovered. Okay, Knight. Not had the easiest game so far. I think the engage from BLG has been well dealt with by the Bard, but now Knight has himself a bit of extra gold. Has himself that Dark Seal stack, as we were saying. He's short. Doesn't really help. I think he was trying to get out of range of a Bard Q stun angle. Doesn't quite really work. Ults through the first bit of CC. Gets hit by the Lee Sin Q anyway. So the Q feels a little bit, meh. Junhao has to flash to kill him still, though. Knight, heavy CC onto him. Has gone for the Merc Treads, by the way. Definitely needs it at this point. Knight's left in basically a 1v3. Shun has been really punished alongside Knight. Both of them have been kind of separated from each other. On paper, I think Vi Lock works quite well, but if the Bard ult keeps landing, maybe not so. 2.6k lead in jungle, man. Knight is the only lead in mid lane. I think Shun's been out of position a fair number of times, or particularly that top lane fight sticks out in my mind, really, which it sucks, right? Because I understand him not wanting to use the flash, but I think when you're playing a combo like Vi Lock, I think it's a lot more early game than you realize. You really need to full send in early game. I don't think you can afford to lose random fights by not flashing. But Feather's been fantastic, folks. You know, I was saying before the start of the series, Feather's a player who, like... Oh, hang on a second. There goes Shun again. He's caught out again, man. 4v1. Shun caught out behind enemy lines. It's not going well for him. Knight will get out to safety. The Bard ult not hitting its target this time. Or not going to get hit by the ult as the Ghost is active. BLG are getting hunted across the map as TT continually find the pick. I didn't even see what happened to Shun at the start of the play there, but he's not had an easy game, folks. Junhao and Feather really making a performance of this. Dragon going down. That's going to be soul point for TT. They're going to be really happy with that. Getting a Chemtech soul against an assassin team, not bad for them. Lee Sin loves this. So what does he do here? He walks over. Oh, he just walks into an Annie and dies. If you're not ready to go full send into a fight, I don't think you can position like that. I think they're disrespecting the damage of like the Annie Lee Sin, and especially the Lee Sin being this fed too. Lee Sin just one-shots you, man. The team with the Jhin losers. It's the IQ curve, right? Of like the team with the Jhin losers, low IQ, middle IQ. Yeah, well actually it's about the discoordination, blah blah blah. High IQ, the team with the Jhin losers. Oh god. So what do you do as BLG's combo now? You do still have equalizer combos, which are really, really good on the whole. It's not a particularly fed Rumble equalizer though. Mid lane turret's almost going to go. In fact, it might just go down in general. Junhao might actually be able to one-shot the Jhin if they stick by it. Turret goes down. Not enough defense there. Shun looking for something topside. Ult in 5 seconds. Feather on his case again though, and Feather has been so good at dealing with this fight. So good. Posture check. Oh, what do you mean posture check? Sure, I'll do that. Fair play. Oh, God. We're 50k behind, but we're building collector. Red buff taken by Junhao. Almost stolen away by the Jhin there. I mean, it's a squishy team that's coming out of TT. You have double AP topside. I understand wanting to build lethality, but at that point, I would actually prefer Ghostblade. Go Ghostblade and actually have the mobility of it. So something like Stormrazor Ghostblade for the mobility sounds pretty good here. Being able to escape stuff like Bard ultimates or outpace something like an Ambassador or a Lee Sin that's trying to get in range of you. That sounds pretty good to me. Roast. I can do that after the game maybe. Two items for Heru in mid lane. Shun hits his second item in jungle, but again, he's so much gold. He's basically 2 to 3 items. 6.5k up for TT. So what can BLG do here? Because often, this is the kind of game where you'd rely on, like, Bin and Knight late game team fighting. Not that Bin has always had the best late game team fights, but it's one of the big things you rely on. Can Knight do enough here? He's going for a Shadow Flame second. Hasn't gone for the Lich Bane build I've seen more often on the lock. Crazy damage with that item. Binless gaming. Hey, they stomped game 1, so... And BLG were not... It was not unknown that they could throw games against quite weaker opposition than themselves. And TT, you know, I have a lot of love for them. They are not seen as strong competition here in Group Ascent. They just promoted up to Group Ascent. I like Kashi. I think Junhao's got a real future in him. Arn's a player I've had a lot of time for in the past. Oh, hang on. Does Junhao kill Knight? Well, 100%, yeah. He's got 4k up. He's always got a Black Cleaver in. Of course he does. What am I kidding? He's a level up. He's level 14, man. Ult hits onto Wenbo. Good damage from Kashi. Bard's coming down. Wenbo's well out of position. I mean, Vi's coming down to the play. I think Wenbo just dies before Yon comes in. Maybe. Bard ult goes wide for one. Sashi flash forward from Kashi. Q out. Does Kashi have enough mobility in? Flash teleport coming in from Lock. Maybe this is how you can get the snowball from BLG. They're member dead on both sides. Both top laners go down. Knight's in the play. Magical Journey. Ooh, actually does hit the Q there. Fair play. Magical Journey away. Junhao's in the bot side of the play now. Does he have that third item completed? Not sure, actually. Junhao doesn't hit the Q. He's blind over the wall there. On goes forwards onto Feather. Feather's gone too far this time. Junhao gets the kick. Flash on the Viper. Feather might die, but at what cost? At what cost for BLG? Viper just incinerated. Now they're following the play. Heru goes into the bush. This could be a problem. Gets another kill for Locke. Junhao is the damage source, though. Make no mistake, Junhao has to die. Locke ultimate goes through. This is where the resets start coming through. Junhao goes down, and Knight starts to get some more damage, rolling forwards. Junhao still alive. Hits that Q. It's on to Knight. That's dangerous there. Teleport coming through. Shun also in the picture. Teleport back in from Keshi. It's a good fight for BLG. They get a winning play. Blastcone splits them to the winds, and TT will come out losers of the play. Well, that's 4 kills on the Lock now. 1.6k up. Gets a kill onto Arn. That would have been a shutdown onto him, I suppose. Junhao is the damage, though. He stayed alive all the way through that fight, threatening some kills at the end. So Knight goes back, gets himself a Seekers. That's big. Now you can cancel out an Ambessa ult. Lee Sin Q2. Good play from On and Knight. On and Knight get the combo onto Bard. I mean, Viper gets destroyed, man. Utterly destroyed. Had flash. Comboed onto Junhao, man. I'm telling you, this guy on 80 Assassins is fantastic. Credit to Shun. Gets the Q angle right as well, so it gets even closer to Locke. Knight gets the reset on his E. That's one of the big things about this champion, is that if you get kills, you do get the reset on your E. Gets the kill with his ult, importantly there. With his ult running. Means that he gets a little bit extra damage. But that ult does get on... Oh, hang on, it doesn't have onto it. That's not going to be the soul. Shun will take that away. There's on in the backline with ult running. Keshi goes down on the other side. Likely a 1-for-1. Looks like that will be the end of it. Who gets the kill then? It's hang on a second. That's going over the wall from Feather. He's going very, very low. W goes down. Shun needs one more auto. It's so close. It's kicked over the wall. The peel play from the Lee Sin is insane. Flies over with the Q. Knight going with the W running means he does get a little bit more safety. He needs one more auto attack. Can get E out to safety. Junhao follows, though. Still have the Q on target. I think Knight will still go down. Goes Golden. Wumbo trying to head forwards. I don't think Knight will survive this. Kill goes over to Junhao. Another one in the pockets of the Lee Sin. That fight from Junhao again. A kick to safety for one of his teammates. It still, it still went down, but the mindset from Junhao has been insane. 8-1 and 8 on the Lee Sin. This guy is golden. Knight dying in that fight brings him down to 5 Dark Seal stacks. Oh, did he really get up to 10 that quickly? Crazy, man. When you die, you lose 5. Oh, it might have been an assist after he died. I don't think so. Well, he's lost his Dark Seal his Seekers very early, but the gold he got in that fight, got some off of Heru again. It's not awful for him. Ooh, they spot out Keshi on top side. Junhao's heading up here. Oh, dear. Well, they don't spot out Junhao. I guess that's a bit messy. Where's Shun going? He's going on to Feather instead. Here comes On. He's teleported into the play with the Spellbook. Locke's walking his way up the lane. He is a threat. Keshi goes low. Keshi's been struggling to have impact on this Ambassador so far. Heru doesn't have flash. He's on the flank. Not bad disengaged by BLG. Bottle is down. Good damage onto the Ambassador, who doesn't have flash to re-enter the play. Do they look for a play afterwards? They do have the Equalizer. Keshi not spotted. Wait, is he spotted on the recall? No. Can't believe no one died there, folks. I guess Knight not being at the play, having to roam his way up the lane, slowed down some of the damage. They didn't pull the Vi ultimate either. One thing I'm noticing is these fights are getting really, really split very quickly. And Lee Sin is great in split fights. And Bessa, pretty good in split fights too. But the Alistair being able to just quickly combo onto someone with a lock too is meaning that BLG can sometimes just say, okay, Lee Sin's going to kill someone, but we'll kill the other side of the fight. Dragging up in 2.5 minutes, BLG saw off the last one. They're arguably winning the fights now. Crazy given how fed Junhao is. Viper at 3 items has Infedge has rapid fire cannon. Rapid fire cannon is actually kind of important in this game. Ooh, does Dwembo realize he's in danger here? He doesn't have flash. He's going to put down the Equalizer. Teleport coming in from Locke. A lot of ultimates being used now. Wembo likely to go down. Ultimate going on to Feather. Knight pulls out the ultimate. It's a bit cheap there. On does have ult force to use it. Wembo caught too far out of the lane. Ult going wide from the Bard. This time is the curtain called Lands a few shots, but not enough to kill. 1 for none. Knight ult down as well as is Ons. TT come out ahead in terms of kills and in terms of cooldowns. They actually might be able to start Baron here. There's no equalizer. There's no lock ultimate. Your curtain call's down as well. Shun might fly over the wall, walks into Herod, it's a stun! Shun misjudges the play, goes down, trying to check if the Baron was up, and now it's definitely over to TT. Shun kind of had to check, I suppose. Maybe could have waited on the Jin W, but Shun goes down. It's been a difficult game for the jungler at BLG. So often the heart and soul of this team. Been a trying time, a tribulation for BLG. Baron over to TT. Wonderful play from them as a pick unit, particularly on Junhao. But the whole team, Feather and Junhao, have been so magnificent in this game. Wonderful series of plays from the Bard and the Lee Sin. Knight has his Zhonya's now. 3 items in. See how good the late game lock can be. Champion has some absurd damage if you actually get damage on target. Almost a GA in for Junhao. That'll be a problem for BLG. Might be able to kill him once. Killing him twice when his W comes back up. Not so sure about that. Viper with the fire cannon. Pretty strong himself, but did enough. I mean, Baron's up. Q goes wide there. Junhao has flash. In fact, he was looking maybe for that there. Hang on, that's the spell shot on the Vi ultimate. Equalizer's not bad into the choke point. Knight getting decent damage onto Harry, but perhaps not enough. Junhao going into melee range, gets the kick over. Viper flash kicked into the team. No flash for him. And Knight can't get the kill onto Heru. Junhao finds his man. And BLG, I think this might be the end of them in game 2. We might be heading to a 6-game day. Who would have called it? TT taking a game off of Binless Gaming. Going down in game 2 off the back of Junhao and Feather having remarkable performances on the playmakers of Lee Sin and Bard. Knight pulls out the lock, but sadly, TT have found the key for it. TT will bring us to a deciding game. Difficult game for Shun. You know, I'm a big lover of Shun. You gotta say it in this game, though. Jungle Diff. What an insane game from Junhao. I think On at least had enough plays on the Alistair for me to give him a bit more credit. I think the support, both supports played very well. Shun really struggled down in that game. He really did. You hate to see it. I think that the Bard ult stops the engage being very effective. Which, so part of it is, you know, I think that Shun perhaps not coordinate. I think particularly that top lane fight where Knight went in and Shun, I think, could have flashed the CC and joined him. That's where I point more fingers at, I suppose. But yeah, Knight pulling out the lock to a loss, despite the power of the champion. Who would have thought that? I think the new champion is bait. Honestly, I don't think this game is one to judge it on Peanut. I say that, judge Peanut. I don't think you can judge Lock from this game. I think that Junhao and I think Feather played really, really well. And I think that Shun was not great at coordinating with his team. 1, on where he was safe on the map, and 2, where he was ready and in range to engage. Kilometer Kevin, thanks for the follow, by the way. Okay, I gotta rest my voice real quick. Push my voice a little bit there. And I'm gonna go into a quick build. His build was horrid and he had an instinct jungler. I mean, he wanted the HP plus Merc Treads for the Annie. I understand that. It did cut his damage. I think he did need a Lich Bane. Shadow Flame second is fine. Maybe Zhonya's third is too much defense. Either way, once you start losing fights early, turns out assassins feel a lot worse. Yeah, I think you have to have Lich Bane on this champion. I completely agree. Okay, I'm going to go into a quick break. I'm going to leave you with the player of the game and stuff, and then we'll get ready for game 3. So I'll leave you with the stats here, and I'll be back in just a second. Oh, sheesh, it's 1-1. Yeah, and John How gets... It was between him and Feather. Like, John How deserves it, but, like, real shout out to Feather as well. It was between the two of them. They did very, very well together. Knight tried out locking and it's locked away forever. I mean, problem is, like, I don't think that was on... Yeah, I don't think that was on Knight particularly. I think that... Okay, there should have been one vote for support. That was a really good game from... That was a really good game from... Yeah, really good game from Jun Hao as well. From, sorry, from Feather as well. My brain's starting to fail in the 6th game of the day. Okay, right, I'm going to put on that break. I need to get a coffee, and then I'll be back for last game.
话想对他说呢？鼓励一下我们新人。
因为我之前刚认识他的时候，就是在他还没有18岁的时候嘛，就是从他，因为我是从刚开始看他在黄金3的时候。
Wait, isn't it meant to be more like a Nanami? Well, I mean, I would say a Vash reference, but because it's new gen, it'll be like a Nanami reference, right, rather than Gojo.
希望他今天首发了，保持好心态，积累经验，相信他一定能在这个战场上，就是说，越来越熟练吧，加油加油！
好，感谢你，真的是非常温暖的祝福，相信文博也已经听到了，我们现场也响起了非常热烈的掌声啊！那我们再来采访一下这边的小姐姐。
我是文静的粉丝，然后我想对文静说，你是最好的辅助，我们会一直支持你的。
相信他也能感受到你们的支持。那我们再来看一下，这边有举着我们 TT 队旗的粉丝啊，那你是谁的粉丝呢？
我是 Feather 的粉丝。
有什么话想对他说的？
就希望他们下一把能拿出那个勇敢登峰的状态，然后今天很顽强的扳回1分嘛，希望他们下一场可以不惧强敌。TT 加油！
加油！确实站住我们的决胜局了，非常厉害。那我们最后再来采访一位粉丝吧，那你是想对谁说呢？
我是 小安的粉丝。
想对他说什么呢？
就是希望小安就是越打越好，越打越猛吧，因为他毕竟从第一赛段没有工作到第二赛段有工作，确实是很不容易的一件事情。
真的希望大家都能够加油。那最后我们再来一个全场大加油吧，还是我先喊出战队名，你们喊加油。来 ，BLG 加油 ，TT 加油，也是感谢各位的支持。那我们比赛马上就要开始了，接下来时间让我们交给解说席。
Okay, let's get ourselves into our last game of the day. How's the series been? Okay, so game 1, BLG really stomped. They really did. I think that On and Shun were running the map. I think that, but Kashi looked pretty good. Kashi looked pretty good. Credit to him. Looked pretty good. But, why is that happening? But yeah, I think that, Kashi looked good. He got a solo kill on Knight. Got a very flashy solo kill on Knight in a side lane. But, what was I going to say? Shun and On in this second game got, like, hard diffed, and Knight picked Lock. Didn't look that good on it, despite it being an AP assassin, which Knight's typically very good on. I don't think he built that well. But realistically, I think that Feather had a magnificent Bard game, and Jun has Lee Sin was clear MVP. Like, it was so good. Sorry, did you see the individual match, post-match 30 Studios? Yeah, I did. I do like the idea of being part of like the League Reddit community. I like the idea of it, but the problem is just like the LPL League community has got like a couple of like I don't know if they're just like intentionally trolling or not, if they're just genuinely assholes, but like there are a couple of people I'm just like I don't know if I want to put time in to interact with certain people in the LPL post-match thread community, you know. I've got people that literally like create fresh accounts to talk shit about me and then delete their comment history to talk shit about me again, making it seem as though they're not talking shit about me continually. Like, why would I put effort in to interact with these people? They need to be locked away somewhere. They need to be in a mental institution. These people are not okay. I don't know why. Like, there are just some people who get, like, very, very parasocial about LPL. And not that people don't do that for other regions too, but I've just had some bad experiences with people there. You need to screenshot all of this, I guess. I do have some of it. Yeah. I've just muted the people that stress me out. Yeah, I tend to block them as well, but, you know. The problem is they can still just, like, insta-downvote you. So whenever you actually want to join the conversation, like, your comment is put right down to the bottom of the queue, and it's just, like, you never get seen or anything, which is a bit annoying. So that bottom is, like, it's not worth it. You can, so the thing is, when you delete a comment on Reddit, you can still Google it. So if you know the username, and you know, you can find it on Google. Yeah. So even though they've deleted it, you can still find it, you know? Yeah. So I'm just like, it's better for my mental health if I don't, you know? Because at the end of the day, people like that just don't deserve attention, you know? They don't deserve attention. Ugh. Okay, right, we have one game left, BLG TT. I think that BLG, I was very surprised they lost that last game with On and Shun on champions they have a lot of proactivity on, and Knight on a burst champion. Typically that tends to work very well with them. You just watched a movie trailer. Huh, interesting. But what was I going to say? Yeah, I think that Knight on Lock didn't look that comfortable. It's a bit of a shame. I think that he looked... he was okay in that one bot lane fight. He definitely didn't take over the game, though, in the way that I would have expected him to. And I think particularly Shun, even in the Jarvan game, I thought he was definitely helped out by the fact that On was going through. He had a pretty good game one, but I think that On really helped him in that one. Yeah, I agree, Christabel. Yeah, it does. Okay, let's get ourselves onto... I think we're going onto the stage now. That looked like... Oh, wait, I thought that was the camera movement for getting onto stage. I guess not. Nah, TFC are actually more than fine. Don't worry about that. Things like people just kind of like know that your thing is like... You know, people understand that's part of like the fabric of you, like standing the shy. It's a little bit different when people just, like, go in searching for a fight and to be assholes, you know? There are some people who just, like, I don't like you. I'm gonna make your day bad. You know, there are some people like that, and they're just rude. They're just not very interesting people to talk to. And I'm like, I don't really think they should be given the time of day. But, yeah. Okay, right. So, we have one last game. BLG forced the 3 games in the first split. First game of the split, rather. Now, TT... Hey, thank you, Chris. Well, that's kind of you. But yeah, I think that I think that when it comes to BLG versus TT, TT actually have an okay history versus BLG. They haven't played that much against each other, but TT won a best of 5 versus BLG last year. And, you know, they ended up taking Beichuan, who was the TT jungler, and incorporating them into their own roster. Obviously, then Beichuan obviously didn't work out there, but TT, this roster's not bad. It's not bad at all. Now, they are underdogs. You have to call them that, but BLG are apparently not unbeatable. No, I think that the question is now, do Feather and Junhao have another champion that they can impact the game like that on? Now, I think Junhao has Neferi. I think that Feather... Well, I think Alistair and Barter is 2 best ones. Maybe Feather could get a Nico game. Maybe Feather Nico. That's been something he's had some pretty good highlight moments on before. Also, his Karma's not bad either. Karma could be pretty high pick ban. But yeah, my worry for TT is that is kind of best in slot for Junhao in terms of his playmaking and ability to take over the game. Maybe Neferi gets through. I don't think Neferi gets through. Surely not. But yeah, I'm not sure TT have the ammunition to go again against BLG. I'm just not sure. Now, sure, you've taken out stuff like Shin's Vi, you've taken out stuff like On's Alistair. These are powerful champions, but I think you've given up more in return. I think you've given up more in return, which is a problem. Okay, into the game. BLG TT. BLG brought to a game 3. Brought to a game 3. Pick ban graphics should be up soon. There we go. Let me move the camera out of the way so you can see what was banned in the previous game. So, Ezreal banned away from Viper. It's been his best traditional AD carry of 2026. Lucian banned away from Arn. Orianna taken away from Harry because BLG do not... Wait, BLG do have first pick. They could have first picked the Orianna. They're choosing not to. That's interesting. Ah. Okay. Oh, sorry. No, I'm wrong. Sorry. So BLG losing game 2 do not have first pick in game 3, so they choose counter pick. Interesting. So they didn't have first pick, which means that they would have... Yeah, now banning the Orianna makes some more sense. There we go. Cool. Last ban for BLG. What are you feeling like? I think the Neferi is the ban. I think you ban the Neferi. Don't let Junhao have, like, his crazy good champion like that. Just ban away what he's comfortable taking over the game on. The 3 champions I think he's really, really good on are Xin Zhao, Lee Sin, and Neferi. They ban Ashe instead. Aren't you asking for a Neferi lock? Even at this point in the draft, I think you can do it. Syndra got through, though, and Heru does play it, and you have to take it away from Knight. Knight is one of the best Syndra players of all time. You have to take it away from him. I do understand that. Now, the problem is, do you still let the Neferi through? Do you go, like, Camille Neferi yourself, like anyone's Legend tried earlier in the day? They lost with it, but they tried it. There's no Ziggs. I think you have to take the Neferi. Junhao would be too good with it. So they have to take the Neferi here. Now, what does Junhao do? Does he go towards Kiana? Kiana's not bad either. I just think that his Neferi is a step beyond that. No pin, no win. Perhaps. We shall see. Trying to do things on short notice for BLG. Adapt to a different top laner. That is rough. Now, the Leona's okay into the Camille. Because you just kind of face tank the hook shot, put on your W, you turn it. You can also stop Camille from flying out if you Q the Camille after she's flying towards the wall. Kiana is locked in now, so you have Leona, Kiana. Kiana's a bit weird into Camille support, because Camille just lock her down and her mobility doesn't feel that useful. Neferi Kiana, I think that's slightly Neferi favored. Just because W is such a disgusting ability. Knight LeBlanc feels pretty good here. Ooh, do they go to Xerath bot lane? Yeah. Jackie Love did this the other day, and Viper's a hell of a mage player. That will almost certainly be going bot lane if they use that, though. Cassante it is. So they're choosing not to go for lane dominance for Knight or the best mage pairing left for the Camille. Give to Viper. They choose to go towards Wenbo's Cassante. Now, Kashi is a good Cassante. He won't get his hands on that. Presumably, they ban Gnar now. What else do you want away from Kashi? Well, you don't have Ambessa, you don't have Jace. You ban out the Gnar and Vayne, I guess, and then that's most of the things which answer Cassante off the table. TT have Syndra Leona to set up CC. That's good. You can put the Syndra bot lane if you want, and counter... Well, you can't counter pick mid because likely BLG are going to be blocking mid last anyway. Galio taken away from Knights. Ban the Nara and the Vayne as we expected. Last ban for TT. Do they ban the LeBlanc for lane priority? They don't ban the Xerath, though. I mean, you can just lock the Xerath now. It's fine with the Camille. And then you can just counterpick mid lane. I think that Knight having counterpick versus Heru was bad news for TT. Because the Syndra could be going bot lane, could be going mid lane. You don't know that right yet. I think you go Xerath and you just see what they do with their flex picks. Just let them play their cards first. There's no point having to try and play this guessing game. You want a mage, you want a long-range artillery piece to put with the Camille. Put your Xerath in. Yep. So now you have mixed damage. You've got physical damage jungle, magic damage bot. You can actually pick physical or magic damage mid now. You've got everything open. You just need something that can follow up the engage from Knight. Really. And hopefully something that stays safe from like Leona Kiana combo as well. Having something too immobile could be a problem. TF comes in from Heru. Kali isn't banned. Oh no, sorry, it's playing game 1. Yeah, my bad. Looking through everything. I just missed it on the top left there. So Kali is banned. Guys, unironically, if... Oh, is that TF top? Oh, that could be TF top into Cassante. Because if TF goes mid... there's actually a world we get a Fizz from Knight, actually. Isn't Fizz, like, super good if TF goes mid? Unironically, I actually think Fizz is really good here, no? TF into Neferi is bad. That is true. Varus is locked in. Is that TF top Syndra mid Varus bot? Or is that Varus top TF mid Syndra bot? I'd imagine that's Varus bot. Okay. Well, Knight still now needs to have a bit of a flexible pick, I suppose. The Victor is a bit risky. It's okay versus the Syndra. It's okay versus Kiara. It's okay versus all comers. Ahri is fine versus all these matchups too, actually. Okay, we get Knight Ahri, one of my favorite champions, champion and player combo. It is my favorite champion and my favorite player of that champion as well. I think Knight's the best Ahri player in the world. Guys, things are gotta be desperate if you delve in towards Knight Ahri against Thunder Talk. All right, let's go into a quick ad break and we'll get into game, folks. I'm just saying, you gotta be up against the rope if you're digging for like Knight Ahri in game 3 of your first series, man. Okay, so it looks like it's TF top, Syndra mid, Varus bot. Syndra into Ahri mid lane. I think you are more likely to mess up as Ahri than you are as Syndra, but you can win lane as the Ahri into the Syndra. Also, if you get out of lane, Ahri is going to be one-shotting people. Now, I hope that Knight's red pouch notes. Protobell is not good on this patch. We just had so many nerfs. Protobell is nerfed. Please do not build Protobell. I can tell you now, Knight is going to build Protobell. I'm going to be annoyed. I'm just going to put that on the table. You're aware of this. I will lash out in game. And yet. Are they not on Shovey Belt nerf patch? This is... I think they're on 14? They're on 14? Either way, Protobell's just not fantastic now. Yeah, they're on 14. Yeah. Yeah, Protobell's been nerfed on this one because it's point is so it's more HP, less AP. Alright, onto the Rift. Let's get into the game, and here are Gios. Oh, level 1 Charm, might not even get them. Feather tried to look for something early. They go for a red card for the slow. Does it matter? It maybe does, actually. Feather makes it out. Heal and Flash burned just for the Ignite of On, but Knight also starts Charm. Now, another important thing, Feather doesn't get a ward in the bush. So now Cassante gets to play out lane normally. Let's listen to the Gios. Knight gets all 3 of those minions worth of XP. It is going to be a poke Varus. It's a poke Varus. Insane cover by BLG. Yeah, I mean, so basically when you're playing ranged versus like tank top lane, or ranged versus Malian anyway top lane, when it's an AD carry, you kind of want to get that bush control. Hang on, On's going for the level 1. Body block coming from Feather, who starts the W. Gets the adapted defenses. Gets the attack speed from the E landing as well. Viper taking some nasty damage. Just got a Q back on target though. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, oh, that's not bad from Knight, actually. That's actually really not bad. That's a really good trade. You don't expect to win, like, a lot of trades versus Syndra in lane. Or rather, like, it's harder to. If you're good with your W, you can outstep the Qs from Syndra. If you get hit by too many Qs, especially after the Syndra buffs, it is rough. On is on vision there. He does not know he's on vision. Yeah, it's a bit rough. Viper just trying to get some poke in. Knight went for that Q second for wave control. Gets hit by the stun. Ow. Hurts. Ooh, cannon saved by the other W there from the Syndra. Knight will recall now. Shun spotted there. Oh, the ward died. They actually knows he's been spotted because the ward died in front of him. Because you see when a ward dies, right? Bot lane being pushed in by Viper on. There's a teleport from Arn, so he'll just go back to lane with full HP mana, right? Viper will do the same just after. Oh, W just lost him 2 minions there. Oops. Also, Viper used all of his mana there, so Arn can just collect the wave. Recalling on as many CS as possible for your first teleport is important. Not bad from Wembo there, actually, because the aftershock in. Lost some CS as you kind of expect against the TF as a Cassante. Can't do that much about that. Wembo just collecting the wave at tower on level 2. Ooh, On's just teleported back. Flash for the stun as well. Good damage onto On, but they don't quite get the kill. Yes, they do with the W. On and Viper snipe out On. Takes a flash from Viper, but they will take that every day. On had just teleported in after you know, early lane. It got shoved into. Uses the flash as well. Nasty stuff. Even Feather actually getting traded onto now. E doesn't land there. The shocking orb from the Xerath. Feather was trying to keep the wave outside of tower, not able to do so. That's a big win for the 2v2. Viper and On's 2v2 has been good today. Oh, flash forward for a Q. Kashi not able to connect with the W, though. If he'd managed to do that, I think Shun might have been able to follow forwards for a kill. Lethal Tempo getting some good value there. Now, Kashi has flash himself, and he only blows the ghost. Higher in HP, Wembo swing and a miss. Has to teleport back in. Of course, there's no teleport from Kashi. That's the bonus of picking, you know, surviving lane as one of these champions, which are a bit more traditional in top lane. You actually get the extra teleport for the reset early. Oh, nice there from On. Gets the last auto attack as the Q comes through. Hook shots out. Junhao into the bot side. Junhao is a very talented Qiyana player. If he gets rolling, that could be very scary for BLG. In fact, he's going to walk out with the Ice Blade. Some decent damage there. He hops in for another Ice Blade, actually. Wants the extra CC. Can go around the back of the turret. Viper doesn't have flash. Ah, that could be a problem. W comes through. On gets with the shield from that. He lands. Okay. On is not able to follow up that quickly. 1 for 1. Xerath does get the kill. Doesn't have to teleport himself. Just used it to go down bot lane 2. 1 for 1, but Viper loses a bit of a wave under the turret. Proxy farm coming through from the Cassante, but didn't catch all of the minions, so it's still in a bit of an awkward spot. Shun's coming down. Do they realize that Junhao is still down here? They do now. Flash forwards, pops him back towards Shun. No flash, and I think Shun with the Conqueror stacking up is going to be a bit of a problem for Junhao. Jumps towards again. One more auto attack will do it. Flashes out. Shun still has the flash himself, though. Will confirm the kill. Double to the Neferi, even though Junhao gets one. Shun is a very happy dog. Arn also dying again. You know, 2 deaths on the Varus. I mean, not that Viper hasn't been forced onto himself now in this bot lane, but both bot lanes receiving a lot of attention. Shun walking across the rift, not at level 6 just yet. Heru pushing in. Slight lead, jumping forwards now. Knight has enough for a charm. They get the stun. That could be it. Where is that charm? Needs to come through now. Guess they don't need it. Reset coming through. Level 6 used by the Syndra. Not so much impact, though. Junhao is in. Doesn't have flash. On is still full HP. Knight actually has 1 ult charge left, but no mana to cast anything afterwards. Good play from Shun and On moving across the map. Shun and On as a mid-jungle, as a jungle support duo, rather. So important. One of the best jungle support duos across the last few years of play. If you think about, you know, since 2023, this duo has taken some names over time. Last game was not good from them. But the fact that now it's a meta where Shun and On just get to do everything early in a very classic LPL style where you get mobile early, look for skirmishes, snowball the map. It does signal good things for BLG, and it's one of the reasons they did so well at MSI. Couldn't see it off, sadly, for them. Won the upper bracket, lower bracket, and then, of course, the finals itself. Lost against HLE. Oh, we saw this in top side. Right, did he have to blow flash? Looks like he did. Oh, because of the all-out. Right, fair play. Not bad from Wembo there. It's within 10 CS. Really not bad for a K'Sante. K'Sante is expecting to be demolished in this lane. Feather's trying to match on the Camille. We saw this from Erha versus Draw yesterday in the 2 kill a minute game, by the way, where the Leona tries to body block the Camille. But the problem with the Leona is if you misstep, you don't have a hook shot to get to safety. If the Camille does, you do. You can step up further. You can put wards deeper. You can clear wards. You can look for plays from a longer distance earlier into the game before your ultimate is available from Leona. Leona is very much... I'm not going to say it's like, quote-unquote, the losing side of the matchup. It is. It's not really individually, though. Ooh, only 1 out of the 4 hitting there, actually, and then missed the Q afterwards. Not great accuracy there from Viper, actually. Into mid lane, Harry's already used that flash. Knight doesn't have the ultimate just available. Stun available. Charm flash. Here comes TF into the mid lane. Do they have enough cooldowns? Yes, they do just about. However, here comes the Leona. Extra CC coming in. No ultimate from Knight available. Flashes, dies. Ignite was put down by On. It's not enough. However, Keshi leaves top lane, which means that Wombo can go towards the tower. Maybe get a plate for himself. First ult of the game from Keshi. Good value from him. Takes Dark Seal stacks away from Knight and gets the kill in revenge from his mid laner dying. Is there a plate to be taken here? No. Okay, alright. Teleporter from Syndra. So Wembo does get some farm in there, but he doesn't actually get the plates itself. Wembo's walking down towards the grubs. We'll force him away. 1 was already taken. Yeah, 1 was already taken by TT. Should be 1 for 2 in favor of BLG then. Shun will walk over. He has 3 kills, by the way, with a Voltaic. Even in Golden Junahau has the Profane. Knight has the ult again now. Didn't have that for the last play. Gone for the Merc Treads. I very much understand going for Merc Treads in this game. There's the gold card, Ice Blade, Wall Stun from the Kiana. You've got the Scatter of the Weak, the Var Assault, and then of course all of Leona's kit as well. This is huge Merc Treads value, especially with yeah, especially with that much CC. It's not back there from Wenbo. One of the big things about ADTF, you can auto-attack reset if you just double-tap W. Auto double-tap W, you get 2 auto-attacks out very quickly. You just hope there's a good card for you in that moment. ADTF does that much more because you want those quick auto-attacks. Oh, flash away from the ult there. Needed to be. Needed to. Gets caught by that. Very, very dead. Uses the summoner. On looking for a play in mid lane. Or he doesn't have that flash just yet. Knight, as we said, does have that, does have the ult available now. Bot lane, doing fine in terms of gold. It could have snowballed quite badly, actually. Ooh, they missed quite a lot of the wards in bot side. Feather doesn't have sweeper, so Junahau tries to sweep a little deeper. Doesn't spot the shallow wards from BLG. Can he get onto Arn here? He can. They do have the ult. Flash away from Arn. Needed 1 more shot to land. Knight's going to ult in. Feather's walking down as well. Will get stunned by the Q. He doesn't have flash to confirm this. Stops the reset coming through. I don't think there's a kill to be found here now. Does the charm land? It does, but I don't think there's anything more here. So, it's a reset stopped by Arn. Yeah, so by Knight stopping it onto Arn. What is a bit, you know, weird there, I suppose. But no real big bonus there. What they do end up doing is have Viper reset, and he'll jump forwards and take the wave in mid lane, but there'll be a swap between mid lane and bot lane. W used to ignore some of the CC. Ult from Junhau's not great, actually, and I think he'll just die here. There'll be a reset from Shun. Heru's caught in the Hextech Octagon, and sadly, he's not really trained up his MMA. On will take him down in a 2v1 fight. Not really sure that's in the regulations, but hey. Junhau was there before. We'll call it a quick 2v2. Good play from BLG on the top side. Junhau and Heru both going down 0 and 3 on the Syndra. Not a happy mid laner there for TT. Shun 5-0. Now, last year on JDG, Shun was actually really good at Neferi. Just JDG was such a bad team in terms of, look, the level of players they had with Shun, Scout, Pays, they should have been way better than they were. They peaked very high at points. Not very often, though, sadly for them. And Shun was really good on the Neferi during that time. It's just overlooked because JDG were not a good team. I think Shun's put in some good games here on BLG now. You can see how Shun can be very potent on this champion. Neferi has been a power pick for our LPL junglers. Kanavi also included in that list too, now obviously in the LCK. Wards on both sides of this equation, actually. Harry walking over, gets a stun, but oh, that's a good hook shot. That hook shot didn't come through. I'm pretty sure On dies there. Scatter the Weak into the Var Assault. Arrow over the top. That would have been dead. Dead. Hextech Octagon. MMA is fought in an octagon, and I thought it was fun because like you fist fight in an octagon. It is a hexagon. I'm aware. I'm aware of geometry. I want everyone to know I have a degree in physics. I'm aware what a pentagon, what a hexagon is. However, it's funny to be haha MMA octagon. I thought that'd be more funny. Just bear with me. Trust me. It's funny to some people out there. I'm sure. Oh god. Viper pushing in towards bot side. Harry coming to pick up the wave. Syndra Xerath is an interesting matchup because, to be honest, Syndra can't win without flash. But there are points where if Syndra flash stuns, then, I mean, they're just gonna die. Oh, ult's coming through now. They've used the stun. W still there for the tower aggro removal. Shun will take no tower shots there. Flash in mid lane is on. Doesn't have the safety either. Ult forward. Knight gifted that kill by On. Shun and On making plays in 2 different lanes and getting kills without any cover from TT. How do you leave 2 lanes able to be dove like that? Flash away from the solar flare as Feather flashed into range. No return kill though. Here comes TF. Where's he going? Does he have a charm on target? Great timing, but not before the gold card comes out. Knight will die. Another good pickup by Keshi. Keshi has made a point of killing Knight in this series. Solo kill in game 1, 2 kills onto him. Not solo in those games. In game 3, flash orb, but he gets hit by the stun anyway. Hard to flash over that shocking orb. And just as I was saying, oh, where was the cover from TT? BLG lose 2 kills in the same lanes just as quickly. Good punch back from TT. Ashe staying in mid lane. Varus pushing up towards top lane. Ooh, God, this is just going to be another summoner blown. Very fast-paced meta we're in. I know a lot of people don't like the mages bot lane. I do like this perma fist fight style, though. It's fun. It's high kills. You get to see jungle support, mid lane. Everyone being so bursty adding into the conversation. It's fun. I've been enjoying this. Now, will it get exhausting after a while? Yes, probably. Almost certainly. Stun onto Shun, but he does get the smite down. What can Mako play in the support pool? Mako is one of the most versatile support players of all time, so I wouldn't worry too much about him. He can play his Leona Nautilus. Play Karma for lane dominance. I haven't seen him on the Camille, but he's not been a meta, right, since we last seen him. Chris FPS, by the way, I appreciate you. And if anyone else is lurking around and wants to drop a follow, we'd love to welcome you into the part of the community. If you've been enjoying the last couple of days of LPL, or just, you know, dropping in for today just for the game, stop by. Stop by. We're live every day for LPL. Even if it's not healthy for my, you know, sleep schedule and or voice and or mental health and having to do 27 games in 3 days. We do it anyway, because we love the LPL, and we want to bring it to you. I've been casting the LPL since 2023. Sam, my brother, and I have been doing this community broadcast. We are an official co-stream for the LPL, but there is no official broadcast anymore. We've been doing this for a number of years, longer than anyone else in this era of LPL, because there's no broadcast anymore. And we want to bring you entertainment and the stories and the analysis which we think you deserve, which a regular broadcast would normally bring. So we try and bring you the next best thing. By the way, folks, Knight, player after my own heart. Knight has blank bottom edge eyes. I love this player. Now, On's going to get comboed into the wall. I think he just dies straight up here. Actually, not bad damage onto Junhao. Here comes Shun, and On is out. The ult goes towards Feather. Needs one more auto attack, and will just about get the kill. But at what cost? Again, that's been a very common phrase in here. 2 for 1. How does On get away with it? BLG just quicker to the play again. We saw this with Top Esports versus WE yesterday. Very similar equation. Basically, everyone is roaming towards the same play. It's just who gets there quicker and lands the skill shots first. BLG do it in that play. You think this is the perfect meta for IG to make their glorious return? It's standard lanes. Rookie on roaming mids. I'll get back to you on that, TFC. Wei is a very good player. I think Wei has been really underrated. I think Wei is very good at early skirmish style of play. Mako, I need to see him play stuff like the Camille. His Bard was okay earlier in the year. Oh, they spotted him use the hook shot. So, you know, it's a long cooldown. Try and go for the one-shot combo. I mean, they very do nearly kill him. Gets the wrong adaptive defenses too. But then he hops over the last Q. So Junhao has no Q left. That is a nasty kill combo onto the Keanu. Just about missed that last Q. On does go down. Feather goes down with him, though, and a kill goes over to Wembo. BLG doubling the kills right now. 3k up. It's not been a game led by mid lane. Knight is 1,000 gold up. Really, it has just been Shun and On roaming about like madmen. TT trying to slap back where they can. It's been a very fun game. 18 kills in 17 minutes. We're across the 1 kill a minute mark. But to be honest, after yesterday seeing a 2 kill a minute game, it feels like it pales in comparison. Teleport in for the dragon fight. Ari wants to come down. Has that blank Magi second. Again, I actually think this is good. If you're in such a high kill game, why not try and rocket into the lead? If you get set up for by the Camille, by Shun's damage, you can just rocket off over the horizon. TT actually choosing to give up their positioning on dragon here. Who has flash? Well, the Varus doesn't have flash. Here comes Twisted Fate ultimate, giving them vision around the play. On getting jumped onto. Good damage by Xerath over the wall. Doesn't Knight just jump forwards, though? Arn's going low. Arn goes down. Feather's alone. Keshi's on the backline, but he's not doing damage. Knight is coming into the play with the reset. Another reset for Shun, though, on the other side, too. And that'll be another kill. One more ult charge for Knight. Can they do anything with it? Not sure about that. Keshi might take down On. No, actually. Doesn't quite get in range. The Ghost does get forward for the last auto attack, and call me a liar. Does get one back. 2 for 1. BLG the better for it. Knight can't quite chase down Junhao. Will be able to go into the fog of war. Knight gets himself, I think, 4 Magi stacks out of 2 assists there. BLG will get themselves the dragon. And BLG just pull the trigger better. I don't think it's a great engage. Keshi might have overstayed here. Will teleport away. The W will cancel, though. And Keshi goes far beyond his castle walls. And sadly for him, he'll be taken down alongside his 2 teammates who died in the previous fight. Shun uses that W for the damage. Q connects. Q second Q doesn't. Feather does have a Q himself. Pretty sure with no turret towards there, though. Feather will go down and be added to the kill count at the last minute. BLG take, I think, all in all, a 4 for 1 trade, as it was. Yeah, 4 for 1, I think. As On died at the first part of that play as Keshi chased him down. Right, Dragon to BLG as well. Knight takes himself some gold from top lane. There's a teleport coming in. I guess we want to keep fighting. Harry coming through. He has struggled to have impact in this game as the Syndra. Wembo doesn't have flash. He just uses E, though. Ah, that's a problem. Does he die here, though? Well, with Leona coming over, you'd hope so. Look, I'm just saying. He has 10 seconds on ult. If he actually survives through to his ult cast, it doesn't matter that he doesn't have any mana. There are now 4 people on his side of the map. There's an arrow. Does he cast his ultimate? Probably not. No. All right. Wembo will die. Thank God it's not another Cassante moment. TT take the easy kill. This game has been a lot of oversteps and a lot of quick punishes. This is the meta we're in. You need to be so careful about where you step into Fog of War. I understand wanting to push up. I understand wanting to get the most out of it. Feather jumps in. I don't think this Camille is your target, though. Considering how well he played in Game 2, it's a bit disappointing seeing here on the end like this. There's a kill from Junhao onto On. The Xerath ult pulled out, but a little too far out of range. Harry walking around the corner. Knight has ult, has flash. I don't think he can defend the turret, though, with the threat of the Scatter the Weak. And the Varus follow-up beyond that. Viper jumping onto... Well, say jumping onto Keshi. Keshi was in very low range of him. Viper... very close to being taken down by that TF. Keshi flashing forwards, and Keshi does not give a damn. I love this top laner, man. Keshi is so fun. If you don't know this player, if you only watch the top LPL games and you didn't bother watching Group Nirvana, you have missed this player. Is he always going to be top of the KD8? No. Is he going to be entertaining as hell? Yes. Teshi's Castle welcomes all comers. Welcome to the game show, folks. I love this guy, man. Solo killing Knight in game 1, getting a bunch of kills here in game 3. Junhao got a great burst combo onto On. Knight couldn't make it down quickly enough. Maybe could have ulted in early to see if he could get in range, but I don't think he has the... Well, no, I would have ulted early to see if I could get the kill there. TF ult into mid lane. Viper did a pretty good job of trading well with him, considering. Gets back to his turret. And then walks up for a Q and... is it worth it? Using your flash? Giving it more... That's it, guys. That's an 11 kill Neferi. Oh my god, Knight's gone for Lichbane. He didn't build the Chovy belt. He didn't sully this game with a crap build. Thank you, Knight, for building the right item. Oh, thank god. But by the way, it's not really about Knight. Shun is 11 kills on the Neferi. It's about him and it's about On. Look, Knight Ari, one of my favorite, players of the champion ever. Lich Bane helps it, takes down the mid lane turret with the help of the grubs. Shun is the main character here, though. What a wonderful game on the Neferi. As we said, exactly. Why did he build Protobelt on Locke and then Lich Bane on Ahri? Make it make sense. I guess he was against the Annie to want the extra HP, but yeah. Guys, if you're playing AP Assassins now, don't build Protobelt. It gives you like 60 AP and more HP. So it gives you basically no AP. And the HP is nice, but not really for your class of champion. Now, Lich Bane has been best in slot on Ahri for a long time now. This is, legitimately, this is the perfect Ahri build. You go Malignance, you try and snowball with the Magi's, and then you go for a Lich Bane for the most optimal damage. You'll probably want, I mean, in this game, maybe you actually go Zhonya's fourth, just because there's so much CC. And you want to avoid a lot of those killer skill shots. In another game, you go Death Cap and just go one-shot. Knight and Shun, if they actually get on the right target, though, they explode. Knight could jump over the wall here, actually. Here we go, Charm on target. That's a dead TF. There you go. Who's the kill go to? Give it to the person with the Magi's, Viper! The stacks actually matter and he doesn't have flash. Viper, give him the stacks! Oh my god, do you not know how this item works? Oh well, Knight on 6 stacks instead of 8 there. You know, little things which perhaps bring an emotional response out of me. Good pick up by Knight and on. Keshu is way too far forwards there. I love this top lane player. He is not the complete product just yet, though. He definitely can get caught out in situations like this. Game 1, similar on the Jace. No, my stack. The thing is that once you get over 10 stacks, Ahri has a move speed differential against most players in the game. And you can just walk at them menacingly. It's really big into like the Syndra or the Varus, you know? On talking over vision. Now, the problem is BLG have not been on this side of the map. They don't have vision here. They could get burst out at like any time, by the way. Oh, and he almost did though. All goes wide from the Varus. This is something which I learned watching RNG in 2022 and then T1 get blasted by it and then learn it themselves and make it their own. If you're losing plays on one side of the map, quickly make a play on the other side of the map and you're more likely to win because the vision's in your favor. If you can force a team who is ahead to kind of like rest on their laurels and walk into an area they don't have vision in, you get so much more out of that. Nahida, by the way, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. If anyone else wants to follow, join the crew, join the family, the community here in LPL. We'd love to have you. We're a pretty niche community here for Chinese League of Legends. It's one of the best regions in the world, though, and I would consider myself one of the leading experts on Chinese League of Legends. I've cast more League of Legends in China than anyone else in the world for the last era. Since 2023, I think I've cast almost or maybe above 2,000 games. It is an absurd amount of games here. Okay. Oh, yeah, the wards are bugged for the kill gold, so it's like at value at. So it doesn't tell you like the plus 15 on. You got away with it last time. It does not get away with this time. There is an ult on Knight. He should be safe. TF ult is pulled. Where's that going? Wenbo's in the backline. He's pretty tanky, in fairness. Credit to him. Knight going forwards, misses the stun. No, he doesn't actually. Gets it onto the Syndra. Maybe a kill coming through now. Good damage from the ultimate. It's a kill. Reset for Knight. Next charm can come through. Spell shield off. That's going to allow the Neferi to go melee, but Shun, he's 11-0. He does not want to give that shutdown. Knight, great value there. And another snipe. Viper gets the double kill. Truly the king of mage bot lanes. Viper gets a double. Great accuracy from the man in blue. Well, there you go. 10 stacks on Magi's. I think you can forgive Viper now, because Viper ends up sniping it out, confirming those kills. Junhao does have flash. Can't really approach here all the same. It was a good teleport by Wenbo. Credit to him. I think Wenbo realized, I can just tank. I'm the only person in this game who can actually... Because Sansei, kind of a game breaker if you get him out of lane in this kind of meta, because he's also good in split skirmishes, but he's one of the few tanks that can do it on low cooldown. Now, On makes the mistake. He dies. Junhao blows him up. It's a pretty good teleport, though. Both the carries are within range of him. Gets the W through the gold card and just gets to buy time. Everyone groups up. Viper and Knight are in great range. The charm lands and Heru gets exploded. Great angle. Get the last snipe in. Heru, can't make the play. That's the ultimate from Kiana. Feather's going on to Shun. That might not be bad, and they get the shutdown. But what about the other carries? We're going to start getting the Ahri rolling forwards. Teleport coming through. Charm goes wide, but Arn's going to go down anyway. Reset from Knight. They do have a little bit of extra damage coming in from the Xerath. No more, though. That's going to be a 2-for-1, but the shutdown is pretty big. That was a 12 kill Neferi? 11, maybe? Yeah, he didn't get kills in the last fight. giving over a shutdown. I didn't actually see who got that kill, but hey, they're very happy to get that gold. I'll let you know that one for free. BLG walking forwards. They have the Baron, and they have a numbers advantage. 4v3. There's 2 are dead for TT, 1 for BLG. Knight does have Charm Flash if he wants to be really spooky. He's actually going for a Shadow Flame, by the way. Not bothering with the defensive item. I think he realizes, actually, Neferi is the target, so I can kind of get away with one hit. Okay. It's 11 p.m. in China. Well, going pretty late into the day. You can kind of blame the first series for that. The first series had like a 3 Elder game. It happens. 12 stacks of Knights, Medjais, by the way. One of the reasons I would have preferred a Death Cap over the Shadow Flame is because Medjai's at 25 stacks and you get the Death Cap after it. I think on current, from memory, I think it's 195 AP from Medjai's when you get 25 stacks with the Death Cap amping it. It is a lot of AP. More bang for your buck. But hey, given this kind of composition, Shadow Flame's pretty good. You know, you poke out with the Xerath. Xerath leads the fire. He's got a Shadow Flame too, though, so I mean, both of them will be critting on low HP. If Shun opens up the damage, or On opens up the damage, then the 2 AP carries do shred you. And there's no one tanky on TT. Normally I'd say, well, you know, double AP, you can build against that. You can itemize against that. Not really if you're a Varus. Not really if you're a, you know, Syndra or Qiyana. When you go for like heavy damage of one type, it's a problem when they have a tank. They don't. Now in this game you have the Neferi as well. I understand that, but just in general, right? Because we've seen some games and mages fall off. Not in this kind of situation. Junhao running towards bot side as well. His Lee Sin game in game 2, if you didn't catch that, Junhao's Lee Sin was so good. This has not been a rollover series. BLG have had to work for it, especially in game 2. They lost that game, deservedly so. Off a vision. This is not where you expect the Varus. We really... Hang on. No way we're getting a Varus flank. Oh, good ult away. Good ult away. You don't expect the Varus flank. Knight respects it. He's level 16. He actually might go for a flank of his own. He uses an ult. He doesn't get over the wall there, actually. Oops. We'll ignore that one. Gets back towards the dragon. That is incredibly good poke from the Xerath. The Syndra is out of the fight. TF pulls the ultimate. Was he going in? Flash in. That's not a bad Qiyana ultimate, but there's still the Hextech Soul coming through. On gets the engaged as well. And Viper and Knight probably just going to be safe in the backline. With the same cannot be said for the Syndra. Or the Qiyana, both go down. Neferi gets rolling. The dogs howl, and BLG have had enough of this series. You get 1 TT, but you won't get the series. Triple for Knight's Ari. It's not been him as the main character. It really has been the dogs over the foxes in this game. BLG on the back of Shun's Neferi and wonderful, quick, snappy plays across the map will see off their first series. Binless Gaming will take a win with a different top laner. The drama around this team will continue, but they will be doing so with a win to their name. Nexus falls. TT, a good attempt, but not enough to take down the reigning LPL champions. Well, it's a 6-game day. Entertainment. I've been loving this meta, folks. This meta is so fun. I know a lot of people don't like the mage bot lanes. I understand why, but realistically, this quick pick style of League of Legends is really fun for me to watch. I love seeing these jungle supports look for these big plays, the assassinations, the variety of champions in bot lane and in mid lane. We're seeing assassins in jungle. Should be very fun to watch too. It's really put a lot of people's instincts to the test. It's a lot of heavy mechanics, a lot of roaming around the map in the right way. I've Binless Gaming, BLG, Binless Gaming. Well, they got Wenmo in the top lane. I don't see Bin there. We'll see what happens with the top lane of BLG. Bin is obviously not playing for now. We don't know what happens there. I'm not going to speculate too much. We did that earlier. We don't know whether there'll be another top lane assigned, whether Bin will come back. Lots to be proven so far. That's our day 2 done. Folks, I'm not going to stay too long. We'll wait for the interview, which should be up pretty shortly here. I think they're doing the interviews pretty shortly after the games now. But we have 3 series days coming up back to back to back. So for tomorrow and the 2 days after, the games will start 2 hours earlier because we'll have 3 series in the day rather than 2, which means we maybe have 9 game days. It is difficult to get through them as a caster. We'll do our best, though. And I'll leave you with the interview, and then we'll say goodbye after.
BLG 获得了这场比赛的胜利。来到赛后采访环节的嘉宾是打野选手勋，欢迎勋来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 BLG 打野勋。
首先要恭喜你们拿到了第3赛段的属于 BLG 的开门红。今天其实是整个2026年第一次打 TT 这支战队，今天跟他们交手下来，有怎样的一些感受？
我 我觉得他们整体打团这方面都挺强的吧，然后在抱团和资源的争夺上也挺厉害的。
那其实整个7月份对于 BLG 来说，经历了比较密集的国际赛的赛程，重新回到 LPL 之后，你觉得跟其他这些赛区的优秀的选手们交手完的这种过程，对大家回到 LPL 带来了哪些帮助？
国际赛的话，我觉得可能大家会更加稳一点吧，然后在 LPL 联赛，我觉得大家会打得比较激进，然后有一种不一样的感觉吧。
那聊到今天游戏内的问题，今天第一局先下一城之后，勋会觉得第2局的问题主要是出在了哪里？
第2局主要是我们在前面2波、3、4波对抗吧，都是输了，所以说会比较难受，然后操作也没操作好。
那今天在 BP 上我也看到了一些比较特别的选择，比如说第2局的洛克以及最后一局的这个泽拉斯的选择。其实这个版本有点百花齐放的感觉，在很多位置我们都能看到很多不同的英雄登场。勋会觉得这个版本在你眼里有怎样的一些特点？
对于我打野来说，其实英雄都是没有什么太大变化，因为没改嘛。然后在线上，我觉得就挺多变化，是比如说下路那种 AP， 我觉得蛮有意思的，然后让局数变得很乱，打得也很开心。
也能看到大家也在积极的适应版本的一些变化。那今天也是上路选手文波的第一次的登场，在你眼里，你觉得他是一个怎样的选手？你对他的印象是怎样的？
就我觉得他比较稳吧，然后就差不多吧。
在今天比赛之前，我在后台看到他的时候，感觉他是有一点小紧张的啊。那对，作为队伍当中的这个老前辈、大哥啊，你有什么话想对文波说的？
对文波说的话就是放轻松，然后好好打，不要想太多就行。
也希望我们所有的观众能够给予像文波这样初登 LPL 赛场的新人更多的支持和鼓励。我们把掌声也送给 BLG， 送给文波好吗？期待他们在后续的比赛有更加出色的表现，也感谢勋接受我们的采访，继续加油。接下来我们把时间交还给解说席。
Okay, folks, I don't think it'll take that long for us to get player of the game, player of the series, so we'll wait for that and then I'm going to radio over to someone. But yeah, folks, thanks for watching again. If you enjoyed today's LPL broadcast, please think about dropping a follow. If you're watching on YouTube as well, please think about dropping a like, comment, subscribe. We have a sponsor in Opera GX. You can sign up for free, try out a new gaming browser. And if that's something which you're interested in, it helps support us. We get, I think it's $2 per sign up. So if you just want to try it out, even if you decide it's not for you, just deciding to if you download it and sign up while you're on the browser, it does make a difference to us. And if you want to learn more about the LPL, enjoy it with us, come tune in here. We are live every single day. We're now streaming in vertical as well, so it's a bit more better. It's a bit better for the algorithm on like Twitch and YouTube to be able. So we're both doing vertical and horizontal, so it's both there. But yeah, hopefully that's been okay for those of you who did watch in vertical today or discover us through vertical. And yeah, let's have a look at what we got tomorrow. So tomorrow we have Anyone's Legend LGD, WE JDG. That one's pretty fun, actually. Given how JDG looked a bit lackluster in the early game, and actually with 2 people ill, if they're not on their game early game, W could actually get some. They could maybe get a win there. Weirdly, I think they can, despite how bad they look versus top esports. If they play the same style and they get leads in early game, I could see it happening. And then it's EDG BLG. EDG have some big mid to late game issues. If they don't sort them out, I just don't see how they beat BLG. Yeah, they have some big mid to late game errors, which is a real worry for them. Okay, so those are our 3 games tomorrow. We'll wait for the player of the game, and then we'll head off, folks. We've got highlights here, so I guess they're waiting for the votes to come through. Wait for this. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's good to know that Junhao and Feather can pop off in the way that they did in Game 2. It's very successful from them, but you can't. It's really hard to get multiple games off of Shun On in this kind of meta. Shun On are so good as a jungle support duo. They are one of the best of this modern era for it. They should really be viewed with respect. I know that they kind of choked MSI finals. I think that Shun and On were not fantastic in MSI finals. In terms of MVP, ooh, let me have a think. On was more consistent across all 3 games. Shun had a bad game 2, and his game 1 was a bit shaky. MVPs between like Knight on, probably on for this series. Knight was a bit of a passenger to mid jungle support doing their thing. Sonny Ruby, thanks for the follow as well. Yeah, and folks, if you do have bandwidth for a Twitch Prime, or you do have even the bandwidth for a regular sub as well, it makes a difference to us. If you do have the bandwidth for a regular sub, you'll be helping us reach Partner Plus, which helps us get a bigger share of subs which get gifted to the channel. Partners have a pretty good deal anyway, but it's nice to get even more from that because it's actually a career. But yeah, we'll be live all the time you can handle us, folks. Wenbo was invisible. That's kind of good for BLG if he's invisible. I thought he was fine in Game 2. His Gusante, sorry, Game 3. His Gusante was fine. But yeah, I think it's good if he kind of is invisible because it means that he's not a lost condition. And they just need someone who exists for now. It's a short-term solution. If he goes longer term, we'll have a conversation about that. For now, just consider it a band-aid fix. Yeah. Yeah, I think probably I give my MVP vote to On. I think On had across the average, the best 3 games. For sure. Yeah, for sure. See. Just nice to delve into the where, what, and why, I guess. Oh, so close on that. Chunna's not a bad Kiana player. Just his Lee Sin is a level above, and his Nefiru is really good too. Just couldn't get to play him. Well, the battle of BLG versus BLG Junior has been won by BLG. Sometimes it goes that way. Again, thank you. The numbers have been very flattering for the first few days of the split, folks. Thanks for watching along with this. I know we're not streaming on Onivia right now. Basically, Onivia's worried about algorithm for the main channel while we're streaming. That's completely fine. It is his channel after all. We can't, you know, it's up to his discretion. But yeah, for those of you who discovered through Onivia, hope you're enjoying yourselves here too. Shun gets player of the game. He was like killing everyone. What was he like? 12-0 by the end of it? 12-1 by the end of it. There you go. Yes, BLG Junior top lane versus top lane. Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. It's like, it was, I think it went, Wenbo, Liangchen, Keshi. I think that's like the progression of it. I think that was the way that it progressed. Might have been the other way around. But anyway, they're like 2 different ways. Shun was the best in BLG wins. Game 1, I would have said Knight On were better. I think Game 2, he was bad, but it's a loss, right? That's not the comment you made. And in Game 3, I think he was better here. Yeah, in Game 3, he was the best player on the left. He was fantastic. Very, very good from him. He cleaned up a lot of fights. He played the Neferi well, and it was a good game for it, but hey. Okay. I guess we'll get player of the match just after this, which I presume is... I think it should be On. The question is, do they value the wins, or do they value the whole series better? I wonder. Yeah, Wenbo's getting votes in this, but I mean, he wasn't bad actually this game. This game was alright. But like, realistically, okay, Shun gets player of the match. Good on him. I think his Game 2 was a bit rough, but his wins were really solid. I think in that Game 1, he had such a big advantage. Okay, with that, folks, we are going to end the stream here today. Appreciate you all for following us. I'm going to raid you over to Purple Pixie, who's doing a stream right now, and a good friend of mine. So we shall see you when we see you. See you tomorrow, folks. We'll be live for more LPL. Bye-bye.